Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Caged Magic by Sadie Jacks, narrated by Heather Costa and Jeffrey Kafer. Chapter 1. Kaima. "You could die, you realize that, yeah?" The low, husky voice burbled through the phone. It reminded me of a lazy river in the woods. Not that I'd ever seen one in my life. Maybe that will go on the list of things to see when I escape. I straightened my spine. I was going to die way too early either way. I might as well make it on my terms instead of my parents'. "Still there?" I shook the morose thoughts away. "Yes. And yes, but we have to hurry. I'll be summoned for the next ritual any day now. I don't have time to waste. I need this plan in place as soon as I get to the cabin. I also need your reassurance that I won't be found." I shuddered to think what my parents would do if they found me after running away. Imprisonment would seem like a luxury. People moved outside my glass walls, ordinary lives. They didn't know how lucky they were. "I give you my personal promise of safety." I could hear the sincerity in his voice. "We're ready on this end. We just need final location and timing." I could have sworn I heard something, or someone, in the background. I didn't bother asking anymore. A person didn't need to tell me no too many times before I stopped asking. Pushing the need to ask out of my mind, I focused my thoughts. "I'll let you know as soon as I do." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a familiar head of dark cherry-red hair weaving its way through the maze of cubes towards my closet-sized glass prison. Shit. She'll report the phone to my father. "I've got to go." I stabbed the disconnect button. Lifting my left leg, I slid the small device into the slit I'd cut into the cushion of my chair. Settling back down, I shook back my long black hair, raising my head to be seen clearly through the glass walls of my office. I sat back, letting the scene play out how it did every year. I was in no hurry to usher in my looming death with a warm smile and wave. Sitting as primly as a princess, I lifted my chin level with the floor, slowed my breathing, rested my hands in my lap, and waited. Ms. Cartwright lifted her wrist to the lock. The PA displayed a harsh baring of teeth that passed for a smile on her pinched face. A low beep gave Ms. Cartwright entrance into my space. "Come along, Kaima. It's time." Ms. Cartwright held the glass door open with her narrow hips. She didn't even bother looking at me. I'm nothing more than a piece of office supplies. More useful than furniture, but that was about it. "It's almost over," I chanted mentally. "I'm going to be free. It doesn't matter what she thinks about me anymore." I rose from my chair, skimming my hands down my hips, smoothing the wrinkles from my dark purple slim skirt, tucked my soft white top into my skirt for a clean line. "Of course." I gave her a polite smile as I stepped around the glass desk, my heels digging into the plush carpet, muffling the sound of my steps. "Come along, child. We haven't all day. The clients are waiting." Miss Cartwright snapped at me. "Child." I brushed the fantasy of smashing the other woman's face through the clear panels of glass from my mind. I had to stay focused. I hadn't been risking everything I'd ever known for the last 3 weeks for nothing. Nothing was going to keep me from escaping this hell, especially not this bitter old woman. We rode the elevator to the top floor in silence. I could feel my heart beginning to race. The dichotic mix of joy and sorrow rushed through me. I'd finally get to meet my seeker today. It didn't really matter to me who it was, as long as they could get me to the cabin. "Here she is," my mother Feria announced as I strode across my parents' penthouse foyer. Mother and father were dressed to impress today, which wasn't really unusual, considering the amount of money about to change hands. Juan and Feria Foya, both shorter and darker than my own complexion, fit in perfectly with the decor of their family home. Wealth and privilege fairly sang from their clothes. Whispers of affluence drifted on the hushed currents of cooled air, gently swirling around the gigantic space. Walls of mirrored glass brought in views of the cityscape of North Cross, along with the weak sunlight of the gloomy day. Standing almost at the epicenter of North Cross, my parents held a lordly view of the city they claimed as their home base. The spearing column of Foya Tower didn't let anyone forget their importance either. "Mother," I nodded my head, hands folded together at my waist. I turned to the others standing across from my parents. I kept my surprise to myself. Even in my limited access to the world outside these four walls, I knew the family who had won the highest bid for my services. Odd, I didn't know they had a sick family member. The Kalefni's domain was almost as expansive and far-reaching as my parents'. Foya Holdings was a huge company that provided just about every kind of personal or residential service imaginable. From custom design to trash disposal, intimate companionship to horse training. My parents ran the service industry in Ayashira. Kalefni Enterprises either owned or managed most industrial and commercial real estate in Ayashira. They also oversaw most of the trades that went into those sectors. Claude and Charlotte stood ramrod straight in their finest clothes. Both blonde-haired and blue-eyed, they towered over the figures of my own parents. A man who could only belong to the two Nordic gods opposite me stood behind them. A few inches over 6 feet, his piercing blue eyes were darker in color and much more hateful in countenance than either of the statuesque individuals of his parents. I bristled at the look of hatred the man sent me. It wasn't my fault he was here. To be perfectly honest, it was his fault I was here. I kept my face even, my expression purposely blank. He's my ticket out of this Gaia-forsaken life. Giving him a professional nod and pushing him from my mind, I turned and looked to my mother and father. They were such a beautiful couple. Why couldn't they have been happy? I didn't bother trying to come up with an answer to the plaguing question. I'd never found a good reason. Soon I would be away from here, able to live how I wanted, to help those who needed it, instead of only those with the money to pay for it. "Kaima, are you listening?" My father's thick brows lowered over his dark brown eyes. "Of course, father." I turned and nodded to the new family. "Welcome, Kalefni family. We are humbled and honored that you have chosen the Foya family to aid you." I laid a hand over my heart as I spoke the familiar words. In the last 25 years of the ritual, only the seeking family's name had changed. My response was pro forma, professional, and practiced. Claude and Charlotte looked pleased with my response. Their son still looked pissed off. I shrugged mentally. His liking me had no bearing on my ability to help him. I'd do it, and then I would be free. "Their son Ransom is the one you will be healing," Father informed me. "Why else would the glaring idiot be here, Father?" I dipped my head in acknowledgement. I didn't need to worry that my thoughts were broadcast across my face. I had far too much experience for such a slip. The son's name is definitely fitting. His parents were certainly paying a king's ransom for my parents to have agreed to this. "Background?" I asked. Ransom flinched. The barest twitch of his dirty blonde eyebrows over his dark blue eyes before they lost all emotion. He looked like a predator in the body of prey. The fierceness and ferocity shining from his eyes didn't match the tired and pallid body he came wrapped in. Great, another man with a wounded ego. I sighed internally. Why were they always butthurt about my questions? I snickered mentally at the insult. Seeker 23 had taught it to me. It still made me laugh. And Gaia, was it appropriate for this guy? I dipped my head in his direction. "I apologize, Mr. Kalefni, for my abruptness. What brings you to Foya House today?" I bit back the sarcasm. I could do this. I would do this. One last ritual. Freedom, freedom, freedom. The word pounded at me from the inside. My heart beat in tempo with the flashing word across my mind's eye. When Ransom kept his silence, I looked to his parents, one eyebrow raised. "I need some background so I can tell you if this will even work. There are some illnesses I cannot heal." Mommy and Daddy Kalefni looked horrified. I bit back the glare I wanted to shoot in my parents' direction. Of course they didn't tell the family. All bad news was mine to deliver, while they took all the credit for my work. I settled my shoulders and stepped into the empty space separating the families like battle lines. I lifted my hand to Mrs. Kalefni, stopping just before contact could be made. "Please." Ransom cleared his throat from behind his parents, drawing my attention. "I have a rare illness that current medicine cannot explain or cure." He bit the words out as if they cut his tongue and mouth as he spoke them. "Have you assume we've sought all possible answers for this condition. You are the last resort." Ransom scowled at me. I bristled under the lash of his voice. "Do you have any magic of your own?" He snorted. His weight shifted back as he crossed his arms over his chest. My spine stiffened. "It's not an absurd question. With 10% of the population categorized as magical, you could well be in that minority. I need to know before this goes any further." His top lip curled. "None." He wanted bitchy. I could give him bitchy. I nodded. "Your illness must be very frustrating. I'll do my best to help you." I bowed slightly and stepped back to my family's side of the room. "I don't belong on this side of the line either." Ransom snorted loudly. "Frustrating? That's all you have to say?" I opened my mouth to reply. Before a single syllable could be uttered, though, Claude turned and got in Ransom's face. Speaking lowly enough that I couldn't hear, I watched as the proud and angry son battled back the heat and rage. After a few moments, with a single nod of his head, Ransom closed down all emotion and drew on a blank face. From what I could see, even his posture eased back, cooled down. Interesting. His mask was so complete that had I not seen the transformation, I wouldn't have believed anything was wrong. How had he learned to lie with his body? I didn't know anyone able to draw on a mask quite so efficiently. Granted, I really don't know that many people. Okay, fine. I knew maybe 7 people, not including the 25 I'd healed. But I don't have that kind of control. Not when my temper had already been let loose. Beside me, Mother practically purred in her throat. Mother was drawn to power as surely as the hungry were drawn to food. Father shuffled his feet for a couple of seconds before going still once more. I didn't bother keeping track of Mother's sexual conquests anymore, and I certainly didn't bother keeping track of Father's bad attitudes. That would be a full-time job of pure hell. Not today, thanks. I watched Ransom as my mother showed her interest. If I wasn't mistaken, derision and disgust colored his features. I almost laughed at the mental image of my thwarted mother. Ransom moved higher in my estimation. All anyone would see when looking at me would be polite disinterest. Even my parents couldn't tell my real moods these days. Not that they bothered to realize I was a living, breathing human anyways. "The ritual takes 1 week," I began. Arrangements have been made for 10 days. Mother cut across whatever else I was going to say. My control slipped as I goggled at her before I got my facial expression under control. This was unheard of. In the 25 years of the ritual, it had never changed in duration. I turned to look at the Kalefnis. Claude and Charlotte pleaded with me with their eyes. The corners of Ransom's lips were pulled in, like he was biting back a smile, like he was enjoying my distress. The ass just lost whatever esteem he'd gained. I really didn't like this man. I shook back my hair. "That's fine. 10 days. There will be no interruptions, no calls to see how things fare, no drop-ins, no outside contact initiated outside of the cabin. I will send updates as I am able. Ransom is free to contact whomever he would like to in order to discuss his thoughts and feelings about the ritual. No specifics about the ritual itself are to be shared. Failure to comply will result in the ritual ending. No healing and no refunds." I looked each Kalefni in the eye. Claude looked like he wanted to argue. He probably wasn't accustomed to being told the rules by a younger woman. My father certainly didn't like it when I tried to put restrictions on my abilities. Not that I was successful very often. Charlotte's eyes were watering, and her lower lip quivered ever so slightly. All humor gone, Ransom's mouth was pinched. His dark blue eyes, they looked like cold sapphires, sharp enough to break skin. I raised one dark eyebrow at the challenging man. "Love it or leave it, Seeker. Those are your choices." A slow, dark smile pulled at the corner of his mouth in response.
Chapter 2. Ransom. I smiled as the haughty look dissolved from the lovely Kaima's face. I'd been expecting an old, bent woman for the price my parents were giving the Foyas for my healing. Someone who knew what she was doing. Someone who wouldn't fail. Not some woman who looked barely old enough to have a driver's license, and especially not someone with a body I wanted in my bed. Had it not been for the torture ricocheting through my body, I'd have been more than happy to inspect her more thoroughly. I clenched my back teeth as my bones rippled and shifted. It felt like something was trying to escape my skin. From witch doctors to cutting-edge medicine, my parents and I had been left to flounder for answers for something no one could explain. A line of sweat beaded on my top lip as my body fought an unknown war. As the recognizable torture rolled through me, I saw Kaima's gaze land on my trembling body. Fascinating. Most couldn't tell when I was having an episode, as my mother liked to call them. The small woman watched me, her pale gray eyes wide with shock and a wrenching kindness. I could almost hate her for the compassion that laced through the shock. When she lifted her gaze back to mine, I shot her a smile that was more a baring of teeth than welcoming. "That's right, healer. You've got more to do than just hold my hand." I could feel the resentment rising again. The idea that I needed someone else to help me, to fix me, chafed. Made me want to strike out, strike back. Standing across from the woman who could have been taken for my fantasies, that resentment swirled and collided with desire. With the pain radiating through my body, I shut myself away in my brain, traveling a familiar path to a place where the pain couldn't reach. Retreating to the fortress in my mind, I tied the beautiful healer to my bed. In my mind's eye, I watched as she tugged against the restraints, her pale eyes lighting with heat. Her thighs quivered as she wet her lower lip with a slow slide of her tongue. A sharp jab to my abdomen brought me from my mental feast with a silent snarl. I blinked, bringing the room back into focus. A blush rose to Kaima's cheeks as if she'd been privy to my thoughts. Someplace deep inside me stilled at the thought. She wasn't telepathic, was she? "Is that agreeable to you, Ransom?" my father asked, interrupting my thoughts. "Yes," I replied, not really caring what the question was. If it didn't suit me later, I simply wouldn't do it. The old Foya woman gave me a coy smile as she clapped her hands together once. I'd have to be an idiot to miss the sly glances she shot my way. "Not happening, you dirty old bird." She spoke to her daughter without turning towards the younger woman. It reminded me more of how a member of the family addressed the helper's staff. Dismissive. Entitled. "Excellent. Kaima, you're dismissed. Be ready for cabin transport by 8 o'clock morning after next." I thought I saw a flash of something in the younger woman's eyes. Defiance or sarcasm. But before I could make up my mind, she dipped her chin and turned to leave the room. I turned my head to keep her in view. I watched the way her hips moved. The fabric of her skirt pulled up and slid over a finely shaped ass. She appeared regal, untouchable. She had no wasted movement. She was simply moving from point A to point B, but I couldn't look away. Couldn't get the idea of that ass up in the air from me out of my mind. I could hate her for that, too. Finally, the door swung shut behind her. Released from her spell, I turned as someone approached. "Right this way, sir," one of the maids said. She didn't look up, so all I saw was bland brown hair tucked into a neat knot at the base of her neck. I followed the maid through the massive foyer. The Foya's home was much the same as my parents' house. Wealth screamed, look at me," with priceless garbage in and on every available surface. Everything was meant to be remarked on, coveted, gushed over, and never used or touched. Pretty and useless didn't appeal to me in any way, shape, or form. I didn't bother taking the time to peruse the home. I wanted to get this ridiculous meeting done so I could apprise the team of the new changes to the plan. "Ransom, come sit here," Varia said, patting the seat cushion of the chair next to hers. I stifled the urge to roll my eyes. Even sick and weak as I was, some women would always be attracted to my family, to the power and influence the Kolefni name held, although I was the one that was typically ignored from my younger brothers and sisters. "Sorry, lady, I'm not next in line." "Of course, Mrs. Foya." I took my seat and settled in for a long meal. "Tell me, how was it growing up being the oldest of 7 children?" "Loud." She trilled a flirtatious laugh that grated like a steel file on my already exposed nerves. "You scoundrel." She batted my arm. I bared my teeth in what could loosely be interpreted as a smile. The old bat sounded like she was from some kind of Victorian novel, but her gaze was as direct as a whore, no matter the era. My siblings are all very accomplished, benefits of good health. I bit off after catching my mother's glare. Get it together, man. You can't afford to screw this up before it's even begun. And you, what are you accomplished at? She asked, looking at me through her lashes. I leaned toward her, beckoning her with a lift of my chin. I waited until I could whisper in her ear. Fucking. Sitting back, I watched as the old woman fanned her face, a bright streak of color riding her cheeks. That and business, I added flatly after her husband looked over at me with a glare. Believe me, fucker, she's all yours. Oh. She swallowed loudly, casting a nervous eye at her husband. What kind of business are you in? She asked, a little louder. This and that. I took a drink from my wine glass. I've teamed up with a couple of my friends, nothing to rival either my father's or your husband's empire, but we do well enough. And we're about to do even better. Ransom will finally be able to hold a section of the company, Claude said, pulling my attention. My lips twisted in rage. Yes, finally. I raised my glass in salute. To being able to do my family duty, it's only taken what? I tipped my head to the side as if in thought. 28 years, right, Father? Silence descended. Well, it would be unreasonable and short-sighted to give a company the size and scope of his to a son that has an unknown malady, Juan said. The darker-skinned man looked at my father. The younger generation just expects to be handed the things we've worked so hard for, through our own sweat and hard work. I bit back the laughter. Neither of these assholes knew what it was to work for something. They'd inherited their father's companies, their ancestors' fortunes. The women nodded at each other as well, resolved and righteous in their attitudes and beliefs. I'm sure Pops would have a different viewpoint, Father, don't you? I chuckled at the look that crossed my father's face. And to you, Mr. Foya, could you Kima say the same about your father? Firstly, it's pronounced Kaima, not Kima, and secondly, my daughter has no thoughts I haven't given her. She knows her place and is happy to inhabit it, Juan said. His voice was cold enough to frost the glass in my hand. This has got to be the stupidest man living if he believed that. His wife, I could believe that in a second, but his daughter? That was one woman who not only had her own thoughts, but her own agendas. My blood began to pound at the idea. I'd like to be on her agenda for more than just healing. Then it appears I'm mistaken, I said. If the idiot wanted to live in denial, who am I to stop him? If you can't add to the conversation, perhaps you should just leave. The deal has already been negotiated and agreed upon. You're no longer necessary. My father nodded towards the door, a habitual look of heated disappointment on his face. You're no longer necessary. The 4 words I'd heard all my life. This would be the last time I'd have to hear them. Damn right. I'll be ready for cabin transport tomorrow. I downed my wine and sketched a bow to my mother and Feria. Ladies. I strode through the doors to the renovated warehouse that stood as our current operating base. Our research and development labs were housed across the street. We're up on Xander's floor, Saint called out over the sound system. I grabbed a bottle of water. On my way. I entered the elevator at the back of the building, hit the button for the 3rd floor, broke the seal on my bottle. Tipping my head back, I emptied it without coming up for air once. I finished as the doors opened. There's our fearless leader. What are we up against? Asher asked. He was playing with some kind of machine, like always. His fingernails browned from grease, with a matching smear down his cheek. His butterscotch eyes alight with a child's joy and an adolescent's irreverence. Xander spun around in his office chair. I've got most of the info on Foya's ready to go. Just give me the name of the healer and I'll get that information plugged in and data mined. His eyes were so dark brown they seemed almost black. Tiny reflections of all his gadgetry sparkled in his eyes. Other than personalities and eye color, the twins, Asher and Xander, were mere images of each other. Tall, fair-skinned, with dark chocolate-brown hair. Kaima. I gave them the appropriate pronunciation. Foya. I'm guessing mid to late 20s, about 5'6", curvy, long wavy black hair, light gray eyes. Her image was burned into my brain. Xander twirled around again, his fingers flashing over the keys on one of the many keyboards on his console. Their healer isn't even in her 30s? Atlas asked. He was still wearing his stethoscope. He looked up from a file in his hands. His bright green eyes a startling contrast to his almost white blonde hair. Do you think I could speak to her, get her to submit to an examination? I laughed. Dr. Atlas was with us today. Not to be confused with the less geeky regular Atlas, Dr. Atlas was only interested in facts, reports, and exams. Don't know, Dr. Atlas, I'll see what I can do. The other man nodded before directing his attention back to the file in his hands. Did they go for the full 10 days? Saint asked, his voice low and calm. I turned to my right-hand man. I might be the front man for this ragtag operation, but Saint was the brains and calculator behind making all of my ideas work. Yeah, we got the full 10 days. Are we good to go on this end? As soon as your father hands you those documents, I've got the others ready to send out to the rest of the Clefney board. Saint nodded his dark head, his dark brown eyes steady. The smallest of us, his ability to fade into the background was surpassed only by Tarek, our chief of security. Good, I said. I opened my mouth but closed it immediately as another tremor racked my body. I clenched my teeth against the pain. 5 pairs of eyes watched me. Atlas was ready to jump into action, his defibrillator never too far from hand. Tarek would have a thumb on the alarm to alert our infirmary across the street to prepare for an incoming patient. Saint and Asher rose from their chairs, ready to help get me to that infirmary. Xander paused in his research, black eyes showing his terror, anger, and fear. All of us had some degree of the same illness. None of us had answers. Now, with the healing rituals set up with the Foya's healer, there was a tiniest glimmer of hope. Honestly, and only to myself, I didn't hold out too much for it, though. We'd been down this road before, all of us had, and we were still fucking stuck on it. The pain slowly subsided. My body relaxed. I didn't know if I could take much more of this. It felt like I was being torn in two, but the last minute some unknown god called a halt to the pain. Everyone went back to what they were doing. This healer bitch better have the goods, Asher said, his voice low and tight. We all turned to look at him. He broke the rule. Never talk about it. We still weren't quite sure what it was, but we never spoke of it, unless we were drunk or out of our minds with pain. Slowly, every single one of us agreed. She either healed us, or we died. When do you go? Tarek asked. He rubbed a hand over his bald head, his light brown skin gleaming under the lights in the room. He'd scouted the area when we'd been told my application made it through the final rounds of cuts. Day after tomorrow, I'll take the tech with me. We can keep in touch both internally and externally. I've got mobile set up ready to go, Xander called over his shoulder. His face was scrunched in concentration at one of his screens. Good, let's wait on that until I get a feel for the healer. I went to the other end of the giant open room and got another bottle of water from Xander's fridge. I tested communications with Saint and Asher, Tarek said. We'll still be able to communicate mentally, but tech has a hard time with the distance. Trees, mountains, water, and natural mineral deposits make signal difficult. What about booster stations like we're making for Upari? I asked. Saint thought of that. R&D has 3 units we can use for field testing. We don't have the same minerals as in Upari, but that should be a calibration issue for the lab after testing. Derek crossed his arms. I've already set up the stations. He waved me over to his side, pulled out his phone. A topographical map was pulled up. He pointed to 3 different areas. We've also been able to appropriate one of your father's satellites. Tarek smiled, the edges of it a little sharp. I chuckled. Good. It's the fucking least he can do to support my ability to join the company. Asher snorted from his spot, sitting on the counter, his smile as bright and hard as the steel wrench in his hand. He's gonna be so fucking pissed when you take that company away from him. You should have been a better father, a better CEO, and a better human, I said. Saint nodded. We've got a bit of a problem, Ransom, Xander called. The rest of us dropped what we were doing and moved to his expansive computers. What? I asked. There's no record of Kaima Foya. I met her in person. Her parents called her by name. She's got to be there. Keep running and see what you can find. I lifted my hand to clap a hand to his shoulder. Pulled back at the last minute. Thanks, Zan. He was lost back in the web of the internet. I yawned. I'm done, guys. Night. A trail of farewells and good nights followed me out of the hallway. I stabbed the elevator button with my finger. Waited. Tipping my head back all the way, I rolled my head on my neck back and forth. My episodes were occurring more frequently. The last one of the Foyas made 3 for today. Wasn't sure my body could keep this up. I sure as hell knew my mind couldn't. I think the pain would eventually drive me crazy. Crazy enough to seek a final solution. Gaia let this work, I said, as I stepped into the elevator headed for the 7th floor. My home awaited me.
Chapter 3. Kaima. 5 minutes, the guard called through the apartment's speaker system. Fuck you, I breathed. I leaned over the vanity and finished putting on my mascara. Mouth hanging open, one eye overly wide, tongue off to one side. Shit. My eye watered as I stabbed it with the mascara wand. Back to square freaking one. I wiped off the crescent moon of black from under my eye, reapplied my base makeup, and tried again. The sound of the door opening brought my back up the way it had for years. An overly loud, begrudgingly sigh reached my ears. I have more important things to do than traipse you around the building. Hurry up, Kima. In my reflection, my lip curled as she purposefully butchered my name. Gritting my teeth, I smoothed down my dress, stepped into my shoes. Coming. I didn't bother raising my voice. I knew she could hear me. I walked out of the bathroom and turned left. There she stood, Miss Evelyn Cartwright, my father's sycophantic PA for most of my life, one of my jailers, and an award-winning bitch. I swear, I even made her a badge when I was younger. She tapped her foot against the hardwood floor, arms crossed over her chest, derision and superiority oozing from her pores. I grabbed my cup of coffee from the kitchen and moved toward her. Acting as if I was fumbling with the coffee cup lid, I moved into her personal space. She stumbled back, hands raised in defense. Kaima! That's how to pronounce my name, bitch. I looked up, gave her a bland smile. Yes, Miss Cartwright? She glowered at me, straightened her shirt, and lifted her wrist to the lock on my door. A low beep signaled my daily freedom from my jail cell. I walked a couple steps behind Miss Cartwright to the private elevator at the end of the hall. She stabbed the button. We waited in the familiar tense silence. Finally, she murmured as the doors slid open. I rolled my eyes behind her back. She entered the code to take us to the accounting floor. After years of begging to do more than the rituals, I'd been given permission to work in the accounting department. Playing with the numbers of other people's money, I at least got to pretend I was part of the world, that I wasn't a stranger watching a play. The doors opened, ushering us to the busy hive of the accounting floor. Ms. Cartwright marched me down the aisles like a warden welcoming a new inmate. Her cold demeanor stopped any attempt at conversation before someone else could even take a breath to greet me. Couldn't have a repeat of the performance of me almost making friends. Too soon, I arrived at my second jail cell, my office. Enclosed in glass on 3 sides, it was almost torture. I got to see the world, but never was I allowed to be part of it. Ms. Cartwright lifted her wrist to the lock, waited for the sensor to read the chip embedded in her skin. The lock released with a beep. She pushed the door open, performed the customary scan of the space, and practically pushed me through the doorway. Pulling the door closed behind herself, she lifted her wrist once more. I was locked in, again, just like every other day of my life. The next day, I sighed into the phone at my ear as I glanced at the clock on the far wall. A few minutes until 8. A few minutes until my last ritual. A few minutes until I escaped from this hell. Yes, Mother, I understand. Do not do anything to upset this ritual, Kaima. Your father and I would be very displeased if the Kalefnis were dissatisfied. Her voice was colder than a winter's night. I felt my heart stop and my blood freeze. The last time they had been displeased with me, it had taken me nearly 4 months to recover physically. I still wasn't sure I was recovered emotionally or psychologically all these long years later. He'll be healed, and they will be forever in your debt, Mother, I promise. I expect nothing but glowing reports by the end of the 11th day, Kaima. Anything goes wrong, she left the threat unfinished. She hung up before I could say anything else. It was times like this that my status in the lives of my parents washed over me. I was pampered, coddled even, at least materialistically, as long as I presented the picture they wanted. It wouldn't do for their golden goose, my mother's term for me, to look like a beggar. Love and attention were not within their capacities, not for me, anyways. And if I failed to meet their expectations or keep up my end of whatever sordid bargain they'd struck with the Seeker families, severe and utter devastation. Animals were treated with more respect than I received during those times. The doorbell rang precisely at 8 the next morning, pulling me from my thoughts. I was already waiting by the door. I was all packed and ready to end this travesty of a life. I turned to survey my apartment. Cold, sterile, and provided by my parents. I wouldn't miss any part of it. Even if I get stuck living on the streets, it would be better than this gilded cage. Here's my last fuck you, I whispered to the room. I raised my middle finger to the bland prison. I didn't bother to hide the gesture from the camera up in the corner of the ceiling. I turned as the door opened behind me. My favorite human stood just inside the door. He always reminded me of a short Santa Claus. His cheeks were rosier than usual today. He leaned forward to grab my bags. Thank you, Kemper. I've got my bags. I couldn't have anyone else touching them. I had repacked 4 times last night, trying to get everything I would need for my new life smashed into 2 small suitcases. The extra days allotted for the ritual allowed me to bring a second bag. Thank Gaia for small favors. I slid my smallest bag over the handle of one of the suitcases and turned, pulling all 3 bags behind me. Of course, Ms. Kaima, the driver set off in front of me. The door shut and automatically locked behind me. But this time, the sound didn't crush my soul the way it usually did. This time, the slam sounded like the jail's doors had been blown off. A smile pulled at the corner of my mouth. You seem more excited than usual, Ms. Kaima, Kemper said once we were in the car, both of us getting settled in for the 4-hour drive to the cabin. Shit. I couldn't afford to get lazy this close to the end. I rallied my thoughts. Just excited to see the sun for more than a couple hours, Kemper. The aging driver nodded. Today is a good day for it, too. It's not right. How your parents keep you locked away in your office or apartment. He shook his head. He was developing a bald patch in the middle of his pure white hair. My heart tugged as I looked at the old man. The closest thing I'd ever had to a friend or confidant, Kemper helped fill the void of isolation. But I can never forget that his allegiance lay with my parents. It's not so bad, I said, the same as I always did when he made the statements about my captivity. I don't even feel the need to vomit as I say the words anymore. He harumphed and shook his head. Music? Yes, please. Classical. I leaned my head back against the seat as the first strains of one of my favorite pieces filled the small space of the car. Closing my eyes, I went over the plans I'd received last night. I was still a little leery of talking to a virtual stranger on the dark web, but everything else had gone well up to this point. And honestly, the plans seemed fine, all except for the last couple of steps. Those I would need to see to believe. I was literally putting my life into a stranger's hands. I almost laughed. That's exactly what my seekers had to do if they wanted to be healed, to start fresh in a life they wanted. That I was required to do the same was fitting, somehow. I would get to be just like everyone else. For the first time in my life. Normal. The long drive passed by in a flash. I stretched in my seat as Kemper steered the car through the patrolled entrance to the cabin. Such a small word for the grandiosity of the home at the base of the mountains. With 2 stories and housing just over 10 bedrooms and the same number of bathrooms, the cabin was big enough to accommodate a small community within its walls. Cleared through for entry, I gathered my things and slid my sunglasses over my nose as the car rocked to a gentle stop. Pushing the door open, I rose from the car and inhaled deeply. Raising my face to the warm afternoon sun, I felt the low hum of the magic of nature slide through my body. Living in a concrete and glass prison stifled most of my magic. It's one of the biggest reasons why the rituals happened out here. The sense of nature filled my nose, and the pure air of the mountains filled my lungs. "There's the Kaima I've been waiting to see. I've missed you," Kemper said from behind me. I turned with a smile and bent to retrieve my bags from the trunk. "I've been waiting for the ritual. I feel like it took Mother and Father almost twice as long to set it up." I'd begun to worry about it, actually. The plans depended on my being able to leave Foya Tower, and that only happened once a year. The ritual. "It did seem to take longer, but I hear there was quite the list of applicants this cycle. Just be glad your parents love you so much to only give you one per cycle." I cursed my inability to lean down and kiss Kemper's rosy cheek. Of my entire life, I would miss him most. I barely noticed the old ache that tightened my chest. "They do make sure I'll be around for a long time to come, Kemper. Have no fear of that." He smiled at me, unaware of how my words could be taken. I wasn't going to be the one to enlighten the nice man about the monsters who employed him. I took my bags up to the cabin. No one was allowed inside except me, my seeker, and any mutually agreed-upon third parties. When I turned back around at the front door, Kemper and the car had already gone. Once again, I was glad my younger self had seen the light so clearly. It had probably been when I was 12 or 13 that I'd seen the proverbial writing on the wall of what my parents were doing, what they had made of my life. With a shrug, I headed into the massive home. Turning right just beyond the entryway, I stopped at a set of double doors. The keypad showed a steady red light. I entered my code. The one place in my life where I got to decide when I was locked behind doors. The one place I could choose when to lock those doors. I pushed open the right side door. A small seating area was just beyond the doors. Straight ahead was my master suite with an attached bathroom, just to the right of the doors. Done in brilliant blues and creams, it was the only place in the world that reflected my personal style. I'd demanded the funds to decorate the cabin in whatever way I saw fit to conduct the ritual. I loved this stupid set of 3 rooms more than I should. The usual mix of emotions erupted in my chest as I stepped through the doorway and into my suite of rooms. The glorious feelings of freedom and anticipation rose and sparkled like lightning. And right on schedule, the freezing rain of fear smothered out my lightning. What if something happened? What if I was stuck in this awful life forever? Anger rose like a fire. My parents were evil monsters who didn't even recognize me as human, let alone their daughter. I wouldn't feel bad about protecting myself. No one else was going to take up the job. Guilt and shame dragged me down like the tide. I had more than many others. There was nothing in my life, at least materially, that my parents wouldn't give me if I asked. Falling face first onto the bed big enough to hold 4 adults comfortably, I allowed myself to shed some tears. This inner cleansing had become part of my ritual, too. I remained on the bed until the patrol of the ground's entrance let me know that Ransom had arrived. "Allow entry. Inform him of the rules of the cabin, please." I cut off whatever response might be made by hitting the mute button. That would be the last time I talked to anyone other than Ransom until we both left. I pushed off the bed and made my way to the bathroom. Taking a quick shower, I let the hot water erase any lingering sign of my tears. I walked out into the main living room just as Ransom was heading into his own room. "Get your stuff put away, then come back out here. We've got some stuff to discuss," I called after him. "You're the boss," he said over his shoulder. "Damn right I am." I walked into the kitchen area. Set up like a huge wheel, the living room, dining room, and the kitchen acted as the center. Each hallway made up the spokes. All of the hallways had mini suites for guests. The pool, exercise room, game room, theater room, and library were sprinkled throughout the different hallways. A fireplace stood silent sentry in the middle of the back wall. A wall of windows and a clear glass door to the left of the fireplace invited a person to enjoy nature on the sprawling back deck. The intricately carved balustrade of the stairs to the second level on the right directed the eye to the double-height ceiling of the living room. I needed to remember to give Ransom a tour before we got too far along in the process of the ritual. From experience, I knew we were going to want some time away from each other during this process. He stalked back out of his suite, his footsteps a harsh staccato against the hardwood floors. I winced. Apparently, the patrol guys hadn't told him to take his shoes off in the house. I glared at his feet, and looking up into his dark blue eyes, told him the rules. Again. He raised a hand after a couple words. My voice trailed off. "You don't need to repeat everything the guards outside said. I heard it the first time. I'm still not going to play by your rules." He shot me a smug grin. I crossed my arms as I snorted. "You'll play by my rules, or you'll go home and forfeit whatever it was you put up for application processing." I felt my belly curdle at the idea of going home to Mother and Father with a broken ritual contract. The voice of my contact slid through my mind. "I can give you my personal promise of safety." I stiffened my spine. Ransom could choose what he wanted. I would be gone and free. Ransom's face closed down. I rocked back on my heels. I'd stood up to the worst this world had to offer. Ransom Kalefny would not be the one to cow me into breaking my own rules.
Chapter 4. Ransom. And somehow her father thought she was nothing but a puppet. I mirrored her stance as I studied the woman who held my future in her petite hands. Without her high heels, she was average height, average build, a little curvier than I preferred my women, but fuck, all her curves were in the right places. Her skin, its honey brown tone at odds with the seemingly almost new baby surface, had my fingers itching to trace it. Jet black hair and almost silver-gray eyes completed the picture. There wasn't too much resemblance between her and her parents, though. Other than height and mother's and daughter's hair color, there wasn't too much that had been passed down from the older generation. All for the better, in my opinion. She made a noise deep in her throat, pulling my attention back to her face. "We'll see who is playing by whose rules, sweetheart." She opened her mouth. I held up a hand. "You can save your breath, Kaima. Your man down at the patrol desk gave me the lay of the land. But here's the thing, you can't afford to send me home without healing me." Her nose wrinkled. "And why do you think that is?" "Because if I'm not healed by the end of these 10 days, then your parents lose out on quite a bounty." She snorted, the sound almost dainty and ladylike. "What makes you think I care about that?" Was she stupid? 1, because without them you have nothing. 2, your whole world revolves around their whims. I saw that fortress you live in. Must be nice having the world at your fingertips. And 3, not that it matters, but I'm sure you love your parents and don't want to see anything bad happen to them. Her lovely face went stony for a couple moments. If I looked hard enough, I could probably see steam billowing from her ears. It was nice being right in my assessment of my opponent. Score another one for turning father's abandonment to my advantage. Fine. Most of the rules can go, except for 2 of them. She stopped talking, raised an eyebrow. "I'm open to listening to these rules. I'll tell you if they will or won't work." She glared at me. I bit back the smile that wanted to tug at my mouth. 1, you really do have to tell me everything about you. Full medical, magical, and family history. I need to know if anything slipped by the pre-screen. There really are things I can't heal. I can agree to that. Next. 2, don't touch me. Ever. You touch me without my consent, this is done. Over. And you'll have no one to blame but yourself. What could be the possible legitimate reason for that rule? Being told I couldn't touch her skin had me gritting my teeth and my fingers clenching into fists. Kaima stared at me, eye cocked to one side. I waited. She tipped her head to the other side. She looked like she was searching for something. "You really don't know, do you?" I sighed. "Know what, princess?" I hated playing games. Her nose wrinkled at the pet name. Her expression cleared quickly. "How my magic works. What will actually happen while we're stuck here for 10 days together." I bare my soul to you. You decide if you want to heal more or not, which in this case you do heal me. Then wham, bam, done and done." She laughed low and throaty. It pulled in my belly, tightened my groin. Such a sexual sound shouldn't come from someone so uptight I couldn't even touch her skin. Not quite, Seeker. She grabbed her hair up near the top of her head, wrapped it in one of those ties women, especially my sisters, seem to have in an unlimited supply. It sounded like a messy flower sprouting from her skull. "Explain it to me, then." She turned and walked to the kitchen. I followed after her, a little bemused. Women don't walk away from me, not until I'm ready for them to, anyways. Kaima got a glass from the cabinet and filled it with water. Not taking a drink, she turned and leaned her hips against the counter. She met my gaze head on. "Once our skin makes contact, my spirit will merge with yours. I won't have a choice, and once I'm merged with your spirit, I will be compelled to heal you." She raised her finger in the air as I opened my mouth. I glared at her. She returned my smug smile. "Touché. And that's if I can figure out what is wrong. If I can't figure out what's wrong, you don't get healed. Or I could send magic to areas that aren't actually in dysfunction and end up making your illness worse or make you sick with something else." She made air quotes. "The bearing your soul portion of this ritual helps me find what parts of you are actually in need of healing. No one will know you more intimately than me. That's why you can't touch me. I do the touching. Only. Ever." "What the fuck?" Kaima toasted me with her water glass. Tipping it back, she drained it all in one go. "What the fuck?" I yelled. "No one fucking told me that you would have to go deep diving in my brain, emotions, and soul for this to fucking work." I grabbed my hair with my hands, pulling it hard enough to sting my scalp. She quirked an eyebrow. "Now you understand why you're not able to talk about the ritual with anyone. Not your best friends, not your lovers, not your dog, not your diary, no one." She ran herself another glass of water. "What happens to you?" I asked her. Water splashed as her hand shook for a second. Cupping the glass with both hands, she turned back around to look at me. Her eyes were a little darker. "Don't worry about that. It doesn't concern you and won't impact my ability to heal you, as long as it's something I can heal." "Why won't you tell me?" "Because this doesn't work that way. You don't like it, there's the door. We haven't started. You're free to leave with full forfeiture." I tipped my head back and let loose the scream that had been building all fucking day. I'd been made to believe this was going to be easy. A little here's my history, here's my cock, thanks for the healing, see you never kind of thing. Not go tripping down memory lane with a complete stranger I didn't even really like in the hopes that she would be able to find that something special she needed in order to heal me. I turned back to her. "Have you ever failed to heal someone?" "Yes, his illness was added to my no-go list, but he's the only one in the 25 years I've been doing this." "That's something, at least. The very fucking least." "Why did your parents negotiate for 10 days? Kaima asked me, interrupting my line of thought. "Because we didn't want to take the chance that this wouldn't work." I studied her once more. Leaning against the counter like she didn't have a care in the world, I didn't know if I could do what she asked. Let her in. Let her rummage around in my brain and heart. With a sinking feeling, I shook my head. I couldn't do it. No one got that close. Not anymore.
Chapter 5. Kaima. Well, there goes the 10 days. I hoped my contact could move up the schedule. Of all the contingencies I'd thought through, I hadn't foreseen this happening. Nodding, I emptied the glass once more. Turning, I set the glass in the sink and turned toward my suite. I'll call the front gate and let them know a feral, pain-filled sound had me whirling around so fast I had to grab the back of a chair to keep from falling over. Ransom was leaning on the kitchen island. Arms locked, muscles rigid and twitching. Head thrown back as pain etched a grimace on his face. His legs shook like limbs on a tree in a tornado. I tried to harden myself against his suffering, his anguish. I turned back to my rooms. He'd chosen to walk away from the ritual, from the healing. I was now free to do the same. I made it 2 more steps before another yell sounded from behind me. Sneaking a look over my shoulder, the severe angle of his body, arched backwards in torment, clamped its sweaty fist around my heart. I felt the keen edge of understanding. I knew pain, knew how mind-consuming it could be, until every breath became a knife through the throat, every heartbeat a spike through the chest, close enough to death to feel its sting, but without its sweet release. I couldn't walk away, not when I had the ability to help him, to ease his torture. Not that the little shit deserved it, but he didn't deserve this pain as a life sentence either. Another quake of his body, another raw-throated scream shot to the ceiling. I hurried over. Before I could stop myself or even attempt any of my own rituals, I touched him. Just one hand against the trembling steel of his arm. Shit, Kaima, you idiot! Immediately I was pulled into his body. Kaima Rosalinda Foya was gone. No body, no self, no thoughts. I was a being of senses and magic. His body was a morass of pain I'd never before experienced. It rippled through every muscle, seared every nerve, thrashed every tendon. Bones ached and ground to dust, only to rebuild themselves and start the process all over again. Organs twisted and rolled into shapes that reminded me of a turning kaleidoscope. With every shift of the wheel, his insides morphed into another cringing shape that tore through his body. Something new washed through the magic that was me. Colors danced and spun in ever-tightening circles. The magical landscape had always been a muted gray, much like the life I lived. Ransom's spirit was every imaginable color and some I'd never thought to envision. Threaded through each color was a throbbing fiber of black, pulsing, beating, pumping. Even though I had no lungs and no breath, I stilled. That pulsating black felt like it was breathing, like it was sucking the life from Ransom and feeding itself from his spirit. Not knowing what else to do, I encased the black with my spirit. Like dipping my hands into hot sand, it pulled and tugged, sucking me deeper into its center. The fucker has magic of his own. I'm going to kill him. Shit.
Chapter 6. Ransom. Shit. The words whispered through my pain-racked mind, even though I'm pretty sure I wasn't the one who said them. Ella was having a hard time focusing on anything outside of my own body. Over the last couple of months, the pain had been building, but this was something I hadn't been prepared for. The pain was incandescent as it washed in and through my body like a nuclear bomb. As I felt my stomach bunch up at the need to vomit, a chilling sensation washed through me, like a cool breeze swirling through the trees on a bright fall morning. The cessation of pain was so unexpected, I felt tears build behind my eyes. Fuck. I was almost afraid to trust it, to believe that my pain could just be swept away with a light wind. I pulled a deep breath in through my nose, slowly, so slowly filling my lungs. When I was able to exhale without pain, I felt like crying like a newborn baby thrust into the cold, hard world. For the first time since this stupid illness had settled in my body over 25 years ago, I could breathe without aching. I no longer felt like an elephant was sitting on my chest. My body straightened to my full height, something I hadn't been able to achieve for the last year. My insides were finally calm. Heart, lungs, stomach, hell, even my kidneys didn't ache or burn. My legs didn't feel on the verge of giving out on me with every breath. Even the soles of my feet didn't have that icy pins and scalding needles feeling anymore. My head wasn't swimming as if I just stepped off a tilt-a-whirl. I could see without any tunnel vision. Speaking of vision, I lowered my head. Kaima was standing next to me, still as a statue. I wasn't even sure she was breathing. Her hand was laying on my arm. Not that I could feel it. I would have known she was touching me had I not seen it with my own eyes. I laid my other hand over hers. Her body trembled. The faintest hint of pain slid through me like the sharpest blade through flesh. So clean a person didn't feel it at first. The hope that had built inside me crashed and burned near my feet. As close to tears of frustration as I've ever been in my life, I pulled my hand away from her arm. The pain washed away on another breath. Peace and health settled over me once again. She was the cool breeze inside me. Fuck. I was so fucking screwed.
Chapter 7. Kaima. Finally, the pulsing black magic of Ransom's spirit was encased in my own. All around me, the brilliant flashes of pain died down to the normal bland stillness of the magical landscape. The myriad of colors faded, as if bleached by the sun. I felt my magical essence shudder and waver, as if a spectral hand had shifted through my physical form. I stilled. That had never happened to me either. Everything about this stupid ritual was fucked, upward, backward, and sideways. The fading colors flared to life once more. Like the blinding sun had slipped behind a cloud, the colors seeped back into Ransom's spirit. Just as quickly as it started, the colors died away again. The vast field of gray filled my vision once more. If I'd had shoulders in this form, they would have settled down into their normal position. If my heart still beat in this form, it would have slowed. This was familiar. This I could do while sleeping. I inspected the rest of Ransom's body. The same slightly sickly gray of every person I'd ever healed stretched before me. But for the life of me, I couldn't find what might have been causing his illness. Oh well, I'd try again later. Readying myself to pay the price for being a healer, I performed the ritual and began the process of returning to my own body. One body, one spirit. One body, one spirit. One body, one spirit. My body, my spirit. My body, my spirit. Thank you, Gaia. My body, my spirit. Like shoving a foot into a shoe that's 2 sizes too small, I blinked as I settled back into my physical form. Opening my eyes, I was still standing next to Ransom, my hand on his arm. Turning, I ran toward the closest bathroom. I scarcely knelt before the toilet before I emptied my stomach into its porcelain depths.
Chapter 8. Ransom. I raced after the woman who settled the torture of my body with one touch. My shoes slammed against the floor in a sharp drum beat that matched my pounding heart. Gaima, wait! I almost shot past the door she escaped through. The sounds of violent retching reached my ears, pulled me to an abrupt halt. She was hunched over the toilet. Her hair had fallen from her messy topknot. Now it hung around her head, a dark curtain shielding her face. I winced in sympathy as her rib cage expanded and contracted heavily. Heavy splattering followed the guttural groans. Let it out, sweetheart. Stepping around her bowed form, I pulled open drawers, one after the other until they all stood open like the gaping mouths of dazzled spectators. On the wall, a rack held a huge collection of matching towels. Sitting on the top of the mound, I found the smallest wash rag known to mankind. Shaking my head, I turned on the faucet and shoved the rag under the cold water. Barely wringing it out, I set it on the side of the sink. I leaned down, one hand reaching out to scrape her hair up off her neck. No! She wrenched away before I touched her. Her shuddering body slammed against the far wall. You can't touch me! Never had I felt so helpless in my life. And considering I'd been a throwaway child because of my illness, I felt like royal fucking shit right now. I frantically glanced around the small bathroom. With nothing better to do, I grabbed one of the towels from the rack. I cringed as Kaima shrank back from my touch once more. I'm not gonna touch you, just hold still. I couldn't help the bite in my voice. This woman who'd done what no one had been able to do was suffering agony, and I could do nothing to help her. I was actively causing her more fear and anxiety. I shook my head. I had to push those thoughts away or I wouldn't be any help to her. And as much as she might not like it, I was the only one around. As I watched, her body seemed to shrink in on itself, like a terrified animal trying to make itself imperceptible to a predator. My heart wrenched in my chest at the sight. Clenching my teeth, I grabbed the corners of the towel. Laying it longwise across her body, I pulled it up, catching her hair under its length. As soon as the honey tones of her skin peeked into view, I laid the cool, wet wash rag down on her neck, careful to keep my skin away from hers. Is that better? I asked, my voice a strangled whisper. Her body wasn't writhing in pain anymore, but I didn't put much stock in that single fact. Without warning, her back arched like a cat whose tail had been caught under a rocker. A scream that would haunt my nightmares cascaded through the room, spilling out into the hall where it echoed into the gigantic house. Face still covered by black sweaty hair and a dark blue towel, I heard what sounded like a water balloon drop into the vomit-filled toilet with a thick bloop. Between one breath and the next, Kaima's body went limp and listed to the side. Her chin slammed into the edge of the bowl loudly enough I winced. She crashed into the wall at an awkward angle, passed out cold. Fuck. Chapter 9. Ransom. My heart in my throat, I watched Kaima's chest for the longest minutes of my life. Completely ignoring the shape of her breasts, I just needed to know if she was even fucking breathing. Kaima, I called softly. I didn't recognize the soft tone that came from my own mouth. Women had never been anything more than convenience and novelty to me before this one. But damned if she hadn't made a big impression on me in a short amount of time. Her chest rose and fell in an even if slow tempo. Out cold. Her petrified warning not to touch her filled my mind again. I couldn't fucking leave her like this, not after she'd saved me. Left with nothing else in the small room, I finally ripped the shower curtain down, rod and all. Throwing the rod into the bathtub, I kept one eye on the unconscious woman. Not even a twitch to indicate she'd heard the crash. I had to get her off the floor. My entire being was screaming at me to get her moved. I shook the curtain out and then spent the next 10 minutes trying to figure out how to move her onto it without touching her directly. Sweat dripping from my temples, I wrapped my hands and arms in the remaining towels from the wall rack. I finally managed to lift her torso and roll her body onto the curtain. I made a mental note to make sure to check her head later. It had slammed against the doorframe pretty hard. I winced, remembering the sharp crack of her teeth together, followed quickly by the smash of her jaw into the toilet bowl. I needed to check her chin as well. I shook off the towels. Stepping over her prone legs, I hopscotched my way through the door and grabbed the far ends of the shower curtain. Clutching the corners tightly, I began the slowest walk down a hallway in my entire memory. After every step, I paused to make sure she was okay, that she was still breathing. Just as I entered the turn for the corner, her body stiffened as if someone had zapped her with a live electrical wire. I dropped the curtain corners like they were on fire and stepped onto the makeshift gurney. Cursing the inability to touch her once more, I nudged her leg with my shoed foot. Kaima? Nothing. Sweetheart? Her body was bowed back, her lips pulled back, teeth bared in a tight grimace. The elegant neck I wanted to nuzzle was distorted with distended muscles as her head pulled back at a grotesque angle. Why the fuck didn't anyone tell me she has a problem with seizures? Fuck. I knelt down next to her, close enough to feel her body heat. She felt like a fucking furnace. She pumped body heat like she was trying to single-handedly warm the cabin during the harshest winter on record. Kaima. A slight quaver caught at the end of her name. I cleared my throat. A choked moan slid from her throat as her eyelids opened the slightest degree. I got down as close to her as I thought safe and got right in her eyeline. What can I do to help you? Breath heaved through her clenched lips, puffing gently against my cheeks. Another low moan slithered between her lips. Fuck, sweetheart, I can't understand you. I punched my hands into the floor next to her body. I've got you on the shower curtain. Can I pick you up and move you to your bed? I swear not 1 inch of my skin will touch yours. Another incoherent moan. Can you blink? Moan. Blink once for yes, twice for no. She blinked once. Thank Gaia. Can I pick you up with the shower curtain? Another single blink. Within seconds, she was in my arms. My racing heart slowed as soon as she was cradled against my chest. I felt like I could fucking breathe again. I started across the living room. The key code panel standing guard at her door stared at me with its steady red eye. Fuck. I'm gonna take you to the couch. I don't know the codes to your suite. I looked down and saw her blink again. Okay. 5 steps to the couch, big enough to hold a small sports team. I was loath to let her go. Her body was still taut, head and legs thrust behind her, hands clenched tight by her sides. I angled her to lay on her side. If she started puking again, I didn't want her to choke on it. What can I do? I asked again as I made sure she wouldn't fall off the couch. I pushed the last pillow under her belly, tilting her up the smallest fraction. She said nothing, didn't moan. Silence greeted me. I looked at her face. Her eyes were completely closed. After a couple minutes of fear-wrenched breathing, I watched as her body finally seemed to dissolve into the furniture. Like snow melting in the sun, she defrosted before my eyes. Wrapping the edge of the curtain around my hand, I brushed the hair off her face. With a wrinkle of her nose, she turned her head to the side. I smiled at the purely feminine motion. Batting at my hand, Kaima turned her face into the cushion and sank deeper into oblivion. Satisfied that she was going to be okay, at least for a little bit, I got up and moved back to the bathroom. I didn't want her to have any bad reminders waiting for her when she woke up. Crossing the threshold into the hallway bathroom, I looked into the toilet. Expecting to find the typical vomit, I was horrified to find what looked like an organ floating in the pinkish water of the bowl. I had to cover my own mouth and dart for the trash can before I emptied my own stomach.
Chapter 10. Kaima. I was stuck. My body was full of cement, and I was stuck at the bottom of a well. Opening my eyes, I could see a wavery slice of light, but it was so far away. My mind reeled as I tried to make sense of what was happening to me. I remembered the ritual. That was normal. Wait, something about the ritual had gone wrong, horribly wrong. A zing of electricity flashed through my tired and aching body. Tasting the coppery flavor of fear, my mind cleared in an instant. I'd touched him, without precaution, without ritual, without safeguards in place. And the biggest issue of all, the fucker had magic of his own. I was so screwed, so freaking screwed. Damn it, I'd known this was going to be a big fat failure. From the changed duration of the ritual, to him not playing by the rules. Hell, he hadn't even known what was going to happen. How the fuck did Mother and Father think this was going to be okay? They might have broken their golden goose. A harsh bark of laughter sounded in my brain at the very idea. That was something I knew they would never allow to happen. I pulled at the weight suffusing my body, pushing and shoving, using everything I could think of to get my leaden body to move, shift, twitch, anything. There. I could have sworn my toes moved. Forcing my attention to the lowest part of my body, I focused on my toes, which were painted my customary dark purple. I brought the images of my toes into my mind. I mentally shaped each nail, touched each freckle, traced the length of each digit. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I concentrated. Panting, exhausted, I was about to give up, to lay here and let death take me. My big toe curled. Fuck yeah, I wasn't some pansy-assed sissy. I was Kaima freaking Foya. Suck it, douchewads. Wiggling my big toe around in circles, side to side, up and down, anything to keep the motion going. Soon my other toes joined in on the fun. Wanting to get the rest of my body in on the groove fest, I popped my favorite dance song into my mental player and cranked the volume up as high as it would go. In my mind's eye, I watched as my booty bumped and dipped. I swung and sashayed across the room. My feet stomped and my legs twirled. My arms swayed and my fists pumped. Boom, boom, shake and twirl. Boom, boom, drop it and lock it. There we go, girl. Damn, I look good. Slapping the song on repeat in my head, I danced myself around the invisible room like I'd done millions of times before. This time, I didn't even need to disable the ever-watching cameras that tracked me like I was an experiment. I was free. Well, in theory, I was still trapped in my own body. My right leg and my left arm escaped the weight holding me captive. I shook and waved the limbs that were free. They didn't move very much, but damn it if I didn't care. I could move them. I giggled at the idea of the sight I must make to Ransom. With the next thought, I also didn't give two flying fucks what he was thinking. Another round of the song, another body part came loose. I blinked, the familiar room filling my vision. No longer watery and wavery, it was crisp and clear, like looking through brand new eyes. From my place on the couch, I could see the pits and etches in the stone fireplace, see the pores of the grout, see individual fibers in the wood on the grate. An awful smell assaulted my nose as I took in the rest of the room with new eyes. Like a bloody battle had been waged and lost. It smelled like the bodies had been left to rot in the sun. It was so thick in the room it coated my tongue, thickened in my throat. Gagging on the smell, I pushed my face into the cushion. Bad idea. It smelled like what I assumed sweaty man-ass stale sex and dirty feet smelled like. Lifting my face, trying to find some clean, fresh air, I toppled off the couch with a thud. Legs and arms weak, I crawled to the windows on the left side of the fireplace. Even my skin was sensitive. I swear I could feel the grain of the individual hardwood fibers, ground down into softness, pressing against my hands and knees. Holding my breath against the fetid stench invading my senses, I managed to crawl to the door. Blindly lifting a hand, I managed to hit the handle and fling my hurting body out into sunshine and clean air. I almost wept as the fresh air cleansed my body, inside and out. I lay on the deck like an acolyte before a goddess outstretched and prostrate. Letting nature warm and defrost my frozen heavy body, I fell asleep with the sun as my blanket.
Chapter 11. Ransom. Wiping my lips with the back of my hand, I stood up. An embarrassed smile pulled at my mouth. Good thing the guys weren't here to see that one. I turned on the faucet, leaned down, and took a drink from the stream. Swishing the water around in my mouth, I spit it out, repeating the process until my mouth no longer tasted like vomit. Getting a good grip on my stomach, I turned and examined what was in the toilet again. I covered my mouth and nose with one hand as I leaned over the edge of the sink. My brain couldn't figure out what my eyes were trying to tell me. Whatever Kaima had thrown up was actually pulsing in the water. Like a sluggish heart, it beat and throbbed, causing ripples in the shallow bowl of dirty chunk-filled water. There's no way she could still be alive after throwing up an organ, right? I took my phone from my pocket, switched it to video, and took a short shot of whatever that thing was. I would send the video to Atlas later. Right now, I needed to check on Kaima. Closing the bathroom door behind myself, I walked back out into the living room. The loud crack of my shoes on the hardwood floors reminded me once more of the house rules. I resolved to follow every single one of them. The pretty little healer had saved my life. The picture of her limp body floated through my mind. If that was the price she paid for healing, I now fully understood her desire not to be touched. It also explained the standoffish behavior in her parents' penthouse. I'm not sure I'd get too close to the people I healed, knowing they would end up causing me that kind of pain and agony. But yet she'd come, without question, without hesitation. She'd stepped into the void of my life and bridged the gap between surviving and thriving. She was my black-haired angel, an angel with rules set up to protect herself. I toed off my shoes. Picking them up, I took a short detour to my room and tossed them inside, not caring where they landed. I paced back to the couch where I'd left my tired and bruised savior. She was gone. Fuck. I looked around the room. The cushions were askew, one of the pillows thrown on the floor at the foot of the sofa. The shower curtain lay in a pile on the floor like an empty chrysalis. Birdsong brought my head up and around, much like a predator sensing something in the woods. I found the door standing open. Kaima and I were the only people at the house. How the hell it had come open if she was passed out cold? I stalked to the door, fists clenched. Grabbing a lamp from one of the side tables on the way, I ripped the cord from the wall with one harsh tug. Raising it like a bat, I edged to the door jamb. Looking out into the woods that surrounded the base of the mountains where the cabin sat, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Yet, anyway. Ever so slowly, I eased my head around the edge of the jamb. I turned a smidgen to see farther out into the yard. A splash of color had me looking down at the deck. Swallowing around the heart that was now lodged in my throat, I set the table lamp down and stepped through the door. Ah, Angel. I crouched down beside her prone form, amazed at the look of pure ecstasy on her face. My groin tightened. I wanted to be the one to put that look on her face. My jaw firmed, my mind set. She was going to be in my bed before our time together was over. Part of me wanted to keep her. The bigger part of me just wanted in her pants and her bed. When touching her sends her into fucking seizures. The head on my shoulders reminded me. I grimaced. The head between my legs demanded we find a solution to that pesky problem. I pulled my shirt off, needing a barrier between our skin, but unwilling to leave her alone on the deck by herself. I cursed the need for it. I was hungry to touch her skin, to see if it was as soft as it looked, to run my nose up the long line of her neck, nibble on her ear, run my lips over her breasts, nip her collarbone. The tightening in my crotch told me I needed a different line of thought if I was going to help her get back in the house. I wrapped my hand in my T-shirt and brushed her hair back from her face. The urge to sift the strands through my naked fingers yanked on my self-control. Clenching my teeth, I pulled my hand back as soon as I could clearly see her face. "Kaima." She wrinkled her nose. Damn, but that was cute. "Kaima." Her body twitched. Slowly, she brought her hand up to her face, raising her middle finger at me with her eyes still closed. I laughed, loud and husky. She almost died, and she's flipping me off for waking her up. Damn, but I liked her sass. Her father was an idiotic asshole who didn't know anything about the woman he called daughter. His laws. "Angel, what are you doing outside on the ground?" She mumbled something I didn't catch. I leaned in a little closer. One more time, with feeling. She wiggled that middle finger at me again. "Still waiting for that verbal answer," I goaded her. "The house stinks." My brows knit. The house smelled fine to me. The bathroom was a different story, but she shouldn't have been able to smell that from the living room. "What does it smell like?" "Blood, swamp ass, and old sex." One of my eyebrows winged up in surprised confusion. Those wouldn't have even made it on the list of things I smelled in the house, let alone the living room where she'd been laying down. "So you dragged yourself out here because it smells better than the house?" She nodded, her face still squished back against the deck. Turning on my heels, I surveyed the gigantic house. There were windows almost every 2 feet. If I could open them, I might be able to get the house aired out enough for her to come back inside. With my T-shirt at hand, I ran my fingers down her cheek. She recoiled. I flinched as I berated myself. "What the fuck did you think would happen, asshole? She almost died because she touched you. Just because you want to get better acquainted doesn't mean she does. Get your fucking head on straight." Shaking my head, I rose to my feet and stretched my arms over my head. I had to give it to her. The sun did feel good against my skin. Inhaling deeply, I took a moment to luxuriate in the soft heat. Kaima sighed near my feet. I looked down. Her eyes were open, and her gaze was tracing my body. "Look as much as you want, Angel. We're going to get very well acquainted later." Middle finger waving once again, she smiled. With another sigh, she closed her eyes and seemed to melt into the deck. I walked into the house and climbed the stairs to the left of the door. I'd get as many windows and doors open as possible so she could come back inside.
Chapter 12. Kaima. I woke up on the couch again. Damn man moved me around like I was a mannequin. Dusk had fallen. The looming shapes of the trees just on the border of the yard, stiff fingers spearing into the sky. When I was a kid, I'd been afraid of them. I thought something was trying to rise up from under the ground to come capture me. As an adult, I wished a mythical beast would come capture me, spiriting me away from the hell of my life. Those monsters had to have been better than the ones I called mother and father. "Shit," Ransom said from somewhere behind me. I pushed myself up on one arm, looked over the back of the couch. "What are you doing?" "You're awake." "No, I'm not. You're hallucinating." I laid back down. Wait. Are you feeling better? Does the house still stink like sweaty man-ass?" He leaned over the back of the couch into my line of view. "Yes, I'm feeling better." "Yes, the house still stinks," I said, my tone flat. He snorted. "I think I am hallucinating. Go back to sleep." I chuckled softly. "The house does smell better. How did you manage that?" A smile pulled at his mouth. It looked more like a frown from my upside-down vantage point. "I opened all the windows." I widened my eyes. "Damn, that's a lot of windows." "You aren't kidding," he shrugged. "I couldn't get the ones in your suite, though, so I have no idea what it will smell like in there." "I'm sure it will be fine." He wasn't going in those rooms, ever. I'd deal with whatever stank was in there on my own. "Thanks for opening the house, though." I tried to dig that steel spike out of my ass, but I wasn't sure I could trust this new open Ransom. No problem. You ready to eat? He patted his belly. I'm starving and was getting some cheesy noodles around. I found some sausage and cut it up to go with it. There is more than enough if you're hungry. I did a body scan. My stomach still felt queasy. I think I'll just have some bread or crackers. He nodded. I'll get you a plate. I got up from the couch, pulling the blanket around my shoulders. He'd put a blanket over me. Damn it. I needed him to stay the asshole. I wasn't sure I could resist nice ransom. Thanks, I called. My bladder told me I hadn't gone pee in way too long. I'll be right back. Make sure you wash your hands, he called without even looking up. Turd. I chuckled mentally as a plan developed. I came back out, made a big show of washing my hands at the kitchen sink. Fast like a cobra, I slapped them on his shirt. Huge wet spots formed in the shape of my hands. I finished drying them on a towel. He looked down at his chest, looked back up, scowled at me. I laughed. That wasn't what I had in mind. If you're giving orders, you should have been more specific. Not my fault you're not a good director. He opened his mouth, shut it. His eyes and smile were dark and sexy. I'll remember that. I gave him a crisp nod, ignoring the innuendo. Make sure you do. I settled in the corner chair closest to my suite. The salted crackers were open and sitting next to an empty plate and full glass of water. I smiled. Thanks. He dipped his head and took his own seat. We ate in silence. I hadn't gotten to eat a meal with anyone since my last ritual. It was nice, even without talking. Getting to be near someone else, to hear them breathing, I didn't feel so alone. So how did you determine your rules for the rituals? He asked after a while. My head tilted to the side. No one had ever asked me that before. I'm not sure. The no-touching one my parents gave me as a child after I'd been assessed. They thought I had some kind of seizure disorder. He nodded. I wouldn't doubt it from how you responded after you threw up. I was afraid you were going to keel over. So eloquently put, Mr. Kalefny, I said with a laugh. He looked up at me quickly, studied my face. Eventually, he gave me a laugh in return. Yeah, sorry. It did freak me out, though. His cheeks lost some color as he got quiet. His eyes slightly unfocused. I'm sorry about that. I reached out a hand across the counter. I stopped myself. What the hell am I doing? I pulled my hand back, set it in my lap. He shrugged. I'm just glad you're okay. He set his fork on the table, rubbed his belly. I'm feeling a little weird. Weird how? I held my breath. Had something gone wrong while I was inside his spirit landscape? I can't really explain it. Not good, not bad, but off. He rubbed his hands down his legs. I think I'm going to head to bed. He got up, looked at me. Good night, Kaima. I smiled. Night, Ransom. He nodded and turned towards his rooms. I continued to sit at the counter, relishing having something in my sensitive stomach. Something had been different about Ransom, but, for me at least, it was the feeling I got from him. I didn't feel like he'd designated me as enemy number one. Not for now, anyway. Something I'd done moved me off the hated list. I sighed. Here's hoping it lasted the remaining 9 days.
Chapter 13. Ransom. I pushed through the doors to my suite. I hadn't been lying to Kaima. There was something going on in my body, but it wasn't something I was familiar with. Crossing the few steps to the oversized bed, I fell face down, my feet hanging off the end. The whole day ran through my mind again. If Kaima reacted to every healing like she did today, I don't know that I would want her magic. The cost to benefits didn't really add up in my mind. But then again, I'd been called a cold-hearted bastard by more than a few exes. I laughed and curled up on my side. My legs and chest felt like they were growing, almost like the growing pains I got when I was younger. I looked at my legs and arms. Nothing looks different. I pushed the weirdness from my mind. I'd deal with whatever happened in the morning. Other than the weirdness, I honestly haven't felt this good in my entire life. I wanted to tell the guys, but didn't want to raise their hopes in case this was just a false positive. They deserved better than that from me. Hell, all of them were better men than me anyways. I wouldn't lead them down this path if I didn't know it would finally completely help them. As I lay there, I let myself wonder what living, truly thriving would look like in my life. I laughed softly. I'm not sure anything would change except not being wrecked with pain every fucking day. None of us had thought we would make it this far. Well, Saint had, but I swear that motherfucker had precognition of some kind. I was living a life I'd always dreamed of as a kid. Reality, though, was so much better than my childhood fantasies. This time I built my company instead of it being handed one. We built it, I should say. I definitely couldn't have done it without the others. As I drifted off to sleep, Kaima's face popped into my mind. Usually I would have had her under me in some kind of sex fantasy as soon as I saw her, even if only in my mind. This time, though, I pulled the mental image of her closer, curled it around me. Tucking my face into the space between her neck and shoulder, I fell asleep.
Chapter 14. Kaima. I heard a yell. A couple seconds later, there was a pounding at my door the next morning. "Give me a second." I pulled my shirt over my head as I yelled through the closed door to my suite of rooms. Tugging my long hair out from under the shirt, I stomped to the door. Yanking it open, I stared in shock at the mostly naked Ransom. From the ridged abs and bunched thighs, he looked good enough to eat. He also looked like he'd gained about 30 pounds of muscle since I saw him last night. Narrowing my eyes, "Why are you in your underwear in the living room?" He chuckled, the sound tugging at the feminine part of me. "I told you, I think something is happening to me." As I watched, he ran his hand over his abs. The muscles twitched and rippled with every lazy swipe of his hand. I had the almost overwhelming urge to trace my tongue in the wake of his hand. I shook my head. Touching him the last time had almost killed me. I didn't care how lickable his skin looked or how good he smelled. I wasn't getting that close to death again. "Molesting yourself is new? I'd have thought you'd be an old hand at it by now." I breezed by him into the living room. If I wasn't mistaken, it had sounded like he choked a little bit. I smiled as I made my way to the couch. A fire blazed, warming the cool interior. The house still smelled a little bit, but it wasn't trying to choke me this time around. "Thanks again." I nodded to the windows as I took a seat in the corner of the couch. Pulled the soft throw over my legs. "Thanks for healing me." He came around and sat at the far side of the couch, angling his body to face mine. He had a soft, sweet smile on his face. "Where was the grouch who told me my rules were stupid?" His words finally filtered through my thoughts. Shit. I felt my shoulders bunch up around my ears. "About that." "What?" He looked confused. He scratched absently at his naked thigh. I was mesmerized by the motion. The slight rasp of skin against skin. The flickering light of the fire turned his body to a golden paradise I wanted to wallow in. All of him seemed designed to dismantle my thoughts. Under the blankets, I gripped my hands together, digging the nails of one hand into the other. The bite of pain got my thoughts back on track. I cleared my throat. "I'm not sure I healed you. Not completely." Ransom stopped scratching. His dark blue gaze drilled into mine. "What do you mean by that?" My chest constricted. "Just what I said. Nothing worked the way it was supposed to. I didn't enter the ritual correctly. It was all wrong." I shook my head, my throat catching. Something else tickled my brain. "Not to mention, you have magic of your own." I glared at him now. He stared at me for a couple of minutes. The silence I was accustomed to. The naked man I was not. Growing up under constant surveillance, strict rules, and being locked away in my own home and job made sure that I didn't have experience with men. No intimate experience, anyway. The men who worked with me on the accounting floor certainly didn't look like Ransom Calefny. Granted, I'd not seen them without their clothes on, but I had a fantastic imagination. None of those men made my body both tight and strangely loose at the same time. Made my hands feel cool while my insides and belly burned. "Kaima?" I lost my damn focus again. "For the love of Gaia, could you put some clothes on, or at least cover up?" I shifted my gaze to over his head. He chuckled again. "I've already grown out of the clothes I brought with me." There are plenty of blankets around. I waved a hand over the room. And if you've grown out of all your clothes, why are you still wearing underwear? I held up a hand before he could answer. Don't answer that one. Heat rushed to my cheeks. His silence had my gaze dropping to meet his. A heated look filled his eyes. It made me feel warm, almost hot. Blanket, now! I shut my eyes. Cheeks as warm as the heat sliding through my lower belly. I knew when he got up as the couch cushions shifted slightly. I peeked through my lashes as he walked away. The flex of his ass made me want to take a bite. Just a little one, just enough to feel those muscles against my lips and tongue. The low, almost inaudible moan surprised me. I'd never thought, never imagined, that a man could have this kind of impact on me. I needed to get through the ritual, call my contact, and get the hell away from Ransom. I couldn't afford to touch him, and I definitely couldn't survive his touching me. "Is this better, Princess?" he asked from across the room. The down comforter from his bed draped over his body like a toga from old school days. A laugh trickled out of my mouth at the picture he made. "Sure is." He strutted to the couch like he was on a catwalk and dropped back into the far corner. "Now, tell me what you meant about the healing not being complete." I narrowed my eyes at his bossy tone. "Please," he added softly. I sighed. Everything about it was wrong. I saw colors. That's your magic. The colors were flashing and pulsing like some kind of rave party I see on the news. There was pain. I could actually see your pain. It felt like there was something else living and breathing inside of you. Ice caressed my veins as I remembered the feeling of being watched. I think it noticed me. I shivered. I looked at him. Instead of the heat that had burned in his gaze just moments ago, it now looked haunted. The dark blue of his eyes stark in his pale face. "Something is inside me." He made it a statement instead of a question. The fear was easy to hear and understand. I hurried to explain. It felt like that. Like I said, nothing about this ritual was normal. I didn't have my safeguards in place. I hadn't taken any precautions against the touching. I was wide open when I merged with you. I think something inside of you wanted to merge with me. The last came out as a whisper. A dark smile pulled at his mouth. "That's Gaia's honest truth." He ran a hand over his face, pushed it back through his hair. My sex contracted at his admission. I didn't know what to do with that. Thank the goddess we can't actually touch each other. "Let's start at the beginning. You said you saw colors, and that fact was abnormal, implying that you normally see no color, correct?" I nodded. "I see gray, a sickly pale gray." "The same shade of gray for every person you heal?" "There are some minute differences depending on the type of ailment or illness, but yes." "What kind of colors did you see with me?" "All of them. Neons, pastels, primaries, jewel tones. Some I don't have words for. When I see colors, that usually means you have magic of your own. You shouldn't be sick. You also shouldn't have made it past the pre-screen for seeker applications. I don't heal people who have magic." I shook my head. He was shaking his head, his expression closed down. He wasn't going to believe me about the magic. I swallowed, the sound loud in the quiet. Then there was the throbbing black vein that seemed to be in every fiber of your being, including your spirit. It felt like it was feeding off you. That was the part that freaked me out more than anything else. He looked confused. "But I feel great. I haven't felt this good my entire life. I have muscle. I feel like I could run a mile in the blink of an eye. My head doesn't hurt or throb. My body finally feels like what I've always wanted it to feel like. I've never—" He pinched his eyes closed. "Shit." I winced. "I'm sorry, I just don't know." He grimaced and opened his eyes. "Let's move on. You said something about safeguards and protections. What did you mean by that?" "I do a ritual before touching someone. It's meant to ground my own spirit before trying to merge with someone else's." "So you don't normally throw up organs?" I tipped my head to the side. "Organs? You haven't looked in the toilet where you chucked?" I wrinkled my nose. "Why the hell would I do that?" He laughed softly. "Good point. Come with me." He rose from the couch, held his hand out for mine. I wanted so badly to take his hand. My palm literally itched to wrap his hand in mine, to wrap myself in another person's arms. But just like the rest of my life, I was alone. He wouldn't be there once he was completely healed. He had a life, plans for that life, that didn't include me. I needed to remember that. I gave him a wistful smile and unfolded myself from the corner of the sofa. Wrapping the blanket tighter around my shoulders, I followed him to the hallway bathroom. He stepped through the door first and flipped on the light. I didn't know if it was normal or not. In the case that it wasn't, I wanted to make sure to keep it. Keep what? I asked from behind him. He moved out of the way. I looked down into the toilet bowl. An opaque crimson bubble bobbed softly in the water. Gross. That was my thought. I don't think I puked up any organs. I ran my hands over my body. I mean, I feel normal, other than smelling and seeing everything in high definition. What does that mean? I turned to look at him. From 3 feet away, I can see the pores on your face, the faint tracing of blood beneath your skin, the individual hairs of your eyebrows, and the stench in this room is about to make me chuck again. I backed out of the room, hand over my mouth and nose. He hurried after me. What kind of magic do you have, Kaima? It sounded as if he tripped a little while he followed me. Well, it was normal healing magic until I met you. I glared at him as I sat next to an open window, face lifted into the breeze. What kind of magic do you have, Ransom? Out of the corner of my eye, his blue eyes widened. Me? He laughed. I don't have any magic. You're the only person I've met that has even an ounce. Colors on the spirit plane mean you have magic, even if just a little. And besides, at least 10% of the world has magic. I rolled my eyes. There was no way I was the only magical person he'd ever met. My having magic is still up for debate. If I have it, I don't know it. And yeah, there might be 10% of the population with magic. But that doesn't mean I know any of that 10%. I sighed. I would bet all of my magic that Ransom had some of his own. Once again, my abnormality was shoved in my face. I just wanted to be normal, damn it. I've never met anyone like you before, at least in terms of what your spirit looks like. Most people are dull and boring. You look like a glow party from the early 90s. Ransom sat there, his face intense. So, he flipped out a finger for each point. You see color when you're trying to heal me. You have heightened senses. I'm feeling better than I've ever felt in my life, and growing out of my clothes like they were bought 2 sizes too small. Am I missing anything? Other than you having magic and me vomiting up weird bloody masses, nope. Think you covered it all. He smirked and flipped out 2 more fingers. So what do we do now? I want to eat. I'm freaking starving. I pulled the blanket tighter around my body. I barely managed to keep the fact that I wanted to eat him to myself. I bit my lip to keep the words from escaping. Where the hell had that thought come from? I know I'm touch-starved, but this constant nagging need was going to land me in deep shit. Shit that could kill me. I can help with that. Ransom turned and went to the kitchen. You cook? I rose and followed him, settled myself on a chair at the island bar. Yep, I'm not gourmet, but I can keep myself fed. Didn't your parents have chefs and staff? Ransom's shoulders tightened. Yes, they did. His voice sounded strained. But yet you cook? I asked softly. I do. Something more there, but now's not the time to go digging for it. Okay, what's your best dish? His shoulders relaxed. I make a mean grilled cheese sandwich. Got any tomato soup? I got up and went to the pantry. Please let there be tomato soup. I searched top to bottom, left to right. Boxes and jars, containers and packages. Not a single can of anything. Just as my hopes were dwindling, there it sat, almost tucked behind a box of crackers in a red box. A single lonely can of condensed tomato soup in red and white paper. My savior. I grabbed it, checked the use-by date, twisted my lips. Does soup go bad? How long we talking? He asked without looking at me. A month? He shook his head, his dark blonde hair glinting under the lights. Works for me. I handed him the can. Sounds perfect. Can I help? Please say no. Please say no. I really didn't need a witness to my first attempt at cooking. Sit there and talk to me. It won't take long. Thank you, Gaia. I settled into my chair. What do you want me to talk about? You. If I have to bare my soul to you, I think a little quid pro quo is in order. I smiled. That's not how this works. Ransom shot me a smirk over his shoulder. Indulge me. I snorted. I bet you say that to all the ladies. I sighed. There's not much to tell, to be honest. My life is more boring than watching molasses drip on a cold day. I know that's not true. Have any brothers or sisters? I wish. No, just me. Aunts, uncles, cousins. No again. Huh, okay. How did you become an accountant? I've always been good with numbers, and it was the only thing my parents would still be able to oversee while keeping me away from my coworkers. He turned toward me. You say some of the weirdest things. Care to explain? Should I tell him? Let him know that I had absolutely zero love for the two people who were my family? That they were my owners instead of my parents? I swallowed. Never before, in any of the 25 rituals I'd conducted, had someone asked about my life. The rituals had been specifically about the seeker. My life hadn't been of any interest. I was tempted. Gaia, was I tempted. The loneliness of my life yawned before me, stretching out in an endless loop of isolation and monotony. If I was going to abandon this life, might as well get started burning it to the ground. I settled my shoulders, lifted my chin. Except for coming here to the cabin, I've never been outside Foya Tower. The skillet Ransom had been heating clattered to the stovetop. Seriously? He turned fully to face me. Seriously. How is that even possible? My parents are overprotective? I shrugged. Now that I was on the brink of sharing my story, I wimped out. But you're 28. You're an adult. My laugh was dark. No, I'm a commodity. I don't understand. I don't either. Not really. Put it this way. My parents learned I had magic when I was 3. They had me tested and discovered I had a lot of magic in the healing realm. Since that discovery, I've been secreted away with tutors, magical and mundane. No part of my life has gone unsupervised. But what about when you go to work? Surely they can't watch you all the time there. The look of horrified shock on his face broke through my restraint. I gave another harsh laugh. But yet it happens. I'm escorted to and from my apartment to my office. There, I'm locked in a glass office, open to everyone on 3 sides. I have one wall to my back. Even my office furniture is glass or see-through. He stared at me, his mouth hanging open. I shot him a grim smile. To top it off, I'm locked in both my apartment and office. My office supervisor and my parents' lackeys have the codes. I'm supervised for bathroom breaks, lunch, everything. And it all happens in Foya Tower, the building my parents own. The horror on Ransom's face made me want to cry and shout and hide and fling my arms wide and spin in circles at the same time. Finally someone understood what my life had been. Someone who didn't owe allegiance to my parents. Someone who saw me as a person, a human being. Ransom spluttered. I don't know what to say. I shrugged. You don't have to say anything. I know how fucked up my life is. Damn it, I still needed to be careful. Once I disappeared, I needed to do it without a trace. Leaving hints in Ransom's mind wasn't something I could afford. I gave him a weak smile. Want to know anything else? He shook his head. I'm going to go sit by the fire. He nodded, still saying nothing. Pity softened his face. My smile hardened. I didn't need anyone's damned pity.
Chapter 15. Ransom. I couldn't believe it. Didn't want to believe it. But the look on her face told me her story was true. Her parents were her slave owners. That explained her father's remark about her only having the thoughts he gave her, and why her mother had dismissed her from the dinner. They didn't see her as real, just a thing to parade in front of others, make her perform tricks and then put her back in her cage when she finished. I felt my blood start to heat, my fist clenched around the skillet handle. Those bastards, they pimped her out for mind-boggling sums of money, not a penny of which she saw. I would bet my own meager fortune. I'm just glad they don't pimp her out for sex. I stopped that train of thought before it could go any further. Not even my life had been that bad, and my life sucked ass. I gritted my teeth. Soon that life would be nothing but a memory. But Kaima's. After this ritual, she would go back to that prison. Her entire life depended on her parents. I shuddered. I finished putting dinner together in short order. No garnish, no pageantry, but at least it would be filling. "Soup's on, Kaima." "Coming." Her voice sounded sleepy. I watched as she sat up from the couch, her black hair tousled and a little crazy. I set out the bowls and plates, added silverware, and got her a glass of water. There was nothing else in the house to drink. She sat down, leaned over the bowl, and inhaled deeply. "It smells delicious." "Even with that new sniffer?" "Yes, thank Gaia. I was afraid it would ruin dinner." "Dig in." I waved her on. I watched from the opposite side of the island as she dug into her food. The faces and noises she made pulled at my groin. I was beginning to think I was getting addicted to this woman. "This is wonderful, Ransom, thank you." She smiled up at me. A dab of tomato soup stuck to the corner of her mouth. Without thinking, I reached out and wiped it off. She jerked away, looking at me with huge eyes. Fuck. I watched her, my eyes wide. She hadn't gone still as a statue yet. Did that happen immediately last time? Fuck. I don't know. Her cheeks lost some color as her pale, silvery eyes widened, and she looked up at me. Words started pouring out of my mouth.
Chapter 16. Kaima. I sat there in shock, my heart in my throat. I couldn't blink, afraid to even breathe. "Fuck, Kaima. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Are you in any pain? What can I do? Fuck, fuck, fuck." He pulled his hand back and had it behind his back before the words tumbled out of his mouth. I did a scan of my body. Nothing. No pain, no dizziness, no narrowing vision. Nothing. I wet my throat with a quick drink of water. I had to swallow. "Do that again." "What?" He looked like he hadn't heard me right. A hysterical laugh threatened to close my throat. I lifted my hand, gave him the come-ahead gesture. "I'm not touching you." I must be going crazy because it almost sounded like he was sad about that fact. "You didn't hurt me." I shook my head. "Do it again, please." I edged my face forward the tiniest degree. He was shaking his head. "The last time we touched, you ended up vomiting and passing out. Call me crazy, but I'm not really in the mood to repeat that performance." "But you just touched me, and it didn't hurt. Please, Ransom, please." I heard the waver in my own voice. Could feel the cruel hope building in my chest. My hands and feet were tingling with the idea that I could touch another living being without consequence. He shook his head again and backed up to the far counter. "Guess I'll just have to touch you then." My lower belly squeezed. A spear of heat shot straight through my body, settling in my sex. I moved from the chair and began stalking around the island. I marveled. I could smell the heat pumping off his body that hadn't been there even 10 seconds ago. It mixed with the scent of food, but not in a bad way. I licked my lips. I wanted more of it, of him. I moved forward as he backed away, my eyes trained on the pulse at his throat, the way his throat worked, and how his eyelashes twitched as he watched me. Tilting my head, I heard a fast pounding rhythm that had to be his heart. Lifting a hand to my chest, mine was still steady, if picking up the pace just a little. Ransom held up a hand to ward me off. "Kaima, no. You've got to stop this. This is insane. You're going to hurt yourself, and I don't want to be the weapon you used to do it." His words washed through me like a bucket of ice water. Jerking to a halt, I blinked and shook my head. Just like that, all of my senses went back to normal. When I looked at him again, I could see that he was frightened, turned on, and serious. But that was it. What the hell is wrong with me? Spinning on my heel, I shot toward my suite. "Good night." I slammed the door behind me. His voice trailed after me, but I forced myself to not listen. Running the last steps to my bedroom, I stripped as I made my way to the bathroom. Turning the knob in the shower all the way to the hot side, I stepped in without waiting for the water to warm. Something is wrong with me. I shuddered under the freezing torrent, clenching my arms around myself. Over the pounding of the water in the shower, I heard the muffled beating against the suite door. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I tipped my head back against the back of the stall and wept.
Chapter 17. Ransom. I needed to get my head examined. The woman had been stalking me, fucking stalking me around the kitchen, and I had scuttled back like she had the plague. The skin I'd wanted to touch and taste had been within my grasp, and I turned into a fucking saint. Banging my fists against the solid wood door, I lowered my head to the surface. Kaima, come on, talk to me. No answer. Shit. I turned and slid down to my ass, back against the door. All I could see was her convulsing body as she emptied herself into the toilet that looked like it held a piece of her internal organs. I squeezed my eyes closed, rubbing my fingers against them. The scene played out in my mind again. The taut body bowed back like a crescent moon. The pale skin that held none of the life I'd come to expect of her honeyed tones. The blank eyes. I won't be the one to cause that again. Not in this lifetime. But what if she was right? What if my touch doesn't hurt her anymore? I knocked my head back against the wood. Hard shit. I sucked at arguing with myself. Leaning down, I glared at my lap. Not going to happen. We protect her from us, not help her hurt herself. End of discussion. I adjusted my dick. I'm pretty sure he wasn't listening to me anyway. I don't know how long I sat there, but eventually the light that filtered out from under the door shut off. The silent stillness of a sleeping house engulfed me. Shifting, I drew the blanket from my shoulders and wrapped it around my body as I settled on my side on the floor in front of her door. She had to come out eventually. I knew immediately that I'd called them. Well, the fuck, Ransom? Tarek spoke through my mind. Bro. Sane's deep voice sounded like distant thunder. About friggin' time, man. Asher added. We ready to go? Asher, you dickhead. He just got here. No way he's ready, Xander said. You don't know that. You're not there. Shut it, both of you. Atlas silenced them. A beat of silence. Ransom, why'd you call us? I gritted my teeth. I hadn't meant to. I hadn't reached out in my sleep in longer than I could remember. There have been some developments. I gave them a rundown of the last couple days, careful to keep Kaima's changes to myself. We needed the full 10 days for our own plans. I was supposed to stall as long as possible. We couldn't move on my father's company early. It would all fall apart if I left this house too soon. The fuck, man? Tarek said. The man used a limited vocabulary, but his point was always crystal clear. I know. I sent them a mental image of my physical changes. Damn, when can this bitch pump me up? Asher asked. Shut your fucking mouth, Ash. You don't touch her. I growled, actually baring my teeth. As soon as I realized it, my mouth fell back into its normal lines. What the hell is wrong with me? Defending a woman against one of the guys? What was happening to me? Something we should know about, Ransom? Saint asked quietly, a calm breeze over the storm of emotion. I pinched my brow. She saved my life. Almost killed her to do it. I won't have her disrespected, not even by us. What do you mean almost killed her to do it? Saint asked. The man absorbed information the way others absorbed sunlight. Fuck. Exactly what I said. She almost died healing me. I bit the words off angrily. If she's not actually dead, why you so butthurt? Asher was going to get his ass beat when I caught up with him. Just watch your mouth, Ash. Jeez, crawl up my ass, why don't you? Are we still on schedule? Atlas asked, always to the point. Yeah. She said the healing might not be complete. We have the full 10 days, even if I have to keep her here until that time. I purposely didn't mention the fact that she thought I had magic. I still wasn't sold on the whole idea. Good. Get some sleep, you're gonna need it. Alice disconnected the mental call. One by one, the rest of the guys called it a night as well. Shit. I rubbed my brow. It took me forever to fall back to sleep.
Chapter 18. Kaima. Ah! I crashed to the floor as I walked out of my room the next morning. What the hell, Kai? Ransom growled near my feet. What the hell are you doing sleeping across my doorway? There's a perfectly good oversized bed in your room. Adjusting my sleep tank back around my boobs, I pulled my feet free of his blankets. My boy short panties were riding up my butt now, too. Jerk. You didn't come back out yesterday. I fell asleep waiting for you. His palm was on my ankle, rubbing gently over the bone. Warmth broke out under my skin. It felt so good to be touched. I stilled, not wanting to scare him away. His fingers were just a little rough as they traced my ankle over and over. The heat built where he touched me. Soon it became a bonfire, one that threatened to blaze out of control. No, damn it. I almost cried out as my leg felt like it was being scorched from the inside out. I must have made a noise because Ransom pulled his hand away as if he could feel the flames licking at my skin. He glared at me. I told you I wouldn't help you hurt yourself. He pushed up from the floor, catching his blanket at his waist. Wait, Ransom. I tugged on the blanket. I held up my hands in surrender when he growled low in his throat. Hear me out. He studied me. Please. A single nod. I licked my lips. Yes, having your skin on mine was beginning to hurt. He turned away, a flash of pain on his face. Wait, Gaia, you are so stubborn. Just listen. He stopped, not turning back to me. It was beginning to hurt, but not in a way I didn't like. I scooted around him so I could look up into his face. I mean, at the end it did. I couldn't take it anymore. But before that point, it was good. That's never happened to me. Ever. Explain. His dark blue gaze didn't move from mine. I wet my lips as my heart started to race. I needed to make him understand, but I still didn't really understand it myself. I took a deep breath. In the past, whenever I touch someone, I'm immediately pulled to the spirit plane. I've never had a choice. You know that. I looked up at him. He nodded. Okay, these last 2 times you've touched me, I've stayed here. I could feel the tears gathering in my eyes. I stayed in my own body, my own mind. He just watched me. No emotion, no expression. Just coldly watched me. I was such an idiot. Dropping my head, I stood up and made my way back through my suite door. The one man I could touch, and he was appalled by the idea. That would be how my luck ran. He grabbed my hand, pulling me to a stop. Unable to bear his expression, I relished the contact without looking up at him. Again, warmth broke out under my skin where he touched me. He pulled me backwards with a hard jerk. With a yelp, I landed in his arms. My entire right arm was touching his bare abdomen. Shivers and chills pebbled my whole body. I turned in his arms, leaving as much of my skin against his as I could manage. The blanket caught between our lower bodies, prevented me from feeling his skin with my legs, but I would take what I could get at the moment. Soft fires ignited wherever I came into contact with him. I looked up into his eyes, my head tipping all the way back. Can I? My voice trailed off as a different kind of heat brushed my cheeks. What? Lowering my head, I shook it. I was brave and kick-ass. I was going to escape my parents and the existence of slavery I'd been trapped in all my life. I would take what I wanted. Taking a deep breath, I leaned forward. Pressing my lips to his chest, I almost pulled back when he groaned. His hands came up and cradled my head against him. With a sigh, I closed my eyes and explored his chest. The shallow valley between his pecs, the hard nubs of his nipples, the pebbled skin near his collarbone. The sounds he made had my core clenching. Way too soon, the heat grew until it raged like a wildfire. My fingertips, my lips, my scalp felt like it was being slowly burned from the inside out. No, not yet. I tried to hold on, push my way into the flames to see if I could emerge on the other side. Just as I was about to go up in a billow of smoke and ash, I thrust my hand against his chest, shoving with all my strength. He fell back a step, his eyes and lips heavy with arousal. With a growl, he reached for me again. Feeling like the worst kind of tease, I backed up a step. "You've got to let me settle down. I'm burning up." His face cleared. "You're not the only one." He gave me a raw chuckle. A tug on my heart. "That was okay?" A spark of embarrassment blazed in my cheeks. "I mean, you liked it?" "Come back over here and find out for yourself." He raised a hand in welcome. It was my turn to moan. That was super corny, but I'm not gonna lie. I loved it. I waved my hands in the air like I was trying to catch someone's attention from across the room. His eyes widened. "Wait, you meant you were burning as in literal burns and fire?" he asked as he stepped closer. I whimpered and nodded, arms still flinging about in the air. "Fuck, Kai." He made sure to only touch my abs that were covered by my shirt as he pushed me back into my room. "Where are we going?" I asked, almost in tears. "Shower, now." He gave me a slight push to get me going. I turned and raced through the room, my body aflame. Slapping my hand against the handle, I flicked it to cold and stepped under the freezing torrent for the second time in less than 24 hours.
Chapter 19. Ransom. I could have sworn I not only felt but heard the fire being extinguished in her as soon as she stood trembling under the cold water. Looking at her soaking wet had me pushing her farther into the shower and stepping in behind her. Might as well cool some of my own flames while we were at it. I'd been with a lot of women, but nothing had turned me on harder or faster than having Kaima kiss my chest. Every hesitant graze of her lips shot fingers of fire to my cock. Every timid lave of her tongue had tightened my balls. I hadn't been lying when I told her that she could come check out if what she'd done was okay with me. I closed my eyes as I imagined showering her all fucking day and night. "Are you okay?" she asked. I opened my eyes, shot her a wry smile. "Except for my balls turned into icicles? Yeah. Peachy. Why?" She giggled. "You look like you're in pain." "I redirect you to my prior statement." I traced a finger over her mouth. "Your lips are turning blue. How are those flames and burns treating you?" "They're gone now." A hungry look entered her eyes as her gaze flicked to my lips. Even standing in the freezing cold water, I felt my body react to the lust in her eyes. I reached out, grabbing her waist over her tank. The wet tank that was molded to every sexy inch of her torso. One of the few times I would be thankful for cotton covering a body. She squirmed in my hands. Her light gray eyes swept up and captured mine. Keeping my gaze locked with hers, she leaned forward and boldly swiped her tongue up my peck. My fingers gripped her tank, pulling her body into mine. I smiled. This was going to be the best kind of torture. Kaima slid one of her long, silky legs up and over my hip, the band of my underwear a thin, wet barrier. I groaned as she pulled herself up my body. Bracing both hands on my shoulders, she clasped her legs around my hips. Spinning, I pushed her against the back of the shower stall. The heat from her cunt scalded me, lighting a fire in my own body. The dick that had shrunk in the cold water came back, harder and thicker than before. Resting my cock against the wet fabric guarding her pussy had both of us moaning. I rubbed against her, short bursts that had her opening the slightest bit. I could feel her clit pressing against my cockhead. Squinting through the water trailing down my forehead and into my eyes, I thought I saw a shine in hers. Blinking rapidly, it was gone before I could be sure. "Please," she asked, her voice barely louder than the spray against my back. "Please what, baby?" I needed her to tell me what she wanted, that she wanted this as much as I did. Pink rode her cheeks as she dipped her head. With an exaggerated eye flick, she let me know what she wanted. I would have laughed if the need to hear the words, heavy with want, come from her lips hadn't gripped me by the throat. I wouldn't accept anything less than her full surrender. "Use your words, Kai." She growled at me. The sound had my hips jolting forward, increasing the contact between us. Her legs crimped around my hips as I brushed her cloth-covered clit again. Moans filled the air. I didn't know where mine started and hers ended. Kaima leaned forward and bit my lower lip. But as she leaned back, I noticed her wince. She raised her hands from my body, lifted them to the water, grating breaks in the spray against my back. Fuck, I was hurting her. The bottom of my stomach dropped out. I pulled at her legs quickly, careful to keep the contact of our skin as brief as humanly possible. I set her away from me, then reversed our positions in the stream once more. The cool water splashed in her face and sluiced down her sexy body. I needed to get out of here, away from temptation. Cold shower or not, she could get a rise out of me. I lowered my head, glaring at my dick. Not today, pal. I think I can get out now, she said, her blue-tinged lips shivering. A smile pulled at my lips even as my body tightened in protest. Let's get you dry and warmed up. I shut off the water. Our shivering breaths loud in the sudden quiet. I stepped out first and grabbed a towel off the rack for her. Thrusting it behind me without looking, I grabbed a second towel and strode from the room. I needed to get my head on straight before I lost control again.
Chapter 20. Kaima. Hair scraped back in a high ponytail, shrouded in layers of clothes, I huddled under 3 blankets next to the roaring fire Ransom had built while he waited for me to come out of my room. I couldn't stop the shivers and trembles that racked my body. I should be warm. Hell, I should be roasting. But I felt cold to my bones. Even my soul felt frozen. Ransom brought me a bowl of steaming tomato soup. Here, try this. It should help warm you from the inside. He was careful to keep his skin from touching mine. A piece of my heart shriveled. Thank you. Okay, there has to be a reasonable explanation for all this. He sat on the floor across from me, a bedsheet wrapped around his waist. Another sheet covered his top half. As much as I hated it, I was thankful he'd covered up. My face almost inside the bowl of steaming soup, I made a noise that he should keep talking. All right, what do we know about healing magic? He looked at me, his dark blue eyes serious. It's used to heal people. I hid my smile behind my bowl. He rolled his eyes at me. Thanks, Sherlock. Nothing getting by you. Do you know anything else about it? I did, but I couldn't tell him. That would be handing a new jailer the keys to my prison cell. But for the purposes of this conversation, I'd never experienced anything like this before in my life. I just shook my head. He huffed a sigh. Do you mind if I call some close friends? They could do some research for us. I wrinkled my nose. I'd rather you didn't. Success. No stuttering on that one. Maybe I was just catching a cold? That's fair. Do you have a computer here? I could do some research. I shook my head. No, nothing like that. Other than phones, which don't have good reception, there is nothing that links to the outside world here. Ransom studied me. By your design or your parents? I worked on focusing on my soup. He growled. What could I say? Sorry? I wasn't apologizing for my captors. I'd done absolutely nothing wrong. He cleared his throat. I brought my gaze back to him. A line of red decorated his cheekbones. What? What if I told you I could contact these people without the use of technology? I felt my mouth drop open in stupefaction. You're telepathic? I can neither confirm nor deny the claim. His face shut down. But you said you didn't know any magical people, that you weren't magical. Telepathy falls under magic. Had he been lying to me this whole time? A queasy feeling set itself up in my stomach. The soup didn't look so appetizing now. His gaze drilled into mine. I swear I'm not lying to you. He cleared his throat. I'm going to reveal something to you. You would be the only person outside of a very small trusted group who knows the truth. If for some reason this truth becomes known to others, it will be very easy to track where the leak came from. Are you willing? Ransom's voice had all the warmth of a legal disclaimer. His expression was shut down, and there was none of the sparkle in his eyes that I'd come to expect. I tipped my head to the side as I studied him. He was willing to share. I had absolutely no one to share any kind of secret with, nor would I if he could help me understand what was going wrong with me. I'm willing, I nodded. A look of hesitation crossed his face before his eyes lost their frost and went unfocused. I waited. He just sat there. Is he kidding me right now? That huge build-up just to check out on me? Something buzzed near the back of my head. I fought to free an arm and brushed at it. It stopped, and I returned my arm to the warm cocoon. Ransom? Another buzz, this time on the other side of my head. I brushed at my hair again. There shouldn't be any bugs in here. I looked all around, trying to find the source of the buzzing. There was nothing. Now I'm going crazy. I started to put my arm back under the blankets when it started again. "Where the hell is that coming from?" I blurted. Throwing off the covers, I shot to my feet, grabbing a magazine from the end table and rolling it into a tube. "What are you doing?" Ransom asked as I stalked across the room, weapon at the ready. "There's something buzzing around my head. I'm going to kill it dead." Something flickered out of the corner of my eye, drawing my focus to the windows. I darted in that direction. "Come here, my pretty. I promise to make it fast." I checked each sill and around the door. "Kai? Shush, I'm stalking my prey." There it was. A fat, hairy fly was nestled on the farthest windowsill. It was still there. I lifted my arm, magazine at the ready. Something buzzed by my head. I was still watching the fly. "What the hell?" I smacked the fly with the magazine. It fell to the ground, apparently long dead. I turned to Ransom. His eyes were wide, his mouth hanging open in surprise. Yeah, my crazy had no bounds. Get over it. "Does it feel like this?" His dark blue eyes went a little unfocused. The buzzing returned. You're doing the buzzing?" I asked. His gaze sharpened. "You can feel that?" I rubbed at my hair. "Yes. What the hell are you doing to me?" "I was contacting my group." "With what? Long-distance radio transmissions?" I sulked back to my bed of blankets and curled into their warmth. He huffed a laugh that ended on a sigh. "Basically." I stared at him. "I was joking." "I know, which makes it that much funnier. About 10 years ago, my friends and I pooled our resources and built a technology research and development company." I stopped fiddling with my blankets and watched him. "You're so young. What, you didn't have enough to do at your dad's firm, so you started your own while you were still in college?" His lips twisted. "Something like that. Anyway, around 7 years ago, technology made the leap we'd been waiting for. Wearable tech became commonplace. 5 years ago, technology could run third-party apps and run different software. 2 years ago, we were approached by a developer. Implantable technology. You're carrying a phone inside your head? More like a two-way radio with a set frequency." I shook my head. "So you can only contact certain people who are set to the same frequency and have the same implant." He nodded. "Unbelievable." "It's still highly experimental." I gaped at him. Were these people idiots? If it's experimental, why did you get it implanted into your head? What about cancer? Bad tech? Tissue erosion? Long-term allergies? Alloy erosion? I curled my fingers into fists with the urge to beat the shit out of him. I wasn't going through all the pain of healing him just so he could kill himself early with untried technology. Ransom chuckled. "All of those things are being monitored by not only the doctor in our group, but also the development team. We're hoping for a limited distribution in the next 3 years. But why do I feel you using the tech? Shouldn't that have been adjusted for? It kind of loses its covertness if other people can tell you're using it." I wasn't even a scientist, and the thought had occurred to me. Hopefully their brain trust was smarter than me. "You're the first to have noticed. Believe me, the doctor in our group wants to get his hands on your brain." He flashed me a smile that was more teeth than humor. "You sweet talker, you." I rolled my eyes at him. "That's not going to happen." I had plans that didn't include becoming a science experiment. "I've already told him that. I feel like I owe you with how well you've healed me already. I'll do whatever I can to protect you, Kaima. You can trust me." My stomach clenched. "But the healing isn't stable or complete, I know. But you've already done more for me in less than 48 hours than years of work with other healers. I'll always be eternally grateful to you." I just stared at him. He'd changed my life, too. Not enough for me to share my plans, but enough to give me hope of a brighter future. "I'm glad I could help you. I'll feel even better if I can make the healing changes complete and permanent." "I'd definitely like that, too." He smiled at me, the edges of his eyes crinkling. I cleared my throat. "I've got some theories on that when you're ready." He nodded. "Great. We'll get to that in a second. My group says I can share the information with you." I laughed. "Well, that's good, since you just told me about it." "Touché. But now we can get them started on research for your magic. We have access to some pretty exclusive libraries and people. I just need a good direction to point them." "Oh, right. How to do this without sharing everything?" "I was tested by MagCorp when I was 3. I couldn't tell you who my assessors were, but it should be part of my medical record. I can sign whatever you need for you all to access it." Ransom smirked. "I'll have you sign something if it comes to that, but I'll tell the guys where to start searching. Do you have anything else that could help them?" Tipping my head to the side in thought, I squeezed my eyes closed. There was something tickling my brain, but I couldn't quite grab the whole thread of it. "Sing me something." Silence, then. "Excuse me?" "I've almost got a big thought, but I need something to distract me so I can catch it. Sing me something." I rolled my hand in the air. Come on, anything. I don't care." Okay." The first few notes of a popular song floated on the air. "Keep it coming." My head bobbed along to the tune. "He's pretty good. Nice timbre, good pitch." He slides up. "Elevators!" The song stopped. "You want my guys to research elevators?" I opened my eyes on a laugh. "No, I do word associations for information I need to keep secret. Since I can't write anything down in case someone else finds it, I've had to develop a pretty elaborate way of keeping info organized in my brain." His jaw clenched and he grumbled under his breath. "I didn't catch that." I leaned forward. "It wasn't nice. Tell me about elevators." He waved me on. "Okay, then. Elevators go up and down. Sometimes they fall." "Yes, they do. Good job, sweetheart." He went to pat my head. I kicked at him. Some Adun dude back in the day invented them. His name was Siemens. Another dude, Ayashiron, invented the safety thingy that keeps them from plummeting into the ground if the cable snaps. Said dude's name is Otis. "Don't really care about the history of elevators, Kai." I glared at him. Otis is an acronym. O something, T something, Iron Serpent. Or maybe Snake. Something to do with things that slither. I shuddered. Bugs and snakes were big no-goes for me. His eyebrows were climbing into his hairline. "You want me to send them on the hunt to find something that may or may not be about iron snakes? Sure it wasn't zebras or gorillas." He didn't have to be a jerk about it. Rude. I saw it on my father's office desk one day a couple of years ago. I don't remember most of what it said, but there was a big emblem on the top left of the page. Looked kind of like the healing staff with serpents, but not quite. He was still looking at me like I was crazy. "You have a doctor friend. Ask him." I crossed my arms. See if I helped him again, the douche. His eyes went unfocused and the buzzing started in my head again. That was going to get really annoying. I rubbed at the side of my head. His gaze followed the movement. Well, part of it. His eyes seemed to get stuck at breast height. I took a deep breath, pushing my boobs out, and lifted my other hand to my hair. He gulped, then winced. Slamming his eyelids closed, he took a deep breath.
Chapter 21. Ransom. "Damn, man, no wonder you're getting all riled up about her," Asher exclaimed with a low whistle. I had meant to send them the mental image of Kaima's tits. But, guy, they look so damn good, even under the layers of shirts. Just the size to fill my palms with a little left over for my lips and tongue. "Caduceus," Dr. Atlas said, pulling everyone back on point. The winged staff with 2 serpents is called the caduceus, typically seen as the emblem of the medical profession. I slammed my eyes shut. I couldn't afford to get sidetracked right now. Not even for the 2 things I wanted to touch the most. "Ransom?" Kaima said, pulling my attention back to her for a moment. I held up a finger for her to give me a minute. I told them about the possible acronym, but didn't hold out much hope for anything to come back from that. "I finally found her file, Ransom. Kaima Rosalinda Foya. Age 28, height of 5'6", weighted time of admission of 157. Xander, hacker extraordinaire, added. "Damn, baby got back," Asher said. "I'll get him under control, Ransom," Saint said. "Thanks, Saint. Either that or we're down a member." "Nah, all his shares revert to me. If you want to knock him off, let me know." Xander added. Bitches be hatin', Asher added. Back to her medical records, Xander interrupted. I had to get them from her father's secure server. They're not filed with Mag Corp or even the Foya's insurance company. According to both, she died when she was 11 during a family vacation. Are you fucking serious? I asked, furious. The info's right here. I've even got the signed death certificate, boss. Juan and Feria took a lump sum payment for her life insurance payout. A bloody $10 million. Fucking Juan and Feria. They declared their own daughter dead? Atlas asked, a soft note of curiosity coloring the tone. I'll tell you later. Everyone see what you can find with what I've given you. I've got to get back to her. You tap that, you tag me in when you're done. I call dibs, Asher said. I've got him, Ransom, Saint said before signing off. Saint'll beat the shit out of the little fucker, Xander said. It's Saint or me, he said. I'm out. I blinked, bringing Kaima back into focus. She had her elbows perched on her knees, hands intertwined under her chin. Her gaze was steady on my face. Oh, good, you're back. That took forever. You have no idea. Lining up research can take some time. I guess. Ready for my theories? Hit me. I settled back against the couch. Guy, I wish I had some real clothes. These sheets were getting way too warm. Okay, so not really theories, but I'd like to try something. She looked like she was holding her breath. I'm gonna need to hear the idea before I agree to anything. So untrusting, Ransom. It hurts me. She laid a hand over her heart, a snarky smile on her face. You're crushed, I can tell. I waved her on. I want to do a ritual with you. My body hardened in an instant. She wants to touch me. I can feel her skin, touch her in return. I swallowed. No, I wouldn't risk hurting her again without some kind of guards in place. Hear me out. She wrinkled her nose at me again. She added a glare to top it off. You're so damn bossy, you know that, right? Get used to it, sweetheart. Ransom, we need to figure out what's going on. This'll be the easiest and fastest way. No, we need to keep you safe. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. You keep getting hurt whenever you touch me. And didn't that fucking suck? We tried it, twice, I might add. You got hurt both times. I shook my head. No, not again. I didn't do any of my rituals. There are things I can do to protect myself, Ransom. Things that will make the repercussions not so bad. Why did you hesitate? I studied her face. She couldn't meet my gaze. The honey tones of her skin looked a little pale. You're holding out on me. You know what's wrong, don't you? I could feel the fury start low in my belly. No, she shook her head. No, I don't. I don't know what's wrong. You're right, I'm not telling you everything, but that's because those things have absolutely nothing to do with you. My stomach dropped as my throat started to close. I thought she'd trusted me, at least a little. I can't hurt you or help you with the knowledge. It literally concerns only me, she pleaded with me. Her pale, big gray eyes looked on the verge of tears. Her lower lip quivered almost imperceptibly. Then why won't you tell me? I had to know. I just trusted her with one of my biggest secrets. Hell, she trusted me enough to try touching me. She should be able to trust me enough with whatever this was, especially if she needed my help to fix whatever might be wrong with us. Her face fell as her shoulders slumped. She shook her head and let it drop to her chest. It felt like I'd been donkey-kicked in the chest. My eyes slid closed at the pain in my chest. Healing. Her voice trailed off. I held my breath as I waited, my belly in knots. She was going to trust me. I opened my eyes. She cleared her throat. Healing people like I do has a price. I had to lean in. She'd spoken so softly I almost didn't hear her. For every person I heal, I lose 6 months of life. My blood ran cold.
Chapter 22. Kaima. I was afraid to look up at him. He'd never let me look inside him now. Never let me touch him again. Damn it. It was my body, my choice. I should get to make the decision on how I lived and died. My resolve hardened. He could take it or leave it, but I was the one in control of my own life, for the first time, forever. No one else would get to make those decisions for me. Not ever again. I looked up, determination blazing in my eyes. He looked like he wanted to kiss me, vomit, and scream at me, all at once. A giggle escaped me. I slapped a hand over my mouth, eyes wide. His dark blonde eyebrows dropped low over his eyes. "What the fuck did you just say?" I repeated it. This time I said it with strength. I was the master of my own life. I'd heal as many fucking people as I want, and everyone else can just suck it. "I'm going to fucking kill your parents!" He rocketed to his feet, bedsheets waving in the wind. He stomped around the open space like a lion prowls a zoo enclosure, all coiled muscles and growls. He was muttering under his breath. My belly was full of bubbles and dandelion fuzz. Falling back onto the floor, I wrapped my arms around myself. Someone finally saw me, really saw me. Knew I had value, knew I had worth. I was more than just a thing, a commodity. I was so happy. I could die right now and it would be okay. Well, I'd need to make sure Ransom was completely healed first. But then I could die. No. Not happening. That isn't happening. I tuned back into the room around me, to the big man making plans without me. I jolted upright, ready to fight. "It's my life, Ransom. I can do what I want with it." "What?" He looked like he'd forgotten I was there. "I'm not talking to you." He waved me silent. I felt the buzzing in my head that told me he was talking to his group of guys. I sat on the floor, waiting for him to focus back on me. Minutes turned into an hour. Hours turned into most of the day. Ransom had gone into his room, shutting the door behind himself. At least I couldn't feel the buzzing of their secret conversations this far away from him. Those guys talked like a group of old women. Stretching, I got off the floor and went into the kitchen. While we hadn't been looking, dusk had fallen, turning the light a warm golden color. Searching through the stocked pantry, I studied my options. In the mood for carbs and lots of them, I grabbed a package of pasta and the jar of sauce. I read the directions carefully on each item before setting about my first foray into cooking. Ransom made it look easy enough. As water boiled, pasta cooked, sauce bubbled, I scrounged around for some garlic bread. The cabin was typically stocked with just about every possibility for the week of the ritual. Usually my seekers were the ones to do the cooking. But since Ransom was still locked away in his room, I figured I could do it. Living on my own was going to bring a lot of changes to my life. Feeding myself was definitely going to be one of them. I slathered the bread with the golden buttery goodness, drenching it. The pasta was still a little crunchy, but it would do. The sauce was a little scorched, but all in all, I was pretty pleased with myself. "Smells delicious out here," Ransom called, taking a huge sniff as he emerged from his suite. I looked up from the pans. "There's enough for you, if you want some." "Sure do." He walked around the kitchen island. Grabbing a plate, he leaned down and planted the softest, quickest kiss on my hair. I almost dropped my loaded plate. "What was that for?" "Because I wanted to." I nodded, at a loss for words. The man was going to give me whiplash with his rapidly changing feelings. "So we've been doing some planning," Ransom began. I lifted a hand. "I'm going to stop you right there. Unless you were making plans that didn't involve me, none of those plans are going to work. I'll be at the center of any planning that goes on that concerns my life." I stuffed my mouth with a big bite of pasta. Ransom gaped at me. I raised my eyebrows at him. What did he think, that I'd roll over and let them plan my life? I had enough of that with my parents. I wasn't about to let virtual strangers do it for me. He opened his mouth, shut it, opened it again, shook his head, closed it. "You're right. Let me run the plans we discussed by you, and you can decide which works best for you." Better. Not quite right, but definitely better. I got another bite to eat. Not too bad if I did say so myself. "Okay, plan A is to kill your parents." I spat pasta and sauce all over the kitchen island, coughing and hacking at the pieces that stuck in my throat. It was a couple of minutes before I could speak. "I'm a little scared of any other plans you idiots might have concocted." "We're not idiots, and the rest are a lot nicer than the first one." I snickered. "Thank Gaia for that." "Do go on." "First, did you know your parents had you declared legally dead at the age of 11? My brow furrowed. "Yeah, but how did you know that?" He gritted his teeth. "Xander. He's our hacker. If he can't find something on the internet, it's not there to be found. Okay, what does that have to do with the plan? Well, if your parents don't have a child, then they couldn't report it to anyone if you go missing. I stared at him. That was my plan, damn it. I narrowed my eyes. What? Why are you glaring at me? We stared at each other in silence. Then he laughed. You were planning to do the same thing? He clapped his hands together like he'd won the lottery. If that's the case, we can work on combining plans and have you gone and out of sight like last year's fad diet.
Chapter 23. Ransom. 4 days later. Fuck, Kai. You've got to stop. I can't handle any more. I fought not to clench my fists, my head thrown back. My chest was heaving as the muscles in my arms quivered. Whiner, if you were more flexible, it wouldn't hurt so much now. She pushed my hips down against the floor. I'll remember that next time. For the love of Gaia, let me up. She sighed heavily. Fine, but next time we go for at least half an hour. She stepped back, letting me come out of cobra pose. You've got to do something. You've gained at least 30 pounds of muscle. You don't keep it stretched out, you're going to be a hunched old man by the age of 35. I collapsed onto the floor. I fucking hurt all over. Turning, I watched her. She slung her towel over her shoulder, using the ends to blot the beginnings of sweat beads from her brow. Her long black hair sat in a mess on top of her head. Her bouncy ass cupped like a lover by her pants. I was fucking jealous of those pants. I rubbed my sweaty head into the thinnest excuse for a mat I'd ever seen. Come on, lazy bones, we've got more work to do, she called from the other side of the living room. The woman was a slave driver. She didn't believe in wasting time. If she wasn't sleeping or eating, she was learning or practicing something. Never an idle moment. Ransom, she whined. I smiled. She was so fucking cute when she acted like a 10-year-old. She honest to Gaia stomped her foot yesterday when I didn't move fast enough for her. The woman was certainly unaccustomed to working with others. Her bad social skills cracked me up. Pushing myself up from the floor, I adjusted the 2 small boxer briefs under my ripped sweatpants. I'd gotten tired of bed sheets, and at least my 2 tight underwear helped me during the next session. Coming, mother, she snorted and laughed. The sound curled around my body like sin and sex. I was in way over my head with this woman, and I hadn't even gotten to taste her lips yet. Hell, the last time I'd gotten any kind of action had been in the fucking shower a handful of days ago. Resisting her was getting harder and harder. I adjusted my crotch. It wasn't the only thing getting harder and harder. If this kept up and I didn't see any sign of it abating, I'd have to jack off in the shower. Ready, mistress, let the torture begin, I said as I settled next to her on the couch. I was only half joking. She stuck her tongue out at me. Shush, I need to concentrate. She pulled her legs up into the lotus position. Her eyelids fluttered closed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The slowest 5 count of my entire life, and I'd been watching her do it daily for the last 4 days. Seeker, are you ready? She asked. It sounded as if there were more people than just her using her voice. Yes. Open your mind. I closed my eyes. I didn't want to repeat it the first time. She rested a hand on mine. The only point of contact we'd had since the shower. I grit my teeth against the desire to grab her hand and pull her onto my lap. Only the fact that it would set fire to her from the inside out kept me from acting on my fantasies. Please, Gaia, let this fucking work. I can't take much more of this. I felt it. Whatever it was that she did when she merged with me, I felt her inside of me, like a swirling tornado of peace. Everything bent and bowed in her path. But as soon as she passed, peace like I'd never experienced settled over me. I think I finally found it, Ransom. Her voice sank beneath my skin. Fix it. I struggled to get the words out. A single flame lit under my chest. That was new. I kept my mouth shut. Soon that single flame turned into a blowtorch, scorching my ribs, melting muscle and sinew. My heart and lungs were next. Ransom? I couldn't speak. My vocal cords had been charred. Hell, I could barely fucking breathe. I grabbed her hand. Oh shit, not again. Her voice came from the far end of a tunnel. Something washed through me, like a great furry beast it brushed my inside like it wanted some love. The fuck is that? This is what I was talking about. I felt her words instead of heard them. Breathe deeply, Ransom. I think this is what we've been waiting for. It better fucking be or there would be hell to pay. That or I'd be dead. I tried to inhale. The fire burned through it before it could reach my lungs. Like this, Ransom. I felt a hand on my chest. The air rushed through my body, but I was fairly certain it didn't come through my lungs. As my lungs relaxed, my body followed. Searing pain ripped through me. No longer just metaphysical, I felt my muscles tearing from my bones. My head tipped back as an inhuman scream tore from my throat.
Chapter 24. Kaima. Shit. I snatched my hand back and covered my mouth to bury my own scream. His body thrashed from the sofa to the floor as whatever had been inside him tried to get out. The sounds coming from his body made my stomach heave. Pops, rips, groans. It was a symphony of pain. I couldn't leave him to deal with this on his own. I'd done this. I would fix it. Ripping my psyche open, I found the place that held my magic. Pushing that spark from my chest into my hands, I settled them against his writhing chest. His body stilled. Thank Gaia, I let out a heavy breath. Please let this work. I shoved my magic into him. Forcing it from my own body, I willed it into his. It sank into his chest with a sigh. Just before my vision went black, I thought I heard something. But that couldn't have been right. There were no animals in the house.
Chapter 25. Ransom. That hurt like a son of a bitch. Thankfully, that shit was done. I could finally breathe. Where was Kaima? Hopefully I hadn't hurt her when I grabbed her. I'd have to check on her. I stumbled to my hands and knees. How the hell had I ended up on the floor? Shaking my head to clear it, it dawned on me that something wasn't right. I called out, but what came from my mouth wasn't words. What the fuck? Ransom? Dr. Atlas called through my brain. Something just went haywire with the circuitry here on our end. Your implant is going crazy. What the fuck? At least I still had a mental voice. That's what I'm trying to understand, Ransom. Report your situation. Kaim and I were working on her magic and my healing. Something happened. I just woke up on the floor. When I tried to talk to her, I swear I sounded like a huge cat. We don't care about your sex games, Ransom, unless you're gonna share some pictures of Kaima. Asher butted in. I snarled. Yup, huge cat of some kind. Asher, you're dead when I see you next. Shut it, Ash. We've got bigger things to deal with than your infantile obsession with sex. Ransom, find a reflective surface and send us a mental image, Atlas ordered. On it. I need to check on Kaima, make sure she's okay first. No, you need to make sure you're okay, otherwise you won't be able to help her. Sometimes I really hate your practicality, Atlas. I'm sure I'll survive the heartache. Mirror, glass, we need an image, now. I pushed my feet, or at least tried. Fuck! I pitched sideways before catching myself on what felt like my hands and knees. I looked down at the floor. What's wrong? I have fucking paws is what's wrong. I sent them all a picture of my feet, paws, whatever. Those fuckers are huge, Derek said. They look like the size of dinner plates. Full picture, Ransom, now. Another fucking person telling me what to do. I snarled again. I walked, crawled, whatever the hell it was called, to the windows. Night had fallen again. This can't be right. I shook my head. The thing staring back at me mirrored the motion. The thing that was me had a head shaped like a lion but on the body of a horse, wings that reminded me of the bald eagle sprang from my back, the scaled tail of a dragon. My front feet were lion paws and the back two were horse hooves. I've never seen that combination of animals before in my life, Derek said. He sounded equal parts excited and terrified. If Dr. Doolittle himself is unfamiliar, then we're all screwed, Saint added, the slightest edge of anxiety threading his tone. Find Kaima, Ransom, Atlas ordered. We need to make sure she's still okay. I heard the implication. I promise if I'd heard her while transforming into this monstrosity, I'd figure out a way to kill myself. I turned away from the window. Something bumped into my tail, or rather my tail bumped into something. A crash sounded from behind me. Table and lamp. No Kaima. My front paws were silent against the hardwood floors. My back feet were obnoxiously loud with their hooves. Use your nose. If you're an animal, your sense of smell will be dramatically heightened, Derek offered. I closed my eyes. Pulling a deep breath into my body, I flinched at the morass of scents flooding the room. How had I missed all these secrets? Focus, man, Derek said quietly. Right, Kaima. I needed to focus on finding Kaima. Pushing all other thoughts from my mind, I brought her scent back into my mind. Berries and the spice of amber. Found her, across the room over by the couch. I made my way to the far side of the room. Guys, this is the freakiest fucking thing. I feel amazing. Other than that stupid tail hitting everything in the damn room, I feel almost normal. But better. Fucking amazing. Kaima, Ransom, find her. Atlas sounded both determined and a little afraid. Right, just reporting the findings, Doctor. Her scent. I swallowed, unsure I wanted to share it with my team. Her scent is steady and alive is the only word I can think of. I'm pretty sure she's fine. I'll add that to my notes. Eyes on her, Ransom. What the fuck is wrong with you, Atlas? I asked. She used her magic on you, fucktard. What if she can't live without her magic? The doctor had left the building. Only angry Atlas remained. Fuck. My heart pinched as I moved the last few steps. I see her foot. Now her leg. How the fuck did she get under there? Where is she? She's half pinned under the couch. I really studied the broken piece of furniture. The end I'd awakened by was smashed. It looked like a broken body with the upholstery acting as skin to the wooden bones. The far edge that Kaima usually sat in was tilted up. Do you smell blood? Atlas asked. I inhaled again. No, but I'm not really sure if I would recognize it in this body. I made my way around the couch. Kaima was splayed on the floor, her right arm and upper chest pinned under the couch. I leaned down towards her body, listened, watched. Just as my brain was about to explode with anxiety, she took a deep, choking breath. She's alive, I called to my team. I'm going to sign off and we'll get this figured out. Affirmative. I'll start doing some research about your collection of animals, Derek said just before he closed his end of the connection. I'm going to go through your medical records with Xander, see what we can find, Atlas added and then disappeared. We'll be here for you when you get back to yourself, boss, Zane said. Don't kill her, Asher said quietly, startling me. You sound almost scared, Ash. Zane hit you in the head too hard? If she can change you into a magical animal, she is stronger than anyone knows. Maybe she can help all of us. The brash and irreverent man silenced the connection before I could reply.
Chapter 26. Kaima. Something was moving around the living room. It sounded huge and kept knocking into everything. The memory of the animalistic sound I'd heard right before passing out smashed into my consciousness. Shit, shit, shit! I opened my eyes. All I could see was the floor in the far side of the room. Whatever was in here with me was behind me. I got ready to slide across the floor. Only my right side wouldn't move. Turning my head, aka smashing my face into the floor, let me know that I wouldn't be moving anytime soon. I was stuck, and there was a gigantic animal in the house with me. This would be a great time for me to have something other than healing magic. I needed to find Ransom and get the hell out of this cursed cabin. Something touched my foot. Shit, shit, shit. I stilled my breathing, going into a light trance. Maybe if it thought I was dead, it would leave me alone. I could feel its breath on my back, great gusts of wind that moved the tendrils of hair at my nape. My lungs began to burn for air. Go away, go away, go away. It sniffed my hair, gently nudged my abdomen. After a few horrifying seconds, it lay its massive head against my back. The extra pressure on my lungs had me gasping for air. Choking and wheezing, I tried to inhale. The weight lifted from my back, allowing me to breathe a little more normally. The beast nudged me again. This time it felt like it wanted something from me. I stilled again. Another nudge, this time with a huff of breath against my neck. Go away, I whispered. My head was still tucked near the couch. I was terrified to turn my head back to the other side. What if moving made it want to eat me? I'd never even had a pet. I didn't know what animals did or didn't do. It nudged me again. I tried to squeeze farther under the couch. With what could only be a sigh, it moved away. I took my first real breath since waking up. I could have sworn I heard a huge cat before I passed out, but the sharp beat of its feet against the wood floors destroyed that idea. Between one breath and the next, the couch was thrown across the room. Breaking into pieces against the stone fireplace, I was stunned into freezing by the noise. I was free. I burst from the floor in a flurry of movement, heading for my suite. "Ransom!" I screamed my head off as I bolted the short distance. A snarl was my answer. It froze me in place, hand on the knob of my door. Another sound came from behind me, this one almost apologetic. It was as if it knew it had scared me and wanted to be friends. Slowly, I turned. The room went black as I passed out again. Something rough slid from my jaw to my hairline, pulling me from the depths of unconsciousness. I winced as it repeated the motion. My eyes fluttered open, and I screamed, my throat raw. The winged lion-horse dragon was leaning over me, its lips pulled back, showing its mouth full of huge, sharp, pointy teeth. One of its paws slapped over my mouth. The resulting silence made the blood pounding in my ears that much louder. I pushed at the paw. It would have been easier to try to push a semi-truck. The beast leaned down, his face close enough that I could see its dark blue irises. They reminded me of Ransom. Ransom. With my head immobile, I frantically looked everywhere I could. Had this monster eaten him? Where was he? Another fact tickled the back of my brain. It took a couple of seconds for it to seep through the terror of being grounded by an animal in my own house. I could touch it. I could touch it, and there was no fire, no pain, no falling away into the beast's spirit. Nothing. Tears sprang to my eyes. I reached out, my hand shaking so much it looked like I had palsy of some kind. Gathering my courage, I put my left hand on the beast's front leg. Nothing but warm, soft fur. A giggle rose from my throat. I added my other hand. Sliding my fingers through the short fur on its legs, I marveled at the heat that pumped from the limb. The beast's face dropped to mine. I stilled. My breath caught in my throat. It rubbed its face against mine lightly. Tears gushed from my eyes as if someone had turned on the water faucet. The gentle monster pulled back and lapped the tears away with its tongue. I curled into myself between the front legs of the beast. I could hear clacking and felt the monster's body moving around me. Soon, I was tucked under the monster's head, safe between its arms that were longer than my legs. My lower body was curled under its ribcage. I don't know how long I cried, how long I reveled in the ability to touch another living being and not feel pain, to feel nothing but the heat of that other body. I marveled as I pushed my face up into the lion's mane. Luminous joy infused my body, making me feel lighter than air. The rough silk of his mane was like a balm to my abused and aching heart. The scent of wild nature exuding from its warmth guided the lost child inside me to the brilliant spark of full life. The shriveled part of my soul that longed for contact, for touch, for connection, broke from the shell of my chest and pushed toward the heat and light like a flower searches for the sun. Eventually, I fell asleep. The purr of a cat gently rumbling against my body.
Chapter 27. Ransom. For the first time since laying eyes on her, I held the beautiful woman in my arms. No grimaces, no winces, no pinched eyes or taut body. She slept peacefully in my arms, her body soft and pliant, warm. If I could just get back to my own body, I'd be in heaven. With that thought, pain ripped through my body. But this time immense pleasure sprinkled through the agony, dulling the edge into something awfully wonderful. I must have woken her because she was now rigid, and her chest was moving too fast. Her pale green eyes were wide enough I could see white all around the iris. My body knit itself back together. Bone by bone, muscle by muscle, I felt myself emerging from the hide of the animal I had been. Thank God I'd already been laying on the floor. I still felt the last couple of inches into the softness of Kaima. The loud oomph exploded from both of our mouths as I landed. "Ransom?" Her breath tickled my ear. "Yeah." "But lion, dragon." "Yeah, pretty sure I have you to thank for that." I rose up on my elbows over her, our lower bodies slipping and sliding against each other. The heat of her body drew me like a moth to the flame. Every part of her was silky smooth. The feel of her yoga pants against my cock had me gritting my teeth. "Are you in pain?" I asked, my throat almost locked down tight. "What? No." She shook her head. "Any fires? Burning of any kind?" I slid my arms up and cradled her head in my hands. "No, nothing like that." She turned her face into one of my palms, kissed it. Thank Gaia. I didn't say anything else. I couldn't. I was too busy kissing her, sipping at her lips. The mouth I'd been fantasizing about for the last week was finally under mine. I licked into her mouth. The wet heat of her tongue twined with mine, wrenching a moan from my chest. She pulled her legs up, cradling my hips with her own, linked her feet behind my ass, and pulled me into the haven of her sex. I growled. Pushing my cock forward, I snarled at the barrier that kept me from feeling her. Kaima pulled her mouth away. What's wrong? Am I that bad?" Her hands fell away as her cheeks went pink. "Fuck no, you still have clothes on." I leaned my forehead against hers. Our panting breaths filled the intimate space. "I need you naked, now." A small sound came from her throat at my remark. I smiled at her. Pushing up from her body, I unwrapped her legs and sat up. "Come on, you're gonna want a soft surface for the first time." I got to my feet, offered her a hand. "First time?" she asked with a laugh, as she grabbed my hand and climbed to her feet. "Yeah, I'm not finished with you until neither of us can walk." "What about—" I covered her mouth with my hand. "We'll get to that. I can't think of anything else but being inside you right now, okay?" I searched her gaze, needing to know she felt the same way. I'd reel it in if I had to, but Gaia, I needed to know she needed me as badly as I needed her right now. "Okay." She smiled at me, a dimple appearing in her right cheek. I leaned forward and licked it. I couldn't stop myself. Grabbing her by the hips, I tossed her up into my arms, carrying her to her rooms. While she dealt with the codes, I pushed my face into the space between her neck and shoulder. I'd been dreaming of biting her there, feeling her body still as she felt the promise in my bite. Ransom." Her voice was shaky as her head tilted to the side, giving me better access. The soft click of the door lock had me turning the knob and pushing into the room. Her legs began moving, sliding against each other softly. The soft scratching of fabric against fabric as she moved pitched my heart rate higher. I let her go, but only far enough that I could rip the clothes from her body. Naked, she was a goddess. Curves for days with the long, lean lines of a body constantly in motion. I almost didn't know where to start. I sure as fuck knew where I wanted to end, though. I looked at her face. Pink rode her cheekbones. Her eyes and mouth were heavy with arousal. Her chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm near the bottom of my field of vision. "Get on the bed." My voice sounded hoarse to my own ears. I couldn't help that either. She scrambled across the room and up onto the oversized surface, her honey skin a stark contrast to the weight of the bed covers. "Are you going to kiss me again?" she asked as she looked back at me over her shoulder. "I'm gonna do a lot of things to you, baby. I promise you'll like them all." I squeezed the base of my cock as she crawled across the bed, her ass up in the air. "Not yet. Not until you're inside of her hot fucking body." I strode to the bed, no longer content to watch her. I needed to touch her, taste her, mold her body, capture her heart. Where the fuck could that come from? I shook the last thought free. This was about bodies, nothing more. I leaned down and ripped the covers off the bed, pulling her towards me. They would be warm enough without the blankets. She ended up directly in front of me, even with my chest. I watched as she raised her hand. My abs jerked as she raked her nails down the ridges. Her lips followed her nails, laving away the stings. A long groan poured from my throat. She moved her hand to my cock. It jumped in her palm, causing her to giggle. A smile pulled at my mouth when she looked up at me, incandescent joy in her face. "What are you going to do with it?" I asked. "Can I play with it? I've never seen one before." She wasn't looking at my face any longer. I didn't know if I'd survive her exploration, but damn would I be willing to die while she learned my body. I nodded, unable to find any words. Using my cock like a handle, she pulled me onto the bed with her. "Here, lay down." She patted the sheet-covered mattress. I lay on my back. Twisting my head up, I looked for pillows. I was going to enjoy watching her as much as I was going to enjoy feeling her touch me. Bunching the pillows under my head, I lay back, prepared to endure agonizing pleasure. Play away, baby.
Chapter 28. Kaima. I started by his side. My chest almost burst with the joy spearing through my body. My gaze focused as I ran my hand lightly up and down his cock. It was a lot softer, almost silky, than what I'd had thought it would be. His powerful thighs moved restlessly on the huge bed. The texture of his skin was so different in different areas, rough but soft on his legs, soft as heated silk on his cock, smooth and firm on his abs, hard pebbles for his nipples. He was a smorgasbord of textures and tastes, and I intended to learn and memorize every single one. I leaned down, ran my nose up the length of his cock. The natural scent of his body made me clench my thighs together. I stuck my tongue out, following in my nose's wake. I like the way you taste," I murmured, more to myself than to him. "Take me in your mouth, Kai. I want to feel your mouth." Turning my head, I looked up at him from under my lashes. His face was stark, his eyes a little wild. I settled myself between his legs on my belly. Leaning forward, I licked the tip of his cock, swirling the bead of liquid up with my tongue. As the taste infused my senses, I opened my lips and sucked him inside the damp cavern of my mouth. His cock was so long that I could only make it about halfway down its length before the head jabbed at my throat. His hands sifted through my hair as he ground his hips up, pushing his cock a little farther in my mouth. Not having any idea what I was supposed to do, I went with instinct. Curling my tongue around the length of him, I sucked like he was my favorite candy. Running my tongue back and forth over the bottom made him moan. I was running out of air. I pushed against his hands. He groaned, holding my head down. I fought to lift my head as my lungs screamed for air. Pressing against the hands in my hair, I had a moment of panic that sent my teeth into his cock just the tiniest bit. His hands vanished, and he almost ripped me off his cock. "No teeth," he said in between gasps. I couldn't breathe. I slapped his thigh. "I'm not going to suck it if you won't let me breathe." I glared at him. Sorry. He rubbed his hands up and down his face. "You're right, I got a little carried away. Your mouth feels fucking amazing, Angel." Narrowing my eyes, I studied him, nodded. "Show me what you like." I still had my hand wrapped around him. His fingers came around mine to show what kind of pressure he liked. Then he guided my hand in a rhythm that had him growling low in his throat. With his other hand, he led my free hand lower. He hissed a breath. Gently. I rubbed his balls together, astonished at how fragile they felt in my palm, not to mention the new texture I got to explore. "Can I suck them?" "Fuck." It came out as a groan. Yes, you can do whatever the fuck you want with them as long as you're gentle." He flopped back on the bed, his chest heaving. I scooted down a little farther on the bed. With one hand, I massaged his cock. With the other, I massaged his balls. I started with kisses. The texture of his skin tickled my lips. I licked the sensitive orbs. Once I started feeling a little braver, I sucked one into my mouth like I was a vacuum. Out of the top of my vision, I saw when he jackknifed upright. His hands found my hair once again. But instead of pushing my head down, he was running his fingernails over my scalp, scratching the slightest bit. The sensation washed through my body before centering in my core. I'd never thought someone scratching my head would make my lower belly tight. He tugged at my hair. My sex got wet. I moaned with one of his testicles in my mouth. His moan joined mine. "Fuck, Kai." Letting it fall from my lips, I sucked his cock back into my mouth. This time, he didn't apply steady pressure against my head. Rather, he directed me up and down, bobbing my head over him. I used my tongue, swirling it up every side, curving it around the shaft as I moved up and down. Feeling a little more confident, I pushed my head down until his cock bumped the back of my throat. Fighting the urge to gag, I dropped my jaw and pulled him in just a little bit more. His body twitched, and a hot jet of liquid slid down my throat. My eyes began watering as my air supply was cut off. As soon as the last pump slid down my throat, I pulled my head from his lap. Panting, I scooted back, almost toppling off the end of the bed. He had a huge smile on his face as his eyelids slowly closed. Shit! My body was one big ball of sensation. My sex felt achingly empty. My nipples were hard. My core felt heavy and needy. I glared at the man in my bed. It was his fault I felt like this, and he went to fucking sleep? His big body took up a lot of space in the oversized king bed. He snuffled in his sleep, turning his face into the mountain of pillows under his head. A smile pulled at my mouth. I could finally touch someone else. Explore his body as much as I wanted. I could be held and comforted, offer the same in return. A wave of goosebumps pebbled his flesh. Reaching down to the floor, I grabbed the abandoned duvet. Pulling it over both of us, I slid down next to his body and fell asleep with a smile on my face.
Chapter 29. Ransom. Ransom, wake the fuck up, man. Someone was going to die for interrupting the best sleep of my life. I rolled over, sliding my arm over the woman cuddled against my side. What, Atlas? I growled through our mental connection. Are you back in your human body? Yes, go away. I pulled Kaima closer to me. The events of the night rolled through my mind like a movie. If I wasn't so fucking happy that she was in my bed, in my arms, I'd be embarrassed about losing it that quickly. I hadn't felt that out of my head since the first time I'd had sex. Even then, I felt I had a little more game than I'd had last night with Kaima. I laughed as I remembered her glare as she slapped me. I'd been about to beg her to touch me again. Then, out of nowhere, I get to show her how to please me. The woman was a goddess, no question. A snore interrupted my memories. I laughed mentally. Well, as goddess-like as a human can get, anyways. Ransom, Alice yelled in my head. I got the feeling it wasn't the first time. What? For fuck's sake, Alice. Nothing could be this important. Not right now. I had a body to explore. There's never been a recorded incident of a person turning into an animal. The closest reference we can find is an ancient textbook on mythological creatures. Fuck. I said it again out loud for Atlas. Exactly. What the fuck does this mean? Have you been able to shift back into an animal? No. I rubbed a hand on my face. We've been a little busy. Doing what? What the fuck do you think, Atlas? Last we knew, she couldn't be touched without severe harm. Are you telling me that too has changed? Fuck shit, damn it. Yes, she has no reaction outside of typical human to my touch, in my human or animal form. How'd you discover this? How did you change back to human? How long have you been back in your human form? What's your pussy taste like? Asher asked. I ignored him even as I felt the possessive snarl building in my chest. The asshole was going to get beat. I really wish there was a way to have private conversations on this mental network of ours. I'd get Xander and the developers to work on it. We discovered it when she touched me while I was still an animal. She almost lost her freaking mind when she saw me like that, by the way. But when she settled down, we figured it out. Still waiting on the pussy answer, man. I ignored him again. I changed back to human after I had thought that I would love to be able to touch her as a human. Horrible pain mixed with some outrageous pleasure. Wham bam, I'm human again. Should have nailed her while you were rocking that horse dick, bro. Abruptly, Asher's connection went dark. "I put him down, Ransom," Saint said quietly. "Thanks," I smiled. "As to how long I've been human again, what time is it?" "Almost 0900. Shit. My body jerked. I'd been lying next to the hottest thing on 2 legs for over 10 hours, and I still hadn't gotten inside her. 10 hours. I'll check back in later. I shut down the connection, made sure my blocks were in place. I had more important things to do than chat with my friends. I slid down under the covers. The dark cave smelled like sex and our combined scents. I wondered vaguely what it would smell like to my animal. The naked skin in front of my face pulled my focus back to matters at hand. Even with the low light, I could see perfectly. Every dip, every swell, every dewy inch. My lips tingled with the need to feel her, taste her, imprint her on my memory. Lowering my head, I whispered my lips over the smooth skin of her belly. Her body twisted, making me smile. The scent of her skin made my head hazy. I ran my nose down her hip bone, inhaling as I moved towards her pussy. I was surprised to realize she had a trimmed pubic area. Neat and tidy, just like the woman herself. Running my hand up the inside of her legs, I spent time learning the shape and feel of her skin. Her inner thighs were like the smoothest silk. The lips of her sex, the softest skin I'd ever touched. Her legs twisted in my hands, her pussy dampened. The rush of berries and amber intensified in the cave of blankets. With my new eyesight, I could see the beginnings of the cream between her lips. Unable to help myself, I dipped my head and lapped it up like the giant cat I'd been so recently. I groaned into her body. She tasted so fucking good. Her clit came from under its hood, begging for attention. I didn't deny its request. Flattening my tongue against it, I licked and sucked at it. She came awake with a moan that tugged my cock from its sleep. I fluttered my tongue over her clit, holding her thighs down against the bed. Open for my pleasure, I delved the tip of my tongue into her pussy. Licking from bottom to top, I made sure to seek out and capture every drop of cream her pussy produced. Her fingers found my head. Nails bit into my scalp, raising goosebumps all over my body. My cock jerked as she lifted her hips into my face. Shifting one hand to hold her up tight against me, I plunged my tongue inside her. "Ransom." I moaned my hello inside her body. She arched higher into my hands. Removing my mouth, I flung the covers back to the floor, exposing the length of her body. Her tits were peaked with hard nipples that begged for my attention. Her body writhed and flowed across the bed. She was caught in the spell I'd put on her. She raised her hands, beckoning me. I couldn't resist. Climbing her torso with my lips and tongue, I sampled every part of her on my path to her mouth. I stroked and rolled her nipples, bit and nibbled her collarbone, scratched her neck with my teeth. Kaima pulled me down into the shelter of her body, wrapped her legs against my ass. My cock, long denied, slid inside her wet cunt like it had been made for me. Tighter than a glove, she rippled and pulled at me. Hungry muscles clasped my hard cock. Rocking my hips back brought a distressed moan from her throat, which turned to a blissful sigh as I slid back home. Back and forth, the wet heat threatened to shatter my patience, to demolish my restraint. The feel of her teeth sinking into my pec trashed my concentration. I slammed my cock inside her. In. Out. I swirled my hips in a small circle on the way in, angled my dick on the way out. Ransom. A dark smile pulled at my mouth. This time when I pulled out, I grabbed her hip and flipped her over. Catching the tendon between neck and shoulder between my teeth, I pushed her torso down, tugged her ass up, and punched my cock straight into heaven. She screamed. She also pushed back, demanding I do it again. I couldn't not give it to her. I slammed into her pussy again. With one hand, I reached down and around, thumbed her clit. Her tight body buckled as she screamed again. "Gaia!" She pushed her ass up so high I had to let go of her neck. A reddening spot on her neck sent tendrils of pride through my chest. Her arms braced, ass in the air, she wiggled back and forth for me, taunting me. I spanked her. The blooming pink shape of my hand on her ass cheek had dark delight flooding me. I swatted the other cheek. Impossibly, she got wetter. Her pussy was drenched with her cream. She tightened around me like a vice, her clit hardened under my thumb. "Give it to me, Kai. It's mine. Give it to me." I growled as I grabbed her hips. She whimpered. I grabbed her messy topknot, pulled her upright. Filling my hands with her breasts, I shoved my cock into the hilt. With a pinch of her nipple, she fell apart in my arms. Aroused shrieks filled the room, bouncing off the walls. Her pussy clenched on my length so hard it started my own orgasm. I reached up with one hand, clasped it around her throat loosely, and shoved my cock into her shuddering body. Once, twice, again. I emptied myself into her hot, wet cunt. Her fingers were grasping the hand I had around her throat. She was squeezing my hand closed. I obliged as I felt her pussy ripple into hard waves once again. "Fuck, Kai." I thrust inside her, pumped twice, 3 times. Reaching down with my free hand, I flicked her clit. She erupted in my arms again, shuddering, quivering, scratching. If I hadn't been spent, I would have taken her for another round. But my body slowly slid from the wet, hot haven of hers. She calmed, going boneless in my arms. We both fell to the bed. Bodies twisted and twined together. A soft snore left her mouth right before sleep claimed me. Chapter 30. Ransom. The team was talking in my head again, yelling if I wasn't mistaken. I just didn't have the energy to tell them to shut the fuck up. I was drained, pretty sure my brain was somewhere on the floor. "Ransom, we have some news. I know you're awake. Your brain signals have picked up again." Dr. fucking Atlas. What? I didn't care if I sounded like an asshole. "Have you shifted again?" "No. Gaia, what is with you guys?" "According to legend, you have 48 hours to shift again, or you lose the ability forever." Huh, that was something to think about. "If you choose to not shift." Atlas's voice trailed off. My chest tightened. "If I chose not to shift, your illness could come back." "What the fuck?" I shot up in bed. A sleepy Kaima pushed me away from her. "Stop it, Ransom. It's sleepy time." She's so fucking cute, but we have a situation. "Kai, you really need to wake up." I told my team that I was going to share the information with her. Various replies came through, none of which I planned to listen to. "What, Ransom? I'm sore. You have to wait." She curled on her side away from me. I smirked. Fuck yeah, you're sore. And hell yeah, there was going to be a next time. I almost pumped my fist in the air. "Baby, the guys found out something." I gave her the rundown. With a snotty groan, she pushed the hair from her eyes and sat up. She was gloriously naked and didn't seem bothered by that fact. "What are you going to do?" Her pale gray eyes were worried. "Well, it sounds like if I change again, I won't need you to heal me anymore. But if I don't change, I could need you forever. What are your thoughts? Would you want to stay with me if I was part animal?" She nodded, a sad smile on her face. "It's your life, Ransom. I won't be in it much longer." She turned away, getting off the bed. I felt cold as her words registered in my brain. What the fuck does that mean? I followed her across the bed. Grabbing her arm, I pulled her to a stop. "What about our plan?" She turned her face away, hiding her eyes from me. "I told you, I already have plans set up with my contact. I don't have a way to reach him to tell him they're off. Besides, I can't imagine you want to be stuck with me. You didn't sign up for that. If I go with my contact, I'll be able to heal people the way I want, help those who have no one. I would just be a burden to you." She walked into her bathroom, shutting the door between us. What the fuck? "You done yet?" Saint asked me quietly. I looked at the door that stood between us. Yeah, I guess I am. I wasn't going to beg her to stay. I didn't beg for anyone's affections. I just thought it didn't matter now. I'd move forward with my team's original plans. Kaima could obviously take care of herself, and she didn't need me to help her. "Yes, Saint, hit me." I walked out of her rooms and back across the trashed living room to my own.
Chapter 31. Kaima. I leaned against the bathroom door, hard in my throat. Guess that answered that question, huh? As the tears started to gather in my eyes, I slumped to the bathroom vanity. My hair was a rat's nest. There was a huge love bruise on my shoulder. But overall, I didn't look any different. Too bad I felt completely different. I could still feel him inside me, feel his skin as it pressed into mine, his hands as he molded my flesh, the way my sex melted and creamed for his. I'd never felt so close to anyone as I did to Ransom, felt understood, like I belonged in the world, as if someone might miss me when I was gone. Right now, it felt like he'd taken a knife and ripped through me with one blow. If I don't change, I could need you forever. I gasped at the pain all over again. Need me, not want me. My parents needed me. Well, my power at least. But outside of that fact, they certainly didn't want me. I'd thought Ransom wanted me for more than just my power. But apparently I'd been wrong again. Turning on the shower, I covered my mouth to keep my sobs from leaving the room. It would kill me if he pitied me now, rip me to shreds and set them all on fire. I stepped into the steamy water and raised my face to the stream. I gave myself precisely 3 minutes to feel the loss, the heartbreak. Letting the water wash away my tears, I stiffened my spine. I'd been fine before Ransom. I'd be fine after him. Who knows, I might even be able to touch others now. I didn't know. Kaima Rosalinda Foya didn't need anyone in her life. I'd wanted Ransom, but he didn't feel the same way. I was almost 30 years old. I understood that not everyone would want to be my friend. It just hurt that Ransom didn't want me in his life, even if only as a friend. I finished my shower, got ready. Plastering a neutral expression on my face, I opened my doors. The living room was trashed, the couch in a heap by the stone fireplace. The end tables and other armchairs had been smashed to smithereens. The only available seating was at the kitchen island. With a sigh, I moved to the big cooking space. Ransom came from his rooms. He was wrapped in another bedsheet. This time he held it up with a couple of belts. I almost smiled at the picture he made. It died a quick death when I saw his closed-off face. The Ransom I'd spent the last week with was gone. In his place, the polite, if slightly less angry, professional from the first meeting waited. At least he's not pissed at me this time. "Have you shifted yet?" I asked as I rooted around in the fridge. I couldn't look at him and ask, not without the tears falling. "No." His voice sounded cold. My heart lifted just a little. Maybe he was going to keep me. My pride smashed that idea. I wouldn't be kept. I'd be wanted or I'd be free. Waiting until after dinner? No. My shoulders inched towards my ears. His coldness felt like 1,000 ice picks aimed straight at my heart. Okay then. What else could I say? He wasn't exactly inviting conversation. That's it? I stiffened, whirled around. His face was tight, his eyes frosted over. His hands were clenched into fists. You fixed me, so now you're going to go away with some random stranger? You don't think I can take care of you, is that it? I'm still some seeker who needed your help and now you don't want me anymore? I slammed the fridge door shut. The bottles in the door rattled ominously. You're the one who said if you didn't change, you would need me forever, Ransom. It didn't sound like a good thing. He stalked me around the island. I would have smiled at the role reversal, but I was too pissed. And neither does my illness coming back. I'm either sick and beholden to you for the rest of my life, or I take this chance to be completely healed and live a normal life. And apparently that normal life doesn't include me. I hear you loud and clear, Ransom. You don't have to shove it down my throat. I spun back towards my rooms, head held high, spine stiff. He wouldn't run me off. It was my fucking house. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course you would be in it. I want you in my life, Kaima. But obviously you are the one who wants to get away from me. So fine, go. Go hide away with strangers. They haven't been sick. They don't turn into animals. You'll be better off with them. I stopped moving as soon as I heard that he wanted me. I turned around when I heard the next sentence. You want me? I asked, hating myself for the question. He tossed his head back and screamed at the ceiling, hands ripping at his hair. As the sound died down, he lowered his head. Walking over, he got right in my face. Noses touching, he enunciated each word perfectly. Of course I fucking want you, he glared at me. I was wrapped around the stupid man before he could open his mouth again. Claiming his lips with my own, I climbed his body like it was a jungle gym. His hands went to my ass, pulling me tight against him. "You drive me fucking insane. You know that, right?" He backpedaled us to the kitchen island, setting my ass on the edge. He attacked my pants. I worked on his belts. With a savage grin, I yanked on the sheets that covered him, leaving his belts in place. His cock sprung up and fell right into my hands. Rubbing his shaft the way he'd showed me he liked, I kissed every part of him I could reach as he fought with my clothes. "You're the one who—" My words were cut off by his mouth. "No more talking." With a growl, he grabbed the edge of my shirt and ripped it up the middle. Lifting me, he made quick work of getting my pants off. Sliding a finger through my slit, I wiggled as he gathered my cream on his finger. I blushed when he licked it clean. "You taste so fucking good, Kai." "You're so dirty. Now get inside me." I scooted to the edge of the counter, my legs already up and locked around his hips. "Yes, ma'am." He slid inside me. Both of us groaned. I had never felt so full in my life. It felt like he was deep enough to touch my heart. I ground my pelvis into his. "Pull my hair," I ordered. He chuckled darkly. "Like that hint of pain?" "Gaia, yes." I moaned into his mouth as he did what I asked. Pulling my mouth free, I scored my nails down his back as he set up a fast pace. "Ransom." Within moments, I was ready to plunge over the cliff. "Almost, baby." "Please." His hips lost their rhythm. "Fuck. Rub your clit for me, Angel. Let me see you go over the edge." I thrust a hand between our bodies. My clit was so hard, so sensitive. It took only a couple of passes before my sex clenched down hard. Ransom growled low as he bit the other side of my neck and slammed into me. My head tipped back as another wave rippled through my sex. He pumped his hips hard, almost unseating me from the countertop. After a couple of minutes, he slumped into me. Our bodies coated in a fine sweat. A delicious ache developed as he removed his teeth from my neck. He laved it twice with his tongue before standing upright again. I hissed as he slid from my body. I was going to be so sore. I smiled at the thought.
Chapter 32. Ransom. I panted into her hair, licked the bead of sweat that purled behind her ear. I waited until my heart settled back into a normal rhythm before I spoke. Her shiver made me smile. "Just so we're clear, you're staying with me. You don't get to leave." "Just so we're clear, you're staying with me. You don't get to leave," she repeated, emphasizing the changes. I chuckled. I can live with that. I wrapped my arms around her, squeezed her tight. "Fuck, Kai. You ripped me apart," I whispered into her hair. Her arms came around me. "You shredded me first," she said into my shoulder. "How?" I set her away from me so I could look into her silvery eyes. "Seriously, how? I thought we were good, and then you shut me down and shut me out." I watched her as she studied me. She really didn't understand. "When you said that if you didn't change, you would need me forever." Her beautiful face tightened. I ran the words over again in my head. Nothing sprung out at me as negative. I kept my face and voice neutral. "And that didn't tell you I wanted you?" She rolled her eyes at me. "My parents need me, Ransom. You needed me to heal you. I need to be wanted, not needed." I winced. I'd made her feel like a commodity, like a thing instead of a person. I kissed her hairline. "I'm sorry, Angel. That's not how I meant it at all. I want you. I want all of you. I will want you forever." She looked surprised by the last sentence. Hell, I'd surprised myself by saying it. But it was true. "Yeah?" She still looked unsure. "Yes." I nodded and kissed her again. She shivered in my arms and her skin pebbled. "Cold or horny?" I asked. I was ready and willing to fix either problem. She laughed, her dimple winking at me. "Both, and starving." I kissed her head again and scooted her back on the counter. "You get some clothes on, I'll fix dinner, and we can make some real plans." I bent down and retrieved my sheet. I laughed as she tugged on the belts I had looped together that were still around my waist. "Clothes, Kaima. You're too sore for any more sex right now. More's the pity." She pouted at me, and it had my cock stirring. I eyed her as she hopped down from the island. Her wince had me following through with my original plan of only food and conversation. My cock could wait. She would be here, with me. The animals inside me roared their agreement. That was new.
Chapter 33, Kaima. I did a little more than get new clothes on. I took another shower. I didn't mind smelling like ransom. I just didn't want to feel the slight grit of dried sweat on my skin all night. About time. I was about to send out the search party. Which would have been you? Hey, your rules. He winked at me. Dinner's ready. I rubbed a hand over my belly. Thank Gaia. What's on the menu? Pork steaks and veggies. Sounds delicious. I sat in my customary spot at the island. The glass of water beckoned me. I took it, drained it in one go. Wiping my lip, I held the glass out to him. A cheeky smile on my face. Pretty please? He refilled it and handed it back. A little dehydrated? Yeah, my mouth feels like the desert. Or what I would assume the desert feels like. I bounced one shoulder in the air. Ransom leaned in and kissed me. Feels like a nice fucking mouth to me. I rolled my eyes and pushed him back. Food now, sex after I ice my crotch. He snorted, spraying out his mouth full of water. I flinched back from the shower, laughing. So what does the A-team think? He raised a brow. The A-team? I nodded, my mouth full. I waved my fork and knife in his direction. I'll tell them you named them that. I shrugged again. Like I said before, they think I need to shift again. I watched him closely as I chewed. His cheeks had gone a little pale, and the edges of his mouth kept flexing. I swallowed. Freaking you out a bit? He nodded quickly, a quick dip of his chin. Understandable. What references are they using? Technically, there's just the one. There have been some articles written by people who do that kind of thing, but all of the articles refer back to this one book. He pushed the food around on his plate. They've been able to find some provenance and authentication documents for the book, but that's about it. It's currently on display in a museum on the other side of the world. Has the book itself been digitized? Xander says no. Atlas says that a lot of really old books can be destroyed by the light source of digitization. Tarek's looking into it. I smiled. Xander, Atlas, Tarek, how many others do you have working with you? His lips pinched. Saint and Asher. You all sound like a boy band. My head tilted. Why do you look pissed off by that? Aren't these guys your friends? They're going to want you. I stuttered a laugh. That will be a change from my everyday life, but that presumes that I'll want them back. You will. All women do. He looked at me out of the corner of his eye. Something tickled my belly. Do you all share women? He mumbled something under his breath. Come again? With feeling this time. I repeated his words to me when I was stretched out on the deck. He turned to look at me, an edge of defiance in his eyes. Yes. I swallowed, hard. Does that bother you? I stifled the hysterical laugh that wanted to escape my throat. I ignored the twinge of heat that invaded my belly. Can I get back to you on that? He looked a little sad at my answer, but I could have sworn he sounded at least a little pleased with it. What a curious guy. He nodded. Yeah, of course. So about this book, I really needed to change the subject, fast. Ancient Nature of the Last Ones, written by some unpronounceable name. When was it written? There is no date. There's also no cohesive language. It's almost like a diary that's been added to over the centuries. Shit. I rubbed a finger over my eyebrows. Exactly. Atlas and Tarek are going to see about getting a private showing. I raised an eyebrow. They have that kind of clout? Ransom chuckled. They have enough. What does the book say about changing into animals? The better question is, what do the articles say about that? Atlas, our resident nerd and doctor, says that, according to the articles, shifting was a common form of magic way back when. There's been supposition that the magic of our world is dying out. That's why there's only 10% of the population with the magical categorization. Most of those are telepaths, precogs, and healers. What happened to the shifters, then? Why did some types of magic make it this far and others didn't? He shrugged. Atlas doesn't know. It could be survival of the fittest kind of thing. Maybe it didn't serve an important enough function, so it died a natural death. I really don't know. We could speculate all day, but we won't know until Atlas and Tarek get back from seeing the book. How do they think that is going to work? They just waltz up to the docent and say, "Hey, we'd like to put our grubby hands all over this piece of ancient history." No idea. I'm not there, so it doesn't really matter to me how they get the answers, as long as they get them. We sat in silence for a couple minutes. "Have you thought about when you're going to shift again?" I asked, breaking the quiet. He checked the clock over the stove. "It needs to be pretty soon. I'm going to set you up so you can talk to the rest of my guys." "How are you going to do that exactly?" "There's no towers or stations around here. The cabin isn't wired for access. We might have been setting some stuff up once I got the call my application had made it to Final Cuts. It will be better than the sucky reception our phones currently have, but it won't be high definition either." I gaped at him. "How the hell have you been setting stuff up?" "My team is highly resourceful." My eyebrows dropped. "Uh-huh, fine." Ransom winked at me and went to his bedroom. Coming back out, he carried a computer, some odd-looking contraption that sat on a tripod, and a paper notebook. He set up the laptop and opened his notebook, thumbing through it for a specific page. Running his hand down the lines of smooshed handwritten text, he handed me the tripod thingy. Flipping this, turning that, he hit another button that had the whole top half blossoming like some funky techno flower. "Point that at the blinking light in the sky." I rolled my eyes at his bossiness, but did what I was told. Stepping around the debris in the living room, I walked to the windows and looked up at the night sky. Off to the right, a bright light was indeed blinking. Shaking my head at men and their toys, I set up the tripod. "All done. Watch the blinking light. It's going to flash 5 times really quick, and then slowly for 5. After the last slow blink, hit the button on the front of it." I watched the light show for a couple moments to make sure I knew the differences in really quick and slow blinking. The correct sequence went by. I hit the button. A high-pitched whine emitted from the tripod. "Good. That means we're all hooked up and ready to go. Let me get the guys linked in. You can come back over here now." I moved to his side. The computer wasn't actually a laptop at all, at least not a kind I'd ever seen before. The screen seemed to cover both the top and bottom sections of the machine, but instead of opening normally from top to bottom, it opened left to right, more like a book than a computer. The keyboard, or rather the hologram of it, was projected onto the countertop just in front of it. Ransom's fingers sped over the countertop keys. Images filled my mind of what those long, strong fingers were capable of. My lower belly clenched, heat shooting to my core. 6 men all sharing one woman. I gulped. I wasn't not interested in how that could work. The logistics are what scared me more than anything. I was pretty sure I didn't have enough holes to take all of them at once, and let's be honest, I might not even be able to touch any of the rest of them. "Kaima, you listening?" I shook the thoughts away, turning to face Ransom and the screen. "Damn, she looks even better in person," one of the guys on the computer said. His chest and upper body were bulky, like he lifted weights on a regular basis. His brown hair and light brown eyes sparkled in the lighting they'd set up. "Asher," another man, this one slimmer and darker, smacked the first upside the back of his head. "What the fuck did we talk about?" Asher rubbed a hand over the spot, an unrepentant grin on his face. "Fuck, Saint, it ain't like she don't know she hot." I swallowed back the laugh. I must have not been very successful because Asher shot me a wink. "Nice to meet you, Asher," I nodded at him. I turned to the shorter man next to him. Everything about the second man was darker. His hair, his skin, his eyes. He looked like he didn't smile too often. More of a thinker, this one. "Saint, it's a pleasure," I nodded at him. "Miss Foya," Saint replied, pronouncing my name with the right accent. A new face slid into the picture from the right side. "I'm Xander," he waved before ducking back off camera. He was the spitting image of Asher, only his eyes had looked fully black. "Hi, Xander." I could feel my professional polite mask slipping into place. The steel spike that usually resided in my spine, forcing my body upright, was trying to resume its place. I abhorred being the center of attention like this. Reminded me of the orientation meetings for the ritual each year, of being stuck in life not of my choosing. Ransom's hands landed on my shoulders from behind. I felt the tension of meeting new people fade away under his heat. "Okay, everyone knows the plan?" Ransom asked. I raised my hand before I thought about it. Roses kissed my cheek as Asher chuckled. "I don't know what's going on." Saint glared at the laughing Asher. "We're linked into Ransom's implant. We're also going to record him changing into his animal collection. I've got a live satellite view of the house to track thermal output. I've also got an open line to emergency systems if he tries to attack you," Xander said, ducking back into frame. His raised eyebrows demanded an answer. "Great. Thank you, Xander." He nodded, moved off screen again. "All right, let's get this bitching show on the road," Asher said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Saint rolled his eyes. I imagined this was what it was like to have siblings. I smiled and turned to Ransom. "Do you know what we're doing?" I asked him. "No idea. Last time I changed back from my animal form because I wanted to touch you with my human hands." I felt my cheeks flame, glad to have my back to the camera. Ransom slid his very human hands from my shoulders to my hips before sliding them around and settling them on my ass. When he lowered his lips to mine, I forgot all about the 3 men on the other end of the line. Ransom became my entire focus. All my remaining brain function was zeroed in on his lips against mine, the pressure and heat of his hands against my ass. His cock hardened against my lower belly. Someone cleared his throat from the computer. "I don't think Kaima wants to give us a live replay of Ransom's hands on her right now." The slap of flesh hitting flesh sounded from the computer. "Damn it, Saint. The fuck, man." Another thump, a yell, then, "Asha, you dickwad. We wanted to like us, not run screaming from the room." I laid my flaming face against Ransom's chuckling chest. A low buzzing brushed against my head. A male sigh came from the computer. "I apologize, Kaima." The audible pout had me biting back a laugh. I liked Asher's brashness. He might not have a filter, but I'd never have to guess where I stood with him. "Thank you, Asher," I said without turning around. "She already recognizes my voice, motherfuckers. Suck it." Asher let out a whoop of victory. "Don't encourage him, Kaima." It came in surround sound from the computer and the man holding me. "We're running out of geosync time. Let's get this animal circus on the road," Xander called. He seemed to be the tech guy of the group. Ransom set me away from him, a brush of lips against my forehead. He lifted me up onto the countertop before stepping back into the empty space of the trashed living room. "In case I charge you, you'll have a little bit of a head start." His eyes were pinched in the corners, his mouth tight. He was really scared about the possibility of hurting me. My heart squeezed. Ransom bounced up and down on his toes a couple of times, leaned his head to either side in a stretch, swung his arms up and around his body like he was getting ready to run a marathon and needed the adrenaline boost. "First attempt at forced change," Xander said through the computer. Ransom nodded. He closed his eyes, his fingers bunched into fists. Nothing happened. "What's going on, Kaima? Is anything happening?" The slower pace told me who the speaker was. "Not yet, Saint," I answered quietly, not wanting to interrupt Ransom's concentration. "Okay." Everyone got quiet and watched. Waited, and waited. Beads of sweat had broken out over Ransom's forehead. I hadn't noticed the temperature rising, but I wasn't the one in the hot seat. Then I felt it, the ripple of magic. "Something's happening, guys," I whispered. "I can feel the magic gathering in the room." "What does it feel like?" Saint asked. I had to lean down towards the speakers to hear the words clearly. I cast about for a good analogy. "It feels like someone threw some rocks into a still swimming pool." "Check." Silence. After about 10 minutes, the eddying magic vanished, as if it had never been there. Ransom stumbled forward. "Ransom!" I launched myself from the countertop. I caught him right before he hit the floor. Right before he turned into a gargantuan lion in my arms.
Chapter 34. Ransom. Her scent filled my nose. Berries and amber. It was so thick it coated my tongue. Her scent was almost as delicious as her taste. Shouting from the computer warned her away from me. Must have managed the change. I felt like day-old ass, so I probably had shifted. Opening my eyes, I came face to face with the woman who'd stolen my heart. I could see tiny flecks of blue in her pale gray eyes, something I'd never noticed as a human. I nuzzled my nose into the space between her neck and shoulder. I could fucking live drenched in this woman. Her small hands ran through my fur. I just hoped to guy I wasn't that awful collection of animals like the first time. I'd been focusing on the lion alone. Pulling back from Kaima's neck, I looked down at my paws. Weird how easy I was with being part animal. Like finding comfort and belonging I'd been missing my entire life. I hadn't even known to wish for something like this. Hadn't known it was possible. "Ransom, you're hurting Kaima. Up and off her, man." Saint's voice rushed through my head. I backed up immediately. Sitting back on my haunches, I saw that Saint had been correct. Her ankle was twisted at an obscene angle. I growled my apology. "I know, Ransom, I'll be okay." I bumped my nose against her outstretched hand, licked her palm. "Can you come closer to the camera, Ransom? We need to get some full shots of you for Atlas." Saint called through the computer. I huffed, but got up and paraded in front of the lens for the guys on the other end of the line. "We're going to be talking to him through our implants, Kaima. Give us a couple of minutes," Saint called. "Okay, I'm going to try to get some ice for my ankle." I snarled as she winced. I patted over. Putting my head under her hand, I helped her get to her feet. Even standing, I was huge. My head was on level with her shoulders. She leaned against me as we slowly made our way to the refrigerator. I stayed while she got some ice and then helped her back to the living room floor. "She okay?" Asher asked in my mind, his voice much gentler than usual. "I think she'll be fine. Once we get out of here, we'll be able to get her to Atlas." "Good. First item of note, you're fully lying. No other animals in the mix." "Thank fuck," I said. "Damn right." Saint cleared his throat. "Now, the first change took 14 minutes and 27 seconds from initiation to completion. I stopped the clock as soon as you became a lion. It was almost 4 minutes for you to respond to my call about hurting Kaima," Saint informed me. The man loved his numbers. "Kaima told us about the magic gathering at 2 minutes 55 seconds. I tagged it on the screen capture for later diagnostics. I wanted to be sure we had a firm marker for any magical activity from a non-biased third-party observer," Xander added. "I'm not sure Kaima counts as non-biased," I said. "I meant for my team. We're going to put the image through all kinds of testing," Xander said. He sounded very excited about the prospect. "How do you feel?" Saint asked. "Like I could sleep for a year. I want a steak as big as an elephant and an ocean's worth of water. Any muscle soreness?" "Atlas give you these questions?" I asked with a grin. "You sure did. Answer." "No, physically I feel fan-fucking-tastic. I'm just tired as fuck." "Changes in any of your senses?" "Vision and smell are leaps and bounds over high definition. Touch, I would say a little higher than human, but that's big picture. I don't know if I could explain the difference in a way that would make sense. Taste, I haven't tried it. Hang on." I moved to the remains of my meal. Lifting my front paws up on the kitchen, I cleaned my plate of pork steak and veggies in a couple of bites. I'd say my tastes are heightened. The spices and sauces make me want to vomit. They were pretty tasty as a human. I knocked over my water glass and lapped up the resulting spill from the counter and floor. "Ransom!" Kaima whined at me from her spot on the floor. I snorted at her. "He says he doesn't have any hands, so he's making do in his new body," Saint answered for me through the computer. She sighed. "Ready to turn back?" Saint asked through the computer for Kaima's sake. "I can try. I'm still exhausted, but I'll give it my best shot." Saint delivered his message to Kaima. "First forced attempt at recovery shift," Xander announced. Kaima scooted back from me just a little. I want to be human. I focused on the thought, made it my mantra. After what felt like forever and nothing happened, I changed it. I want to be human so I can be with Kaima. Pain ripped through me in a burst of agony and pleasure. "Fuck if you're not the key to all of this," I said, right before I passed out.
Chapter 35. Kaima. "Kaima, honey, I need you to check his vitals," Saint said. I nodded before crawling over to the fully naked man. His dark blonde hair covered his face. His coat is the same color as his head hair. His mane the color of his pubic hair. "I'll make a note of it. Can you give me his pulse?" "I don't have a watch and can't see a clock." "I'll run a timer. Ready?" I nodded. 55 beats per minute. "Is that good?" "That's fucking amazing, Kai. Before, he was running around 90, 95 at rest." Asher rushed to answer. "Is he running a temp?" I laid the inside of my wrist against his forehead. "Maybe a little one. He feels slightly warm to the touch. But dry, there's no sweat or dampness." "Good, honey. You're doing great. Open his eyes for me. Do his pupils look normal?" I checked. They seem a little bigger than normal, but I wouldn't say they look abnormal. Does that make sense? Sure does. He was saying his vision and smell were off the charts. It would make sense as human eye had to change to accommodate the increase in acuity. You sound like a doctor. I smiled back at the camera. Atlas is on the line, honey. I'm just using his words. Oh, hi, Atlas, and I don't know how to pronounce his name, sorry. It's Tarek, like Derek. Thanks, Saint. Hi, Tarek. They both say hello, Kai. Asher winked at me. Atlas wants to know if Ransom's nose is cold. I felt my face screw up in confusion. Okay. I felt his nose. Nope, just feels like a normal nose to me. The guy started snickering. I looked over at the computer, glared. Did he really ask that? He did, but he was joking. It was his first joke. Cut him some slack, Xander said. I chuckled as movements started out of the corner of her eye. Guys, I think something is wrong with Ransom. His body broke out in goosebumps as his muscles began to twitch heavily. Is he having a seizure? Does he have seizures? I could hear the fear in my voice. Roll him onto his side, honey, Saint ordered, his voice calm. And we need to get him some blankets. Shit. I got him rolled over. There was nothing to cover him with in the living room. I wasn't strong enough to rip the fabric off the destroyed couch. It would take way too long to crawl to my room, and then I didn't know how I was going to get the blankets back to him. You can do it, Kaima. Slow and easy. He'll be fine until you get back, Saint said. You don't know that, Saint. This has never happened before. I slammed my hands down on the floor. I'll save him for you. You guys. Don't worry. I crawled to the island, scrabbled my way into a standing position. Do not put weight on that hurt foot, Kaima, Saint said, authority ringing in his tone. I shivered at the sting of command in his voice. I won't put more on it than I have to, Saint. But thanks for looking out. Damn it. I turned and started hopping to Ransom's room. It was a lot closer than my own. She shut you down cold, bro, Asher said. I'll let you order me around next time, Saint. I promise, I called over my shoulder. Gasps and inhales filtered from the screen. Shit, what had I just gotten myself into? I didn't. How does one apologize for saying what she wants, but saying it at the wrong time? I understand, honey. Just be careful, Saint said, bailing me out of my own idiocy. Damn, girl, your ass looks good when you jump, Asher called after me. Thank you, Asher. You know how to make an injured girl feel good about herself. Damn straight, baby. I smiled. I finally made it to Ransom's door. Using my override code, I let myself into the room. I jerked back in shock, almost dropping to my ass. The man was a slob of epic proportions. Shredded clothes dotted every available surface like his suitcase had blown up. It took me a couple moments to even find the blankets that had been on his bed in all the mess. Gathering up the duvet and 2 large bath towels, I hopped and hobbled my way back out to the living room. My last hop had me landing on the shivering, twitching man. He groaned under the assault. That's one way to make sure he's still alive, Kai, Asher said with a chuckle. I glared at him over my shoulder. Not the time, Asher. He winced. Sorry. He looked so sad. Ransom groaned again, pulling my attention before I could comfort the other man. Ransom, can you hear me? Etough. He's trying to speak, you guys. I moved off his chest and leaned down to put my ear by his mouth. What did you say, Ransom? Etough. I fell back laughing. I laughed so hard tears gathered in my eyes. Soon I was bawling my eyes out. Male voices crooned from the computer. I couldn't understand anything they were all saying, but I understood well enough. Ransom's arm moved slowly, as if it was weighed down with an anchor. His hand found my thigh and rubbed. I smiled, tears still streaming down my face. Blankets, Kaima. He still needs the blankets, Saint said, his voice low, almost purring. I nodded, embarrassed by my emotionality. I straightened the towels over his body, one over his top half, the other over the bottom. I might or might not have wiped my dripping nose on the towels before covering him with the duvet. Crawling around him, I tucked the blankets under his body. Get under the blankets with him, honey. Atlas said it will help keep him warm, Saint said. I was exhausted, but I crawled around to Ransom's front and slid under the blankets with him. Wrapping the blankets around my front, I scooted back against Ransom as tight as I dared. I fell asleep as his body settled against mine.
Chapter 36. Ransom. Guy on my body hurt. I felt like I'd been run over by a fucking semi. I stretched and became aware of the warm body cradled next to my own. My cock shot to full alert as she wiggled her ass back against me, a low, irritated moan rumbling through her chest. Running my hands over her hot little body, I wished I'd had the strength to do more than just feel her. I felt the moment she woke, her body stilled as if assessing her surroundings. When she realized where she was, she sank into my body like she'd melted. This time, when her ass pushed against my cock, she reached back and grabbed my ass, pulling me tighter into her body. I groaned. Guy, let me take care of you. She rolled over in my arms. Pushing the blanket and towels off my body, she gently rolled me to my back. I felt like my body was about to explode in both good and bad ways. Drawing in a shaky breath, it caught in my chest when she rose above me like a goddess, her honey skin dark gold in the morning light. Taking her shirt off, she plumped her breasts for me. She lifted her breasts from her bra like an offering to some forgotten god. With my help, she got her pants off. I'd forgotten about her ankle until she winced as the fabric caught on the joint. Kai, no, we can wait. Maybe you can. Besides, it doesn't hurt as bad now. I've been waiting to take you in my mouth again since the first time. She threw the pants across the room as she crawled down my body. I'll do all the work, Ransom. I'll take care of everything. She kissed my abs, nibbled on my belly, ran a nose through the light brown hair that began under my belly button and continued in a narrow path towards my cock. Kai. Her name was a sigh. The fast spark of teeth against my hip bone had me jerking my hips. I growled low in my throat. Tangling my hands in her hair, I felt her run her tongue from base to tip. She blew a cool stream of air across the wet trail, making my skin pebble in delight. Oh, fuck. Her snicker was dark and sexy. Her tongue explored all of me. The thin skin over my hip bone, head of my cock, the silky vein under my shaft, the rougher skin of my scrotum, the too sensitive perineum. She shocked me when she delved towards my ass. A quick lick, a soft nibble, and she was moving back up my quivering body. Inside you, baby. I need to be inside you. All I could do was beg. When I'm ready. I grit my teeth at the tease. She loved my cock, worshipped my balls, holding me at the edge of release for what felt like an eternity. She didn't leave 1 inch of my sex untouched. Gagging a little, she even took me to the back of her throat. Thank Guy I didn't embarrass myself this time. Just as I was about to explode, she dropped me from her mouth. Her lips began an expedition up my body. My heart rate returned to normal, my body still rock hard with the need to claim her. Kai. I growled at this time. I was almost done playing. She must have understood, because as she bit my left nipple, she grasped my cock in her hands. Guiding it to her entrance, she sat up as she thrust down on me. In one swift slide, I was seated fully inside her. Circling her hips, she rubbed her clit against the base of my cock. Her breath began gasping, her chest heaving. Without any direction from me, she reached up and pinched and rolled her own nipples. Yanking and tugging on them far harder than I'd ever attempted, her core liquefied as pain and pleasure coalesced in her tight body. Ransom, she begged me, her light eyes pleading me for help. Summoning my strength, I bent my knees, giving her a ledge to lean on. As I shifted inside her, a rise of color filled her cheeks. Up and down, baby. Use your knees and hips. Anchoring the top of her body away from mine, she began a jerking up and down motion. It was too shallow, rubbing almost exclusively against the head of my cock. Sweat broke out on my brow. Deeper, baby. You gotta take me deeper. I'm gonna go off before you get there. She sank down over me, covering my cock in all of her creamy heat. Fuck. I reached forward, finding her clit with my thumb. As I circled it, her hips finally found a deep, fast rhythm. Both of us were panting as sweat misted our skin. The rippling of her pussy was pulling at my own climax. Remembering her pulling on her nipples, I reached up and pinched her left nipple, hard. Her head fell back as a scream ripped from her throat, and her body pulsed and clenched around my cock. My orgasm swept through my body in waves of heat. Her pussy so full it leaked out around the base of my cock. The sight of my semen trickling from her body renewed my own orgasm, wringing another groan from me. She sank like a wilting flower against my chest, sweat-drenched skin sealed with sweat-drenched skin. Her tongue lazily flicked against my peck before she became a heavy purring blanket. "Ransom?" Saint's voice was hard in my head. "What?" The camera was still on. I stilled. "Were you guys watching?" I could feel the rage building, taking over the lethargy of excellent sex. "I only saw the last minute or two, but Xander was recording in case something happened while everyone was sleeping." "Fuck. How do you want me to handle it? Has Asher seen it?" "No, he's not here yet. Neither is Xander." "Well, that's good at least." I sighed. For some reason it didn't bother me that Saint had seen us. At least not like it would have had it been either of the twins. Do I tell her? If she were mine, I would. She deserves to know she was recorded. I'll encrypt that section of the video. If she wants to delete it, I'll send her the password. "Thanks, Saint. Don't let Asher get a hold of it. No one gets a preview, not without her express permission. Lock and key, Ransom. We've got some updates about the book, and some of Xander's research about Otis finally came through. Although you're going to need to talk to Tarek about some of it. He had to use off-book sources." "Shit, they're that bad?" "From everything we've been able to find, they're worse than bad, bro. I doubt you'd want your parents involved with them." Damn, that said everything right there. Damn it. Okay, give me some time to get up and around. It'll take a hot minute to get Kaima fixed up with that ankle. Kill the feed, will you?" "Already done. The twins just arrived. We'll be standing by." Saint broke the mental connection. Not that I didn't believe my friend, but I checked to make sure the computer screen was blank and no lights were flashing before I moved the slumbering Kaima to the side. My body was still sore, but that endorphin rush had helped cure most of my ails. I got to my feet, swayed the sudden change in position. I grabbed my head. It felt like it was about to pop off my neck. Water. Lots and lots of water. After quenching my thirst, I walked back across the room. She was still sleeping, curled into a little ball. She reminded me of a kitten I'd rescued as a boy. The kitten had been striped black and gray and had 3 white feet. The last leg had been deformed. No paw had ever formed. Like most of the rescues I'd taken in as a child, my father destroyed it. Perfection is the Kolefni heritage. I shook off the family motto. I was a Kolefni and nothing about me was perfect, but I'll be damned if I'm worth throwing away. I'm just lucky I hadn't been destroyed a long time ago. Shaking my head, I bent down and picked Kaima up into my arms. She grumbled, her brow and nose wrinkling. As she cuddled into my chest, a low snore, almost a purr, slid from her throat. "I'll protect you, kitty." I kissed her head and made my way to her bedroom.
Chapter 37. Kaima. "Thank God your ankle healed while we were sleeping," Ransom said as he slid breakfast over the island to me. "By the way, I've got something to tell you before we hook back up with the guys." "Okay." I smiled at him in thanks. Breakfast had never been an important part of my day, but since spending time with Ransom, I could begin to crave them. Or maybe it was just the man who cooked for me and nothing more than a sheet and a smile. He braced himself on his hands as he leaned over the countertop. "The camera was still on this morning." "Okay." It took me a minute, then all the blood drained from my face. "Were they there? Were they watching? Shit. I'm such an idiot. I didn't even think. They were—" "No," he barked at me. He reached across the island, grabbed my hands. "No one was there. Saint came in at the very end. He's the one who told me about it. He's already locked that section of recording away. It's your decision on whether you want to keep it or not." Keep it or not? Of course I was going to. My cheeks flamed as my eyes widened. A sexy smile pulled at his mouth. "You want to watch it?" "Is that weird?" I whispered. "Not at all, baby. I admire your openness to everything sexual. If you want to keep it, you can keep it, but you'll be the only one with the password. Saint set up remote access to that part of the file. Once you reset the code, not even he'll be able to get back in." I nodded, took a deep breath. "Thanks." "Of course, Kaima. I would have wanted to be told as well. No problem." I stopped his turning back to the stove with a squeeze of his hand. "Not just that, Ransom." He watched me, a puzzled look on his face. I grabbed my courage in both hands. "Thanks for teaching me about all of this. Not everyone would have been so nice. They might have laughed at me, or worse. You made me feel sexy and smart, treated me like a goddess, rocked my world, turned me inside out. I shrugged. Thank you. Ransom looked like he'd been slapped silly. I had to say you're welcome, but, Kai, he shook his head, you rocked my world as well, turned me upside down and spun me around. This has honestly been the best sexual experience of my life. Thank you for trusting me. I smiled, my heart in my throat. I was so glad I could impact him the way he'd impacted me. Even in this baring of my soul, he treated me with respect, as valued and worthy of dignity. Tears gathered in my eyes. He came around the island, grabbed me up into his arms. Without thinking, I wrapped my legs around his waist. With a groan, he lowered his lips to mine, sipped at my mouth. The tears I was trying to hold back overflowed my lids and slid down my cheeks. He kissed each one. Your mouth is so soft when you cry, he said softly. But Angel, you're killing me with the tears. I sighed, reining the emotion back in. I pushed back the tears. You guys there? Saint asked calmly from the computer at the other end of the kitchen island. I wrapped my arms around Ransom's neck and clung for a couple more minutes. Coming, Saint, Ransom called as he squeezed me back. He kissed my hair as he settled me back into my chair. He brought the computer to our end of the kitchen island. Good morning, Kaima, Saint said. He looked around his space. Before the boys get back in here, I just wanted to reassure you that the file is locked away. I didn't watch it, I swear. I did have to back it up so I could lock down the appropriate section, but that was easy to find because the sensors told me each time movement happened. His dark brown eyes were serious, his brow furrowed. Oddly, I didn't feel embarrassed. I felt all kinds of things, but embarrassment wasn't one of them. I had to clear my throat of more tears that wanted to fall. Thank you, Saint. I kissed my fingers and touched the screen. The quiet, calm man ducked his head, rubbed a hand over his neck. Of course, Kaima. His words were directed to his chest. Faint laughter could be heard from his end of the connection. My sexy lady here yet? Asher asked from off-screen. Saint's face resumed its restrained lines. Yes, they're both here. Asher's animated face joined Saint's. Morning, Kai. Sleep well? His face was so open and honest. I looked to Saint, a faint smile on my face. I slept like a queen, Asher. Thank you for asking. Saint smiled at me, shot me a wink. Good. We've got to review the feed. The sensors went off a couple of times, but only for a couple of seconds. So there's probably nothing but you and Ransom sleeping or changing position. We'll get it analyzed. Asher bobbed his head. I wondered what he heard in his mind. Was he playing music in there? He means I'll get it analyzed. He's almost worthless with computers, Xander said as he popped his head in from the side. Give him something with an engine. He's your man. I'll remember that. Good morning, Xander. Morning, Kaima. He ducked back off screen. Ransom said you guys have some information about the book and Otis. The energy in the room dropped like a bomb had gone off. That bad, huh, guys? I asked. I guess we should start with Otis. Asher, happy and irreverent Asher, growled low in his throat. The Order of the Iron Serpent. You were right on the last two, Kai. So technically it should be Tutus, I said with a straight face. Ransom laughed behind me. Asher's serious face lightened briefly. I guess even big, scary, secretive groups want to have cool-sounding names, too. Tutus doesn't really spark fear in my heart. But Otis does? Ransom asked. Asher nodded. So did Saint. Even Xander came on screen to share his nod of doom. Fuck. Ransom almost breathed the word. Xander did the research. He'll fill you in. Asher moved back from the screen, waved for his twin to take his spot. Xander glared at his brother as he came on screen. I had to go deep to even find a mention of them. Dark web, he explained, looking at me specifically. Apparently, my face had shown my confusion. I nodded. Xander cleared his throat and continued. They had some postings on boards about wanting to meet anyone with magic. Didn't matter how small or useless. If you have magic, they want to meet you. They're even willing to pay to study it. They find any takers? Ransom asked. Some. Most people assumed they were a trafficking site. They got more bashing than anything else. A couple people responded, though. Are they trafficking? I felt the bottom of my stomach drop out. I don't know. But honestly, considering Tarek's information, I wouldn't be surprised if they have their fingers in that pie as well. Shit, Ransom and I responded together. Believe me, if that were the worst of it, I wouldn't be this freaked out. Xander swallowed noisily from an energy drink can. I couldn't find anything about the user on the boards. No one had ever heard of him or her. Uses the handle Iron Snake. IS pops up every couple of weeks, makes the same request, disappears. I was able to track the people who responded to IS, though. Tracked them through IP addresses. Mostly they were scared people who discovered they had some funky kind of magic and couldn't get the answers from the centers or MagCorp. How is their magic funky? I asked. Bringing stuff back from the dead, mostly plants and animals. Ability to hurt others, influence or change someone's mind. One kid from Olan said he could move his truck with his mind. I stared at Xander. Those kinds of magic would be terrifying. What happened to these people? Either disappeared, chose to leave, or were approached, tested, and then let go. For those that disappeared, was there any investigation? For those that chose to leave, has anyone been in contact with them? Ransom asked. Disappearances were investigated by local law enforcement. After a couple of weeks, each of the files were closed as cold cases. The leavers were heard from once or twice after choosing, but no contact has been made in the last 6 months. How many disappeared? Ransom asked. I rubbed my hands up and down my arms, trying to warm myself against the chill invading my body. Xander hit a couple keys, the clicking sound just barely audible. 27. Leavers register in the hundreds. The earliest I could find any link for IS was 5 years ago. The boards are constantly changing. The links and protocols migrate and shift. I got what I could, but it's not a comprehensive picture. Does Otis use any legitimate internet sources for recruitment? I asked. None that I've been able to find. I did every search I could think of. I even set up a bot to scrub pages while I was doing other things. So Kaima's father is part of Otis? Ransom asked. I turned and looked at him. Shit, I didn't even put that together. He kissed my head. We'll figure it out. He looked back to the screen. Xander? Foya has an encrypted file on a secure server. I was able to access a backdoor from the server host. While there's not a lot that stands up and says, I'm a member of this douchey group, there's enough to infer that he is at least in the outer ranks of the organization. He did upload Kaima's MagCorp profile and testing results. I can't tell you who else accessed those records, but there have been at least 40 requests for access since it was uploaded, when she was 3. He looked at me, a sad look on his face. I'm really sorry, Kaima. I wish I had better news for you. I smiled at him. So different in personality than his brother, but looking like mirror images. Not your fault, Xander. Thank you for looking into all of this. Of course, he said, as a rush of pink brushed his ears. I'm glad to help. What kind of info did Tarek get? Ransom asked, pulling the discussion back on track. Saint spoke up from the back. There are some interested parties in the top levels of government, more interested in weaponizing magic for special groups. They've been doing some back-channel communicating with Otis, sending them black ops money, that kind of thing. His contact said there are some rumblings of labeling them terrorists, but the contact doesn't have hard proof on that yet. Does anyone know what they want as a group? I asked. All the guys on screen shook their heads. We found nothing concrete outside of the call for magickers to contact them. An awful idea floated through my mind. Xander, could you tell me the last time someone accessed my data from my father's server thingy? I swallowed. Please? Yeah, sure. Give me 2. He shot me a look I couldn't quite decipher. What's going on, Kai? You're shivering. Ransom rubbed his hands over my shoulders. It might be nothing. Let's wait to hear what Xander says. I rubbed my hands together, fingers gripping each other. Xander looked up. You have 2 on the same day, Kaima, within a couple of hours of each other. One has been accessing the other information for years. The last one was brand new. Xander raised his eyebrows. Does that help? My belly dropped. The one who'd accessed it before. How often had they looked at it? Xander's brow furrowed, but he looked at his information without speaking. They've accessed the information at least once a year since initial upload. And the last unknown accessor? 29 days ago. My eyes closed, my heart lodged in my chest. Honey, what's wrong? You've gone pale, Saint said, his husky voice curling around me like a warm blanket in the sudden chill. I felt Ransom lean down and look at me. Kaima? Shit. Did I take the risk that my contact was part of Otis? Did I trust these men enough to tell them my plans? I looked at the 3 men on the screen. Their faces were pinched, worry in their eyes. Saint especially looked like he wanted to crawl through the connection and cuddle me on his lap. Ransom squeezed my shoulders again. The heat from his hands sank into my muscles. The ache from his bite still zinged through my system. If I trusted him enough to touch me and allow me to touch him in return, couldn't I trust him with my plans, my future? "Kai," Asher asked. I took a deep breath, straightened my spine. I was tired of other people being in control of my life. At least this way, with these men, I would get to help decide the course my life took after this time with Ransom was done. All 3 men on screen leaned forward. Ransom looked like he was about to shake me until I started talking. I took another deep breath. "I was contacted 3 weeks before I met Ransom," I began. "What the fuck?" Ransom said. "I had to get out, Ransom. I couldn't stay there anymore. You were going to be my ticket to freedom." "Why is someone contacting her so important?" Saint asked. "She's essentially a prisoner. Constant surveillance, locked into an apartment and office, escorted from point A to B, even fucking bathroom breaks for Gaia's sake. Someone else has the codes. No outside contact." "Fuck," Asher breathed. So when someone basically answered my prayers by offering me a way out, I leapt at it. Hell, I would have done more. "You didn't think it was suspicious that someone managed to find you?" Ransom asked, his tone biting. I glared at him. "Of course I did. I just didn't care anymore." He sucked in a breath. He took his hands from my shoulders, walked in a tight circle behind me a couple times. "Fuck. How did they contact you the first time?" Xander asked, pulling my attention back to the screen. His brows were pinched. "A link in a client's email. It was supposed to have been cloud access, but it took me to a secure deep web chat." "How did you know it was a deep web chat? Have you used the dark and deep web before?" Xander asked, his face so eager and bright. I felt bad crushing his hopes. It was nothing I'd ever seen before. My contact told me what it was a couple days after the chat when I asked. Xander looked deflated, shrugged, shook his head. After a second, his facial expression brightened. He leaned forward toward the camera. "Do you know what data came in? I might be able to go through your computer and find it." I deleted the email, just like they told me to. I smiled sadly. Xander winked at me and chuckled. "Just give me an idea, sweetheart. I'll see what I can find." I gave him the particulars. "Back in a second." He disappeared off screen. Saint and Asher moved forward. "Keep going, Kai. Zan can still hear us." I explained everything, the shock and instinctual disbelief. But over the course of 2 weeks, they'd managed to convince me they were real, and they wanted to help. They knew I was going to lose an account, that I would be called to task by my father. I had to swallow. It happened 2 days later. It wasn't quite in the way it happened, but I thought that just spoke to their sincerity and honesty. They weren't setting me up, they just wanted to help me escape my prison. My shoulders slumped. They sucked me in, made me into a puppet. I believed everything they said. I'm such an idiot. I covered my cheeks with my hands as shame washed through my belly. "No," it was Saint, his voice firm, his gaze drilling into mine. "You couldn't have known, even though you're a prisoner. Someone who should hate the world and everyone in it. You have a good heart, honey. They played that angle, built your trust. They're the ones at fault, not you." "Damn fucking straight, Kai." Asher jerked his head in a fierce nod. Saint cleared his throat. "If you had a phone, why didn't you just call enforcement? A friend, someone to help you." I had no friends, no someone to help me. My parents have too many enforcement officers on their payroll. I cleared my throat. I did try once, to get out, get some help. It didn't end well. For me or the person I asked to help me. "What happened, honey?" Saint asked. I shook my head. I couldn't share that shame. Not yet, maybe not ever. We all sat in silence for long minutes. "I agree with them." Ransom squeezed my shoulders. "There's no way you could have known, and no reason for you not to believe everything they said." I opened my mouth to explain what that day, why that moment. "I'm back," Xander said as he slid into frame. "I agree with the rest. Do you have the phone they contacted you on? I shut my mouth and nodded. Give me a second. I got off my stool and went to my room. I still felt like the world's biggest idiot, but I could live with that. I'd gotten lucky the day I lost the account. Other people had been there in the office with us, and that meant my father couldn't punish me the way his dark gaze had promised. I shuddered, remembering the potential of agony that day. I'd been summarily dismissed, sent back to my apartment, and told to wait for his arrival later. 28 fucking years old and still terrified of my parents. He never showed. Waiting for the pain and violence had been almost more than I could bear. That's when I decided to take my contact's offer. I couldn't afford to stay in my life any longer. I would either die because of my gift or because of some idea of displeasure on my parents' part. Retrieving the phone from my hiding spot, I came back out to the kitchen. If it lines up, this might actually work to our advantage, Xander said. What lines up? I asked. I waved the phone in the air. Xander's almost black eyes lit up. Ransom will hook it into our system. I handed it over. If what lines up, Xander? I asked while Ransom followed Xander's direction. If they called you from the phone, they might have left some digital footprints. Was the phone left for you somewhere? In a planter outside the elevator on my floor. I acted like I'd dropped my pen. So it was given to you. Perfect. Xander's eyes almost closed in ecstasy. I laughed. I'm glad I could make you feel good, Xander. His eyes opened, so dark brown it looked almost black. I'll let you make me feel good any day, sweets. Instead of embarrassed, I felt heat kindle in my belly. I smiled at him. All three guys on the computer screen sucked in a breath. Easy, guys. We have to save her first, Ransom said. We also don't know if she can touch any of you without hurting herself. That's if she wants to play with all of us, he smirked. Or just me, he added. Asher opened his mouth. Saint slapped the back of his head before anything could come out of it. I felt my core tug and soften. The more I thought about it, the more open to all of it I was becoming. A series of beeps came through the phone and the computer at the same time. Xander thrust his fists into the air, punching it in victory. Fucking yes! Concentration settled on his face, pulling him out of the conversation. Asher pushed his twin's chair off to the side. Xander didn't seem to notice. He'll be back once he finds what he's looking for. Now about the book, Saint said.
Chapter 38. Ransom. She was thinking about it, seriously considering it. I should be overjoyed, but part of me wanted to wrap her up and keep her all to myself. She still might be just mine. She might not be able to touch the others. I blew out a breath. It doesn't matter, not yet anyway. We had to keep her safe. From her parents, from whoever contacted her, from fucking Otis. Wrapping her up and stealing her away was sounding better and better. Derek and Atlas sent some pictures a couple nights ago, Saint said. They're still in negotiations with the museum about the book. The parts they sent over, those are illuminated leaves from the late 1100s to early 1200s. 3 pictures from the bestiary section and 7 pages from the scientific section. I'll send the pages over so you can look at them. He had a couple of buttons on his computer. Within moments, the files popped up on our screen. Got 'em. According to Derek and Atlas, The Lost Ones is one of the earliest books ever discovered. There's no single language that runs from beginning to end. Everything from runes to Old English with enough variety to need an entire university's linguistics department to decipher. If you look at the first of the 3 bestiary pictures, you'll see why they sent it, Saint said. I hit the button that would bring up the pictures. The details were stunning, so intricate and rich. Kaima gasped as she reached out a hand to trace the figures on the page. Lions, wolves, other big cats I couldn't name, dragons, rats or rodents, bears, tigers. Each was beautifully rendered. One of the pages was broken up into cells or frames. A man stood tall in the first frame. In the second, he appeared next to a tall spirit of some kind. The spirit joined with a man in the third frame. The man fell, his face distorted in agony as something pushed from his stomach. In the 5th frame, the man was partially beast, but his expression had changed from pain to pleasure. The last frame, the man was gone, except for the shape of his eyes. The beast stood tall and proud, whether on 4 feet or 2. The second and third leaves showed more transformations. There are no females shifting form, Kaima pointed out. There's got to be, Asher said. His brow furrowed as he presumably scrolled his set of pictures. Fuck, you're right, Kai. What about the scientific pages? Any females in there? I asked as I changed the pictures on our computer. Asher scrolled through their set. Shit, not even an animal form. So all shifters are male? Kaima asked. I could see her wide eyes in the reflection off the computer screen. I guess that's where we get the idea that men are animals, I joked. She snorted and nodded. Probably. Asher and Saint chuckled. The scientific pictures look more like old anatomy drawings, skin and muscle pulled away in different sections, notes and opinions on certain parts. Kaima pointed at the various pictures. If you look at the last page in the scientific section, Saint directed. I flipped to the right page. Read the last caption. It is the opinion of this observer that all these creatures are from the metaphysical realm. They are both similar and dissimilar from their natural-born counterparts. This observer has been unable to procure a living sample of any subject found within these pages. All obtained subjects were frozen in mid-shift, part man, part beast. Until living subjects can be located, all further study would be speculative instead of concrete. This observer is uninterested in speculative discovery. Kaima read it aloud. Was this the last entry in the book? She asked. Unknown at this point, Saint answered. Where's the section found in the book? I asked. Saint shook his head. Derek and Atlas should have more info when they get back. Are there any legible captions with the bestiary pictures? I moved back to those pictures. There's one, but it's only a partial. Muliebris animi mutatio procedit ignis. Dr. Atlas says that loosely translates to female soul starts the fire transformation. Saint looked at something on the table, nodded his head. Yeah, I got that right. Why do you differentiate Atlas and Dr. Atlas? Are they not the same person? Kaima asked. I laughed. Dr. Atlas is the bossy, overly technical medical professional. Atlas is still bossy, but he has a little more humor. You'll understand once you meet him, Saint offered. Kaima nodded. Any idea on their ETA? I asked. Atlas sent us a message. These imbecilic dullards must meet with their board. I've made an offer they can't refuse. Our departure should be imminent after negotiations are closed. Asher read it. That was almost 2 days ago now. I looked at Kaima, one eyebrow raised. She chuckled. I think I'm beginning to understand. Xander slid back into the frame. The phone was a burner, so not a lot to go on. However, the carrier data shows that it was bought and activated at North Cross. The number they have programmed in is also a burner. Fortunately for us, they forgot to turn off the GPS data once they gave the device to Kaima. Once the phone was activated, it started sending location data to the nearest tower. Address of 1 North High Court East. That's the building across the fountain, just to the south of Foya Tower, Kaima said. Right, I checked all the registration and real estate info of the residences and businesses. A couple of them looked interesting for Otis fronts. I found one, Apollo Inc., that looked the most promising, but they're a music and dance company. I'll keep looking. What are you thinking, honey? Saint asked. I looked down at Kaima's face. It was scrunched in thought. Xander, can you look up Apollo and Serpents, please? He looked a little unsure, but set himself to the task. Moments later he spoke. Damn, Sweets, you're good. Apollo, Olympian in Greek and Roman religions, god of the sun and light. Also god of dance, music, poetry, healing, and diseases. Probably more. Turns out Apollo was getting busy with his fellow goddesses. Apollo became the happy daddy to a bouncing baby Asclepius. He hit a couple of buttons with a flourish. The rod of Asclepius is a staff with a serpent crawling up its length. A beep signaled Xander had sent us something. I hit the button. A stylized picture of a serpent climbing a staff appeared on the screen. That's it. That's the picture I saw in my father's office, Kaima said.
Chapter 39. Kaima. I'll start digging into the Apollo Inc. files. According to their homepage, they've been in business since the mid-1960s, Xander said and left the screen again. I think we should work under the assumption that Otis reached out to Kaima, Saint said. It seems to fit the most pieces of the puzzle with the least effort. I nodded as Ransom agreed from behind me. We're going to need the specifics of the plan they hashed out with you, Kaima, Ransom said. Saint and Asher nodded. We should wait for Tarek for that, though. He's our security chief, Saint added for my benefit. Got it. That's fine with me. My brain is really full right now. I might go lay down, if that's okay with all of you. I looked at the two men on the screen, got their nods. Ransom squeezed my shoulders. Of course, Angel. Go take a break. I'll come get you if something new comes up. I tilted my head, kissed his fingers. Thank you so much, guys. Ransom's lucky to have such wonderful people in his life. I got up and hurried to my room. The tears pushing at the back of my throat were about to come rushing out, and I didn't want the strong men to see them. I slammed the door behind me. I'd known from a very early age that I had no value outside of lining my parents' pockets. I'd grown up with that knowledge, lived that truth. It was one thing to know it. It was another thing to understand it, and another to have proof to back up the fact that my parents were ruthless and money and power hungry. To find out they could be part of a secret magical society that might be behind missing people wasn't something I could easily digest. My stomach twisted, pushing bile up my throat. Rushing to the bathroom, I emptied my stomach into the toilet. My heart hurt as much as my belly at the thought of those men and women, boys and girls, who'd needed answers and had been given a life sentence like mine. As much as I'd been a prisoner, at least mine had been a gilded cage. I had every material thing I could have hoped for or dreamed of. I had the freedom to explore any topic that interested me. Unless Otis was exceptionally altruistic, the people they had taken were probably not living in gilded cages. A flame flickered to life in my chest. My parents played a part in keeping these people as nothing more than cattle. I would bet my life that I would be one of the few instead of the many in terms of quality of care. My parents wouldn't get away with it. I was escaping that life. I would be part of the efforts to help others escape their living hells as well. Even if I had to do it alone, I'd try to help as many of these people as humanly possible. Fire lighting my spirit, I pushed back from the toilet and stood up. While I was brushing my teeth, another thought occurred to me. I had access to a doctor now, not to mention a crap ton of super sexy, super intelligent men. Rinsing my mouth out, I smiled at my reflection in the mirror. You got this, I murmured. Damn fucking straight I did. I stormed out of my room, the door smashing against the wall. Ransom. His head whipped around, his face showing his surprise. You're looking better. It must have been quite the nap. He glanced at the clock over the stove. That lasted maybe 10 minutes. Really, I just threw up. A snicker sounded from the computer. I have an idea. A mission, really. And if you guys are interested in it, I'd like you to help me. I sashayed across the living room floor, my bare feet striking the hard wood like the blows I wanted to deal to my parents. What's the mission, sexy? Asher called. You know what? Doesn't matter. I'm in. Count me in, Xander called from off-screen. I'll help in whatever way I can, honey, Saint said softly. Obviously I'm in as well, but I'd still like to hear about this mission, Ransom said as he waved me over to the island where he sat in front of the computer. He moved to get off the chair. I settled him back down with a hand on his shoulder and sat on his lap. I buried the smile when his body jerked beneath mine. Whatever's gotten into you, Kai, make sure it's still burning when you and I meet in person, Asher said. I laughed, low and throaty. I'll do that, Asher. My words stalled Saint's hand from smacking into Asher's head. Asher pumped his fist into the air. Ransom wrapped his arms around my waist, nuzzled my hair. Be careful, he whispered in my ear. You can't promise anything. We still don't know if you can touch them. I felt my heart tug. I nodded. I had to keep that eventuality in mind until we could discover the truth for ourselves. My mission. I'm going to take down my parents. I'd like to save as many people as I can from Otis as well. Which reminds me, I need Dr. Atlas to look at what I puked up in the toilet.
Chapter 40. Ransom. The erection that had been pushing against Kaima's hip lost a little steam. For a number of reasons, not the least of which was the idea that she wanted to take on her parents, and maybe even Otis. From the set of her chin, she'd do it without anyone's help, too. Angel, that's going to be quite the project, I said. I know. she nodded. But I figure with all of your help, I'll be able to help them. I can't let my parents be part of treating anyone the way they've treated me, Ransom. I just can't. That's working under the most positive assumption they're being treated even that well. She looked up at me, her pale gray eyes stark and fierce. I wanted to throw her on the counter and bury myself inside her, right here, right now, no matter the witnesses. For all her hesitation, she might not mind the witnesses either. We can add her parents to the work we're already doing, Ransom, Asher said. Kaima flipped around to look at the screen. Asher shot her a wink. I felt my stomach drop to my toes. Fuck. I hadn't had the chance to tell her yet. Fucking Asher. Always talking when he shouldn't. I loved the asshole, but wish he'd been born without vocal cords. Or at least a better brain-mouth filter. She turned on lap, right against my dwindling erection. That fucking hurt. She drilled her gaze into mine. Damn it, Asher! I yelled at him through our mental connection. Kaima's gaze narrowed and she rubbed at her head. Hurry up. She crossed her arms, her body now stiff in my arms. Are we doing this? Sharing this part of our lives with her? I asked everyone mentally. Hell, Ransom, she's already thinking about taking us all on. I can't imagine she'll appreciate being left out in the cold like this, Xander pointed out. We do this, close her out now, we can kiss any of her help or healing goodbye, Saint said. I'm not sure I could do that. Over and above that, doing so would essentially be telling her she's only good to us as a healer. I need her. I lifted my eyes to Saint's on the computer screen. He looked like a man on the edge of drowning. I felt myself go still. Explain, I demanded carefully. He swallowed. Having her sit on your lap makes me want to rip your fucking head off. Saint held my gaze steadily. I haven't even met her in the flesh, but I know she's mine. My entire body and spirit are fighting me, demanding I go to that cabin, take you down and keep her for myself. Shit, Asher said softly. On screen, he stepped back from the smaller man. What's going on? Why is Asher afraid of Saint? Kaima asked me. I ran my hands down her arms. Saint's dark eyes followed the motion. I applaud your control, I said with a sneer. This isn't what I wanted, Ransom. You know I'd rather kill myself than hurt you. I'm telling you I need her. I could probably talk myself into sharing, but even that's going to be a huge undertaking. Saint looked back up at me. We can discuss the rest of this later. We need to keep going on this conversation. Does everyone else agree we share our plans with Kaima? I asked, keeping eye contact with my best friend, my brother. A round of yeses sounded in my head. Saint nodded, my chest loosened. I cleared my throat, gave Kaima a squeeze. We're back. One of the reasons I negotiated for the extension of the ritual to last 10 days was because I waved a hand between myself and the computer, intend to take over my parents' company. I waited for her reaction. It wasn't long in coming. Her eyebrows furrowed, her lips pinched. Her pale eyes darkened as she studied me. Just as I was getting ready to open my mouth, her expression cleared. Okay, I guess my only question is why. I hugged her to me as I glanced at the guys who were closer than my biological brothers. They nodded. My childhood wasn't as awful as yours, but it also wasn't happy. I'm the firstborn of 7 kids. Once my illness manifested when I was a toddler, I was shunted to the side, allowed to watch, to learn, but never to participate. Perfection is the standard the Kalefni family flies over their dynasty. I didn't fit that mold. It wasn't until I was accepted as a seeker candidate that I was even given a piece of the family company. I received 1%. I bit back the rage that threatened to overtake me again at the thought. I have 2 advanced degrees, economics and organizational leadership, but my closest male sibling, who couldn't even finish high school, is being given the family company when my father retires. Why? Because he isn't sick with some unknown malady. He's able to present the right image, and that's all my family cares about, keeping our image perfect. Bitch can barely spell his own name, Asher mumbled. Saint snorted, but didn't disagree. My brother Matthias was an idiot. In my late teens, early 20s, I met these guys at university. I waved a hand at the screen. Their stories are their own, and I won't share them, but suffice it to say we have much in common, right down to mysterious illnesses. Kaima's eyes went wide. Tears gathered on her lower lids. "All of you?" she asked, her voice barely over a whisper. Asher and Saint nodded, their faces closed down. "I'll help you if I can," she offered. "Even if you don't help me save these people, I'll do it." My heart felt like it was going to explode with joy even while it iced over in fear. "We have to talk about that, Kaima. You know we do." I turned her in my arms. "There's nothing to talk about, Ransom. I get to choose who I heal. No one else, not even you." "What the fuck, man? You got healed and now you want to keep her all to yourself?" Asher lashed out. "Fuck you, Ash. I would never do that and you know it. She pays a price for each person she heals. If she wants to tell you what it is, that's fine, but there are consequences. Don't think she heals without them." I could feel the fury churning in my gut. Kaima jerked in my arms. With narrowed eyes for me, she turned back to the screen, cleared her throat. "I guess today is the day of secrets. No one outside of this group can ever know this." Saint and Asher nodded. Xander slid into view, gave her a nod. She blew out a breath. "I lose 6 months off my lifespan for each person I heal." All 3 men's faces went pale. "She's already fucking lost 12.5 years, which doesn't include my healing." I was still torn up over that. Sorting through those thoughts and emotions was keeping me in knots. "I've known for a long time. My parents told me when I was 11. "The same time they had you declared dead?" Xander asked. I winced at my friend's tone of voice. Icy rage floated just beneath the surface of his lack of facial expression. Kaima nodded. Xander pushed his way off screen. Kaima turned to me, confusion on her face. "Did I do something wrong?" she whispered. "No, he'll be fine. Just give him some space," Asher answered, before I could open my mouth. Kaima nodded. "Which brings me to the thingy I threw up in the toilet." Saint burst out laughing. I'd never heard the quiet man laugh quite like that before in our almost 15-year friendship. She was healing all of us already. Asher stared at our friend, a smile pulling on the side of his mouth. "Damn, Saint, warn a brother next time. Almost took my hearing out." He stuck a finger in his ear, gave it a shake. Saint chuckled a little more before composing himself. "What kind of thingy did you throw up in the toilet, honey?" He shook his head. "That's not a sentence I ever thought I would say in my life." Kaima giggled. "Ransom thinks it looks like an organ. I think it looks like a really weird sphere. I feel fine. Actually, I haven't felt this good in my entire life. I actually crave touch now." "That would be normal, especially if you've been deprived of it for the majority of your childhood, adolescence, and adulthood." I rolled my eyes as Dr. Atlas moved into view. "That was fast," I said. "Dr. Atlas, please meet Kaima Foya." "Miss Foya, it's a pleasure. I would love to take a look at the specimen. In the toilet, you said?" Kaima waved at the newcomer. "Hi, Dr. Atlas." He narrowed his green eyes at all of the men. "You can call me Atlas, Kaima. Only these uncouth idiots use my title." "I'll do that, Atlas, thank you." He nodded his head, his white blonde hair glowing in the overhead lights of the room we used as our headquarters. "Hi, Kaima, I'm Tarek." The last of our crew waved from the back of the pack. With the background and covert work, Tarek was only seen when he wanted to be. His medium-brown, bald head gleamed almost as brightly as his smile. "You're sexier than Ransom let on." Kaima wiggled in my lap. Thanks?" "Definitely a compliment, kitten." Tarek winked at her. "The specimen?" Atlas asked, drawing Kaima's attention. "Oh, right." She stood, grabbing the computer up. "Right this way, gentlemen." I snickered. I followed her to the hallway bathroom. We still hadn't done anything with what she'd thrown up, having no idea what it was or even could be. Kaima pointed the computer's camera so it faced the toilet bowl. "Fuck, Kai, that came out of you?" Asher sounded like he was about to vomit himself. "Sure did. Gross, huh?" Kaima almost sounded like she was impressed with herself. "That's fascinating. Can you touch it?" Dr. Atlas asked, his voice a deeper tone than all of the other men. "You did hear me just say it was gross, right?" Kaima lifted the computer up and a round appeared at Dr. Atlas through the screen. He blinked quickly, a little out of sorts. Not too many people questioned Dr. Atlas. "Of course I did, but I need to know more about it before I can make any kind of hypothesis. Is it firm or gelatinous in nature? Smooth or ridged? Hot or cold? These are things I need to know." Kaima's nose wrinkled. I'm not touching it. Ransom? She turned and looked at me. No fucking way. I shuddered. You want to study it so badly, Atlas, you'll need to travel to the cabin. Kaima moved the camera back down to face the toilet. Silence reigned from the screen. I was a little taken aback by her offer. Saint cleared his throat out of sight. Kaima? Yes? She didn't move the camera. Can we look at you for a second, please, honey? Oh, she snickered. Sure, what's up? All 5 of my brothers were filling the screen. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I heard Kaima sigh softly. If Dr. Atlas gets to go, I'm coming too, Asher said, before anyone else could speak. Oh, Kaima blinked, bit her lip. She seemed to wrestle with something internally. I could almost hear the wheels turning 1,000,000 miles a minute in her mind. We don't need to come there, honey. It's okay, Saint said. We can continue to work how we are. Kaima dipped her head as her shoulders slumped. An indignant sigh left her mouth. I guess that means Ransom gets to touch the gross thing in the toilet, Atlas said, a polite smile on his face. Kaima closed her eyes. She stiffened her shoulders, shot back her hair. Wait. She took a deep breath. You? She cleared her throat. I heard her growl very softly. She tried again. You all can come here. There are rules, very important rules, but yes, of course you should all come. There's no reason that we should continue these discussions through the computer. I'll tell the front gate to expect you. She glanced up at me. I could plainly see the fear in her eyes, but I also saw the determination to take control, live the life she wanted. You're sure? We can keep doing it this way. No worries, no hassle, no hurt feelings. I studied her face. I'm trusting you all with my plans, my literal future. I can't do that and not allow you all to come here. She raised a finger to my lips as I opened them. Truly. She turned back to the screen. I won't lie, it freaks me the fuck out to have all of you here at the same time, but I'd like to think we're friends, right? She nodded, not giving anyone a chance to answer. And you're helping me. I'm helping you. That's what friends do. So yes. This time it came out firmly, full of strength and will. Yes, please come to the cabin. She met each man's gaze with her own, sent each man a smile. Then she turned to me. Okay? Was it okay? Could I handle sharing her this soon? My belly curdled. Better to find out now rather than have it fall apart later. I swallowed. Sounds like a plan. I turned to the screen, raised my voice just a tad. Make sure you bring some chairs with you. The couch got trashed the first time I shifted. And bring some fucking clothes that fit. 2 sizes bigger should do it. I slapped a hand over the computer, shutting it. Wrapping a hand around Kaima's wrist, I tugged her from the bathroom. I need you, now, before they get here. I set the computer on the kitchen island before turning back. I had to get a hold of myself before I scared her. I closed my eyes, counting to 10. Hands flowed up my chest before heading to my waist. I had to start counting all over again. Fingers fiddled with my belt. A growl of frustration. The sheet covering my lower body ripped free. A rush of cool air slid over my rapidly overheating body. My eyes still closed, Kaima licked the tip of my cock before taking me into her mouth. Immediately I touched the back of her throat. As she gagged, she inhaled through her nose, pulled me deeper. My fingers sank into her hair as my hips jerked forward. I opened my eyes to find her watching me. Her gray eyes crinkled at the corners as she moved her head from side to side. I groaned. Fuck, Kai. She pulled her mouth off me, her hand taking the place of her mouth. She slid a hand down her belly, slipping it under the waistband of her yoga pants as she pumped my cock. Watching her pleasure both of us had me growling low. Up. I bit the word off. She moaned but didn't let go of me. Didn't move her other hand. I grabbed her under her arms, lifted her to her feet. She whimpered. I stripped her clothes off, ripping at the things that didn't move fast enough. Spinning, I bent her over the edge of the kitchen counter. She inhaled quickly when her body met the smooth, cold surface. Wrapping her hair around my fist, I kissed her shoulder blade. Lining myself up to her entrance, I whispered, Mine, right before I slammed home. Her body curled in my hands as her moan floated on the air. Ransom. She thrust her hips back at me. For every push, she met me. Our bodies moved in perfect harmony. Mine. I bit the sensitive spot between her neck and shoulder, held her flesh between my teeth. Her cunt rippled around me. No, you're not done that fast. I pulled my cock out of her, her high-pitched whine a dark melody in my ears. Her breathing slowed as her body twisted and writhed in my hands. Ransom, please. Turning her around, I lifted her to the island. Getting to my knees, I pulled her to the edge and drove my face into her pussy. Licking, sucking, lapping, nibbling. I used my tongue on her until she cried my name, until my name became the only thing she could say. As I slid 2 fingers into her tight sheath, she lost the battle. Clenching on my finger, she rode out her orgasm with her hands wrapped around my head. My mouth was covered in her cream. Again, I said as soon as she came down. I don't... Again, I ordered. I pushed up her body, biting her skin. She squeaked and squirmed under the onslaught of my mouth. I reached her breasts. With one hand, I pinched a nipple until the skin went white between my fingers. As she sucked in a breath, I rammed my cock deep inside her. Her pussy felt so good, so fucking tight. Her breath hitched and she dug her nails into my sides. I let go of the abused nipple. Turning my attention to its mate, I leaned down and licked it. Without warning, I bit, my teeth sharp against the sensitive tissue. She bucked in my hands, her hips losing their rhythm. I slapped the side of her ass, the sound loud in the panting quiet. Ransom. The end of my name turned into a moan. More. I needed more. I needed all of her. I had to mark her. Moving my mouth to the side of her breast, I took as much of her into my mouth as possible, sucking and pulling. I fucked her cunt with hard strokes that rocked her body across the kitchen island. Mark her, mark her, mark her. The words filled my brain until I couldn't think of anything else. The flesh of her breast in my mouth, I bit down. Her body went still under mine for the briefest second. As I increased the pressure of my teeth, her nails raked down my back. I bit her, held her flesh between my jaws as her cunt clenched and pulled at my dick. Letting go of the abused tissue, I blew a cool breath over the mark. I could feel the walls of her pussy begin that deep quiver. I reached up with one hand, tangled my hands through her hair, and pulled. Arching her lower back against my own, I rocked our lower bodies together, grinding her clit on the base of my cock with each circling surge. Ransom, ransom, ransom. Her eyes were blind, wild with lust. I slapped my other hand over the mark I'd made on her breast. As her body absorbed the spark of pain, her orgasm shot through her body and started mine. She screamed, her head tipped back. I grit my teeth at the sucking of her cunt on my cock. Unable to help myself, I latched my mouth to her exposed neck. I laid soft bites to the distended muscles as entering quivers rippled through her pussy. I pumped myself inside her until I was empty, her name a dark litany in my head. I wasn't sure I could share her. Her body went limp in my arms as our hearts began to slow. She snuggled into my chest, her fingers dancing across my hips as she licked at beads of sweat. Without easing myself from the shelter of her body, I carried her to my room. I needed our combined sense filling my space, saturating it, overwhelming my more sensitive nose, imprinting itself on my brain the way she'd imprinted herself on my heart. Fuck. I looked down at the woman in my arms. I couldn't fucking believe it. I'd fallen in fucking love with her. A low purring snore rumbled from her chest.
Chapter 41. Kaima. A heavy pounding filtered through the weight of sleep. I batted at the sound, snarled, before pushing my head under the pillow. Go away. More pounding. Miss Foya, this is Dallas with the front gate. Miss Foya. I threw my pillow across the room, got to my hands and knees. You have unauthorized visitors, Miss Foya. Shit, shit, shit. I bounded from the bed, awake enough to grab a discarded sheet from the floor on my dash to the front door. Kai? Ransom yelled from his shower. The guys are here, I yelled back. I slid the last foot to the door, the sheet caught under my feet. Slamming into the solid wooden door, I had to take a minute to steady myself. Wait, Ransom yelled. I wasn't going to leave them out there. I checked through the peephole to make sure it was the front gate guard first. I wasn't stupid. The guard rolled his eyes, muttered something under his breath, and raised a fist into the air. I pulled the door open before the guard could pound on it again. Thanks, Dallas. I forgot to call. There should be an Atlas, Asher, Saint, Xander, and Tarek here. Please show them through the gates. I'll take care of all the formalities. I shut the door in his face, his surprised face. We weren't going to have a lot of time before the guards called my parents. Damn it, Kai. I said to wait. Ransom came out of the room, a skimpy towel barely covering the essentials. Damn shame about that towel. I eyed the man who had given me a life I'd never thought to dream of. Before I could move to his side and kiss his sexy mouth, more loud banging came from the front door. I raised my eyebrows. That was fast. You didn't think they were going to wait around with their thumbs up their asses, did you? Ransom said, his face dark. Another round of banging on the door. I studied the man in front of me. His face was closed down, his expression withdrawn. Are you okay? He gave me a stiff nod. I tipped my head to the side. Are we okay? I motioned to the space in between them. I don't know if I can share you, he said it fast, his gaze glued to the floor. Then I won't be shared. I love you, Ransom. I felt the heat rise to my cheeks. I know it's only been a little more than a week. You probably think I'm a silly woman, falling in love with the first man who can touch her. But you'd be wrong. I love more than being able to touch you. Although I love that too, I love your heart, the way your friends act and respect you. How you... The rest of my words were cut off by his mouth. I lifted my arms, running my hands over his shoulders, pulling him tighter against me. He kissed me once, twice, 3 times before he set me away. I love you too. Good. The guys banged on the door again. This time it sounded as if all 5 of them did it at the same time over the entire door. It almost rattled in its casing. Ransom rolled his eyes. I guess we should let them in. Especially if you want any real clothes. Although I'm a little sad that you'll be covering up. I pouted up at him. My bottom lip popped out. He leaned down and bit it. Then I'll stay in a towel. I kissed him. I'm not sure that's going to be real conducive to getting any work done. He sighed and set me away. Killjoy. Bang, bang, bang. We're coming, damn it, Ransom yelled through the door. Then open the fuck up. The guards are looking like they want to shoot us. I couldn't tell who was talking, but I figured they were right about the guards. Loyal to my parents, they would protect the investment I represented at all costs. I moved and opened the door. The stiff breeze slapped me in the face and reminded me that I was covered in a bedsheet. Heat rose to my cheeks, despite the cool air. Welcome to the cabin. Please come in. I stepped to the side. Hi, Kai. Asher was standing on the top step. Hi, Asher. Just remember, don't to... Ransom began. Asher bussed my cheek. Agonizing pain ripped through my body as my spirit merged with Asher's. Chapter 42. Kaima. I didn't have time to explain the rules. It was my first thought landing in the spiritual landscape of Asher's body. Unlike the colors of the rainbow that I'd experienced in Ransom's, Asher's were predominantly browns, greens, and golds. It reminded me of the forest that sat just beyond the perimeter of the cabin. While I didn't really understand what was happening in his body from a medical perspective, I could see the pieces of his spirit that were at war. The gray and the earth tones were fighting in a swirl of chaos. The pulsating fiber of black was threaded through each earth tone, almost as if it were the origin of the colors. I grabbed one piece of the black fiber and willed my spirit to find the beginning of it. The black thread threw me off. I felt like I was kicked in the guts and then run over with a semi-truck. I bounced off the edges of Asher's body. I can make the pain stop, I whispered. The war of colors stilled almost as if his spirit could hear and understand me. I touched the black thread again, this time using only a wisp of my own energy to entwine with it. Then I was moving. It felt like being moved along by an elevator. A sudden stop. Then a shimmering ball of black appeared. It was huge, vaguely animalistic in shape. It was all the colors of the earth with that throbbing tinge of black. I sent out tendrils of my spirit. The ball accepted them, pulled me toward it. Be careful. We don't want to hurt either of us, I said. It pulsed twice. It slowed its pull. I continued to feed the ball until it was completely encased in my own spirit. Are you ready? I asked. The ball pulsed 2 more times. Good. I gathered my courage and severed the line connecting them. One body, one spirit. One body, one spirit. One body, one spirit. Kaima's body, Kaima's spirit. Kaima's body, Kaima's spirit. Thank you, Gaia. Kaima's body, Kaima's spirit. Between one breath and the next, I was in my own body. Luckily, someone had moved me to a bathroom. I bent as my stomach tried to evacuate my body. This time I felt it. Between the retching and heaving, I felt that bloody sphere detach from somewhere in my magical landscape, hit the bottom of my stomach, and slide up my throat. I needed to remember that for Dr. Atlas. I passed out before I could say anything.
Chapter 43. Ransom. "You stupid fucking idiot," I yelled at Asher as Kaima went completely still. Shoving the guys out of the way, I smashed Asher's face to Kaima's. "Don't you fucking move," I growled at my friend. "What the fuck is going on with her?" Saint asked, his brow furrowed. "We have to move them together to the nearest bathroom. They can't separate until she's back in her own body." Her body was stiff as a board and just as cold. Wrapping Asher and Kaima in my arms, I started walking backwards into the living room. "Tarek, find me the nearest bathroom. It's going to be off to the left somewhere. Not the first door on the right, though. That one's got the specimen." Tarek sidled past our small group. "Door," I said, not caring who got it. It slammed closed behind me. "This way," Tarek called. "Third door on the left down the far left hallway." "What's happening?" Dr. Atlas asked, rushing behind me. "She's been sucked into Ash's magical spiritual plane thing. It's where she does her healing." "Did this happen to her when she healed you?" "Yes, although I didn't have to watch her become a mannequin. That part had already happened. I don't want to ever see it again in my life." Tarek had the bedroom and bathroom lights on. I made sure to keep Asher and Kaima together as I moved them to the bathroom. All the guys filtered in behind me. The room was spacious, but 6 grown men and a woman did take up a lot of real estate. Looking at their faces, I knew none of them were going to leave. I looked at Asher. His brown hair was its usual mess. The pallor of his skin was new. "Is she going to be okay?" he asked. I heard the quaver in my friend's voice. Remembered the terror that flooded my system when this had happened to me. I gave my friend a tight nod. I looked around the room, found the collection of rags and towels. "Get that small rag wet with cool water. Wring most of it out. She's going to need it when she comes back." Saint stepped forward, performed the duty. Asher went rigid in my arms. "Whatever the hell she's doing, something inside me doesn't like it. Don't you fucking let her go. You stay still. You absorb that pain like your life depends on it." I growled in his face. Asher nodded the slightest degree, his cheek still plastered to Kaima's cheek. He closed his eyes, shutting away the golden-brown irises, concentration playing on his face. He settled, drawing deep breaths in through his nose, pushing them out slowly through his mouth. Everyone waited. I felt sweat break out over my body. She has to be okay. Like coming back from the dead, Kaima's whole body inhaled. I pushed Asher back and turned Kaima to the toilet. She knelt as she began the process of emptying her stomach. Saint handed me the cool wash rag. I placed it on her neck and waited. I waited, anxious and terrified, to see if she would expel another organ-like sphere. I winced. There it was. But I couldn't worry about it right now. She was folding over from unconsciousness. "That's for you, Atlas." I nodded towards the toilet. "The original one is in the bathroom, the first door on the right." I picked Kaima up. All the guys moved out of the way. I set her on the bed in the connecting room. "We're screwed," I said. "How so? I need to evaluate her," Atlas said as he laid his medical bag on the floor. He opened it, fishing around in its depths. "Not happening, Atlas. You can't touch her. At least not skin to skin. We've successfully been able to touch through the shower curtain and cotton. We don't know about latex gloves or anything else." I rubbed a hand on my face. "I also don't know if that applies only to Asher or everyone." I punched a fist into the bed. "There's so much we don't fucking know." "We'll get started on the answers, boss. Settle," Saint said. First order of business, let's all find rooms. There should be enough for all of us to have our own space. That's where we're screwed. We only have 2 days left on the designated ritual time. If everything moves along the same timeline as before, Kaima's going to be in no shape to move. Hell, if she stays true to the first time, she's going to be experiencing some wicked body changes, including temperature fluctuations. What happened last time? Dr. Atlas asked, a digital notebook in his hand. I gave them all a rough outline. So I'll start bulking up soon? Asher asked. He looked down at his body. It was fit, if a little on the skinny side. Long-term illness will do that to a person. I stood up, not caring that I was naked. Exhibit A. The guys studied me, especially Dr. Atlas. I'll need to get started on a new workup for you, Ransom. Your physical form has changed dramatically in about a week, you said. I nodded. We brought you new clothes. They're in one of the suitcases by the door. Not that you're not pretty, but pack it away, man. We don't dig the dudes, Xander said. I laughed a little hullily, my mind still focused on Kaima. Follow me. We'll talk some more while she's out. We all walked to the living room. I'm fucking starving, Asher said, rubbing a hand over his belly. You're more than welcome to fix whatever you can find. It's really basic fare, I warned. Asher was a bit of a food snob. I'll come up with something. The other man headed into the kitchen area, began opening cupboards and taking stock of the pantry. Tarek handed me the right suitcase. I tossed it on top of the island, fished through it, grabbed the first set of anything I could lay my hands on. Before you dress, let's get your measurements. I brought a scale with me as well. I'll need to calibrate it. Alice waved me over where he'd set up a small computer. Hurry up. I've been dressed in sheets for the last week. I'm pretty excited about putting non-shredded clothes back on. How long is Kaima going to be out? Saint asked. He'd stayed back at the hallway entrance. Could be 20 minutes, could be hours. She woke up a couple of different times during the healing with me. The first time after healing me, she had some kind of seizure episode. She came out of it on her own, though, and hasn't had any others she told me about. Saint peeled off and ran down the hall. Atlas, he called after a moment. I barely got my pants up over my ass before I jetted after him. Everyone else followed me down the bedroom where I'd left her. Her back was bowed once more like a crescent moon. We all stood helplessly by while she suffered. Atlas reached out. I slapped his hand. Seriously, don't even fucking try. Atlas glared at me. I might be able to do something for her. Unless you have the ability to touch her no one knows about and have something to stop seizures, you're gonna have to wait. No one's touching her but me, and I'm not touching her right now. We do need to collect all the blankets we can find, though. She's right on schedule and she's going to get cold. I pushed to the far wall. What are you doing? Tarek asked. I turned to find the human chameleon to be the only other person in the room. Opening the windows. Last time she had heightened senses, including smell. The bathroom is going to be awful for her. As soon as she comes out of the seizure, I'll move her to the living room. Can you go open those windows, please? On it. Tell the guys to take the blankets there. We can build her a fire. Your blood work is impressive, Ransom. I want to do some more tests when we get back home. But I would say that you're in the prime of your life. All of your levels and enzymes are in normal ranges, Atlas said, not looking away from his computer. Cellular atrophy has stopped. In fact, I'm seeing new cell growth, division, and increased numbers of muscular cells. Everyone was gathered in camp chairs around the mattress we'd thrown on the floor for Kaima. Mountains of blankets spilled from the mattress onto the floor. I could have told you that, Doc, but I'm glad we have the medical proof now. I'll need to start a file on Kaima, if she consents, Atlas added when I growled. We can ask her, I nodded, glared. But those better not be the first words out of your mouth, Dr. Atlas. I do have people skills, Ransom. I think she's awake, Saint called, still at his station at the mouth of the hallway. I shot from my chair, raced down the hallway to the room. I started speaking before I even checked to see if she was awake. Kai, we're here. You're safe. I'm going to move you into the living room. We've already got it opened up with a fire going, and all the blankets you're going to need or want. I'm fine, Ransom, except for the horrendous smell in here. Kaima rolled over from her side. I'll take that spot out by the fireplace, though. She stretched out, clenched all the muscles in her sexy body. gave a long groan. The man at my back sucked in air. A growl unfurled from my throat. Kaima stood up from the bed, stopped. She looked down at herself, looked back up. Why is everyone staring at me? Is something wrong? Not one thing, kitten. Derek called from his position next to me. We're just admiring your beauty. A blush rose to Kaima's cheeks. Thanks. I reached out a hand. She took it. The group traveled back out to the living room. Asher waited for her to take a spot on the mattress. He got down on it with her, careful to keep space between their skin. I'm so fucking sorry, Kai. I shouldn't have touched you, shouldn't have assumed. She cut him off with a hand to his chest, her hands well away from the skin showing at his throat. I understand, Asher. I forgot to explain the rules. I've gotten so used to ransom I forgot to warn you all what would happen. My fault. Asher's normally pale cheeks took on a rosy glow. I've got some things to share. About Asher. About my magic.
Chapter 44. Kaima. All eyes turned to me. I could feel my protective shell coming around me, but I was unable to stop it. My spine straightened, my hands folded at my waist. I even tried to tuck the sheet around me more firmly. I'm going to go put some clothes on. Excuse me. I stood and strode to my rooms, head held high. My stomach twisted itself into knots. As soon as I closed the door behind myself, I dropped the sheet and raced to my closet. I threw on stretchy pants, an oversized sweatshirt, and some socks. I didn't bother with any undergarments. The heavy silence as I returned to the living room let me know that I'd been the topic of discussion. Asher had moved from the mattress to a chair. The guys were sitting in the chairs in a loose circle around the mattress. I feel like I'm about to be chastised by a tribunal, I called from the door of my rooms. Is there another chair for me? 6 butts rocketed into the air. 6 men offered their chairs. I sighed. You're all too sweet. I didn't mean I wanted to take one of your chairs. I'll just move the mattress up against the hearth. I'm getting a little chilled. Without another word, Ransom and Asher moved the mattress and piles of blankets directly in front of the roaring fire. I smiled at them both, kissed Ransom as I passed him. He growled low in his throat as he held my head still when I tried to move away. Kaima said she had things to share, Ransom. You can rub against each other later. The relaxed state I'd been striving for vanished in a millisecond at Atlas's words. A buzzing sensation near the back of my head told me they were all talking to each other mentally. I rubbed at the spot. You're right, Atlas. I tucked away my embarrassment, something I'd gotten good at in my lifetime. I felt the professional Kaima sliding into place to combat my awkwardness. The buzzing stopped as all the men resumed their seats and focused on me. I remained standing. I felt the stress of being on display, of everyone depending on me to make sure things went well. This time it wasn't my parents who would be disappointed in me. That I knew I could handle. No, it would be these men, Ransom, who I would be disappointing. I didn't know if I could tolerate that. I took a deep breath, felt the professional healer roll slide over my shoulders like an old hated friend. Back straight, head held high, hands folded at my waist. I just stopped myself from trying to tuck in my old sweatshirt to my pants. I felt the rush of heat in my cheeks. I cleared my throat. When I healed Ransom the first time, his landscape was riotous with every color on the spectrum. That's his magic. A fiber of black threaded each color. Asher had the same black fiber, but his colors were greens, browns, and golds. It reminded me of the forest. I tipped my chin to the land surrounding the cabin. I was also able to talk to his spirit, something I'd been too unprepared to even attempt with Ransom. His spirit threw me around a bit at first, but we got it figured out. I smiled at Asher. Once we worked together, it was pretty easy to follow the end of the healing ritual. I would be willing to bet that he's completely healed now. I smiled and watched them as they began talking over each other. This was something I was familiar with as well. I settled into the background like slipping on a pair of old sweats. Saint, much shorter in person than I'd assumed through the computer screen, watched me. The only one in the group not talking. I dipped my head at him. He returned the acknowledgement but continued to watch me. Pushing the conversation to the back of my mind, I studied Saint. He was only an inch or two taller than me. His skin was a golden brown, a shade or two darker than my own honeyed tones. His frame was slim, but I could see the muscles that spoke of hard work and rigid discipline. His dark brown hair and eyes were almost the exact same shade. Against the shifting firelight, pops of gold appeared in his irises. Saint's lips pulled into a slight smile, more of a quirk. "Kaima?" Ransom asked. It sounded like he'd called my name more than once. "Sorry, yes?" I turned to him. "You said that Ransom has magic," Atlas said, his voice hard. I nodded, a little confused as to his tone of voice. "Yes, I told Ransom that after the first day here." I turned to look at the man in question.
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence.
A sheepish look covered his face. "You knew? You knew and you didn't say anything?" Atlas looked furious. So did Tarek, for that matter. "She told me. I didn't believe it. You can even ask her." 5 sets of eyes swung to me again. "It's true. He doubted it the whole time." I shrugged. "You turned into a fucking chimera griffin mix, and you thought that was all Kaima?" Tarek asked. His voice was soft but seething with rage. All the other men stilled, pulled back into themselves. Ransom blushed. "I'm sorry, Tarek. I truly am. It completely escaped my mind that she originally thought I had magic." Tarek got up from the circle of chairs and walked down one of the many hallways. I looked back at Ransom. He shook his head. "So colors means a person is magic?" Atlas asked, pulling my attention to him. I nodded. "Yes, most people are a yucky shade of gray." "Ransom and Asher have magic," Atlas made it a statement. "They had color in their landscapes, so yes." Asher, Atlas, Saint, and Xander looked like they'd been slapped in the face. We sat in silence for long minutes. Ransom cleared his throat, pulling everyone's attention. "Kaima." I looked at him. "You wanted to share something about your magic?" "Yes, of course. Most of the time when I use my magic, I feel an immense drain on my resources. It's usually the reason I need to sleep, and also why I experience physical limitations after healing someone." I motioned to the blankets on the mattress. "This time, I feel full, almost too full of magic. It feels more like eyeballs are about to float around in my head." "Hell yeah, it does, Kai. I got the goods." Asher crossed his arms over his chest, a wide, self-satisfied smile exposing his crooked front tooth. I bit back the chuckle. "We'll see about that." Ransom smirked at the other man. "I would be willing to attempt healing all of you today and tonight, if you're up for it." I held up a hand. "And Ransom, before you start, this is my choice. No one gets to make it for me. You hate my parents, rightfully so. Do not presume to treat me as they did. I will not tolerate it." The muscles of his jaw flexed. "Can I speak to you privately?" The words came through clenched teeth. "Are you going to yell or scream at me, attempt to make me change my mind?" I raised an eyebrow. "No, of course not." He looked insulted. "Your body, your choice. I support that. There's something else I'd like to discuss with you. It pertains to the discussion at hand, but a different avenue." He gave me a significant look. "Then, of course. Gentlemen, if you would excuse us, please." I walked toward my rooms again, waited for Ransom to move up behind me. I opened my mouth. He snarled under his breath. "In the room." The low, smoky tone of his voice had my sex throbbing. "Not for that," he said with a smile as he pushed me through the door, closed it behind us. "I'm not going to try to change your mind. I'm really not. I would like to caution you about going too fast. If something about healing Asher goes wrong, you could compound those issues. Again, your choice. Additionally, don't dress me down like that again, especially not in front of them. We have issues, we can resolve them in private. Lastly, why do you have a giant stick up your ass?" I rocked back on my heels. I trailed off, tried to get my thoughts in order. "I appreciate your concern. I will attempt to take it slowly, given your hesitations. Thank you for thinking of me." He looked at me like I was crazy. I felt my spine stiffen even more. "I apologize for talking down to you in front of your friends and colleagues. I will be more circumspect in my dealings while in a crowd." His eyes narrowed. "What the fuck is going on, Kai?" I closed my eyes, fought with myself. I opened my eyes, threw my hands in the air. I feel like I'm on display, like I'm stuck in another awkward orientation meeting set up by my parents. Everyone's expectations centered on me. If something goes wrong, whose fault is it? Mine. Who gets I cut the words off quickly, cleared my throat. "Only this time it's you, and I don't know how to handle that, and I want to kiss you and punch you in the balls and then lick them better." "You tell me how to handle this, Ransom, and I'll do it. But you've got to give me something to work with. Am I a healer, something more, something different? I don't know what I'm doing right now." His mouth crashed down on mine. I felt my body melt into his. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I climbed his body and hooked my ankles behind his ass. A buzzing sensation irritated my head. He chuckled as I snarled. "We do still have company, baby. As to who you are, you're Kaima, the woman who saved my life, captured my heart, and set me on fire. Be you. That's all I want. If that's prim and prissy with the rest of them, great. If you want to be more relaxed, do that. I just want to see you shining out of your eyes. Not some awful puppet for your parents." He kissed my lips quickly. "Okay?" I nodded, a warm feeling invading my chest. "And please don't ever punch me in the balls. Licking them is fine, though, just so we're on the same page about my balls." My head tipped back as I laughed. "They're waiting for us." He led us back out of my rooms and into the living room. Xander and Asher had claimed the mattress. Miraculously, there was a space between them. A Kaima-sized space. A smile tugged at my mouth. Ransom chuckled under his breath, set me to the side. He dive-bombed the empty space. "Fucking hell, Ransom." Asher pushed the bigger man off him. "You still can't touch her, so why put her in the awkward position of having to tell you no?" "We don't know if she can touch him," Saint said softly. "Hell, she might not even want to touch him. We don't." I bit my cheek to keep from laughing. Saint was sneaky with his humor, but man, it tickled my funny bone. Asher looked at me, brown eyes big like a lost puppy's. I rolled my eyes. "We can try it, but I touch you, not the other way around." He practically bounded across the mattress, regardless of the two other men on it with him. Both Xander and Ransom groaned as they pushed him off. He rolled off the side of the mattress, thumped to the floor. I laughed, pointed him to sit on the hearth of the fireplace. He sat still, his gaze locked on my face. Taking a look behind me, I noticed I was once again the center of attention. Ransom winked at me, shot me an air kiss. I settled into my own skin. I could do this. I would do this. I wasn't going to miss the opportunity to touch more people, just because parts of the situation reminded me of my parents. Taking a deep breath, I reached out and laid a hand on Asher's bare arm. The muscles flexed under my hand. I waited for the burn of a single flame. I ran my hand up his arm. Nothing but the warmth of his skin against mine. He shuddered slightly under my touch. Immediately I pulled my hand away. "What's wrong?" "It burns." "What kind of burn?" I asked. "What kind of question is that? It burns like it's hot." He glared at me. I glared right back. "Don't get snotty with me, Asher." The men sitting around watching us snorted with laughter. "Does it feel like a single candle flame, a bonfire, fireworks?" I asked, giving him examples. He hissed. "More than a candle flame, less than a bonfire." I turned to the rest of the men. That's how it felt to me before Ransom had his first shift. "You think I'll be a shifter too?" Asher asked from beside me. I shrugged. "I honestly have no idea. Nothing is working like it did last time. And that was nothing like anything I've previously experienced. Your magic isn't quite the same as Ransom's. You have fewer colors, and they were pushing back the gray like they were all at war. Ransom's looked like a party of some kind." I shook my head, my hair sliding over my shoulders. "I guess we'll need to wait for me to heal the rest of you like Ransom suggested." I peeked at the man in question. He looked like a cat who got all the cream. "That would be best. This way I can track any changes that Asher might exhibit." Atlas spoke up. "Thank you for your kind offer in healing us, Kaima. All of us are greatly appreciative." He shot a look at Ransom, the barest hint of a smile pulling at his firm mouth. "What's wrong now?" I asked. "Nothing, Kaima." A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I was wondering if you would submit to a full physical examination, so we have at least a semi-working baseline for your own health and magical abilities." Atlas watched me, zero expectation on his face. Unlike the doctors at MagCorp, I felt like a person instead of a thing. He wanted to help me, not study me like a lab rat. I looked at the rest of them. "You've all been examined?" A chorus of deep male laughter filled the room, rolling over my skin like velvet. I shivered. "We've been poked, prodded, tested, examined, and had it all done over again and again by our illustrious Dr. Atlas for most of our lives together," Xander said. "He's one of the best doctors I've ever seen. You'll be in good hands." "Then yes. Can I have a copy of the results?" Atlas looked at me a little weirdly. I felt heat touch my cheeks. I've never gotten to see any medical records before, mine or anyone else's. I think it would be interesting to be able to track changes like a line of credit output. Tarek walked back into the room. I couldn't quite put a finger on the change in him, but it was there, almost rippling under the surface of his skin. Atlas called my name, shot me a brief smile, and nodded. "Of course you can, Kaima. I can even explain the results to you if you need help interpreting them." I felt my eyes light up. "That would be wonderful. We'll need to test to see if I can touch you with gloves on, or Ransom will have to do the blood draw." All the men recoiled, even Ransom. "That's fine with me." I gestured for him to take Asher's spot on the fireplace ledge. I closed my eyes, started my ritual. When I was ready, I reached out a hand. Seeker, are you ready? A long pause greeted me. Oh, yes. I'm ready, Atlas replied. Open your mind. I pushed out a long breath and touched him. I wasn't sucked into his magical plane immediately. This time it was almost as if I had the option of leaving my body to join with his. I gave my permission and merged with Atlas on the spiritual plane. I did note that he had a triad of colors too, silvers that shimmered like mercury and sterling, fiery golden yellows and stark whites. The thread of black summoned me, pulling at me relentlessly. I didn't have it in me to look away from the healing he obviously needed. Just as with Asher, I wrapped a piece of my spirit around the throbbing ball of black of his own, kept feeding it until it was encased in my own spirit. Kaima, Atlas cautioned. Your magic is beautiful, Atlas. I can see it. The part that bothers you, hurts you. I can feel it. I can't not heal it, Atlas. I'm sorry. I should have asked your permission. I severed the tie binding our spirits together. I completed the ritual and opened my eyes. A bright green gaze drilled into my own. It seemed like all the men were waiting, breaths held. I waited for the vomiting to crimp my stomach. If nothing else, throwing up a weird ball of magic should have. My stomach jerked as the magical sphere landed. A trash can was shoved in my face. I hurled the magic ball up my throat. I wiped my mouth with my sleeve. Here's the last part of the magical news I wanted to share. I handed Atlas the trash can. I'm pretty sure it's a physical manifestation of my magic. Tarek stepped back, obviously the one to have handed me the trash can, his brown gaze intent on mine. He's magical as well, he whispered. I nodded. Leaning forward, I could almost feel the magic inside Tarek. Its essence brushed against my skin like a sleek pelt. As I watched, Tarek's chocolate-brown eyes flashed brilliant green. They were back to milk chocolate before I could take another breath. I can help you too, Tarek, I whispered just as quietly. He nodded. I turned and walked to my rooms, uncoded the doors, stepped inside, and then closed the doors behind me.
Chapter 45. Ransom. Everyone but Tarek sat around like idiots staring after the woman who just healed another of our ranks, chucked up a magic ball, and walked away like it was a normal Tuesday afternoon. 5 faces swung to look at me. I shrugged. I didn't even get to take her temperature, Atlas said stupidly, staring at the trash can in his hands. I burst out laughing. I'd told her to be herself. She'd done exactly that. Do you feel any different? Asher asked Atlas. Atlas's gaze turned inward. My stomach doesn't hurt, my lungs aren't heavy. He took the stethoscope from around his neck, fitted it to his ears, and listened to his heart. My heart murmur is gone. He looked up, awe on his face. Right, my legs aren't in agony. My arms feel like I could lift 1,000,000 pounds and not feel the strain. Asher did a couple of bicep curls. I looked at Xander, Saint, and Tarek. Hints of jealousy darkened the happiness in their expressions. Ransom! Kaima's shout pulled all of our attention. Shoving my friends out of the way, I was across the room before the echo of my name faded from the oversized space. Kaima! As I neared the door, I could have sworn I heard the sound of breaking glass. Tarek outside, I just heard glass break, I called as I backed up from her door. We've got to break in. I don't have the codes. The rest of them lined up, right shoulders aimed at the doors. Aim for the seam between them. That's the weak link, Asher called from his position. On 3. I counted down. The doors cracked open on the first try. We slammed the door so hard against the walls that the left door bounced back, almost smashing Atlas in the face. Kaima! I ran through the sitting area straight into the bedroom. She's gone, Tarek called out from outside the broken window. Ransom, shift into an animal. They headed that way. He pointed off to the north. I saw them disappear over the far hill. Hilo picked them up. I counted 5 plus the pilot. He looked down. I pushed everything else from my mind, focused on Kaima. We've got to find her. Find Kaima. Find Kaima. Nothing happened. Was her body rigid? I asked, my voice strained. If those fuckers had touched her skin, I would rip them apart with my bare hands. Find Kaima. Shift, fucker, shift. Nothing. I raged at the animals stuck inside me. They wanted out, but they were trapped. as trapped as I was as a human. "I can't change for some reason," I said. Derek looked at me, a grimace on his face. He nodded as if he'd expected that. "No, her body wasn't rigid. I'm guessing some kind of sedative. She was draped over the biggest runner's shoulders. The healer was too far away to catch the tail numbers, but I did manage to catch the symbol on their backs as they were running away." He lifted his phone. A golden rod of Asclepius was surrounded by small golden suns. "Otis," Saint and I growled it at the same time. "Best guess, we've got to get out of here. If they took her, they're going to be on the move. We can't catch them from here. Xander, see if she had her phone with her. If she does, start tracking it. I'm coming in to get our shit and get out of here." Derek moved away from the window.
Chapter 46. Kaima. The pain is what woke me up. My whole body was one giant bruise. Shit. "She's awake," an unfamiliar female voice said. "Excellent, Miss Foya. Please open your eyes," a new person demanded. I wanted to keep my eyes closed on principle, but I needed to assess my surroundings. Prying my lids open made me feel like I'd run a marathon. I was so exhausted by the time they opened, I needed a freaking nap. I was on the floor of a moving vehicle, staring up at 5 unfamiliar faces. 2 women, 3 men. None of them looked very friendly. "Good. You'll want to continue to follow my orders, Kaima. It keeps him from doing bad things," the older of the 2 women said, a snarky smile on her face as she pointed at a shaved-headed man. With so many facial piercings, I struggled to distinguish his features. I almost screamed when he opened his eyes. He had exact replicas of his hazel irises tattooed on his lids. Never before had I ever felt like prey so much as in this moment. The younger woman with bright blue eyes, shaved head on one side, long bright purple hair on the other, laughed. I narrowed my eyes at her. "We've heard about your inability to be touched from your parents. We have left you untouched. Do not expect the courtesy to remain long. You're here for very specific reasons. Comply with our demands, and you will be set free. Resist, and, well," she pointed to Piercing's guy. He smiled as he shoved a knife as long as my arm in my face. I nodded again. "Excellent. I know this isn't the plan you set up with Reese, but when the other men showed up at the cabin, we couldn't take the risk that you would lose your nerve." I swallowed. "Who's Reese?" The older woman laughed. Shaking her head, she said, "Juan and Feria warned me. I just didn't believe them. You truly are useless outside of your magic, aren't you? Reese is the person with whom you've been creating plans to escape your parents." "Who are you?" "We're the Iron Serpent, dear girl, but I think you already know that." I wasn't admitting to anything. "She knows," the younger woman said. "Telepath," I spit it out. I'd have to be careful. Keeping secrets isn't nice. "Suck a dick," I said, my voice dripping sugar. The 2 men on the far side, near my feet, laughed. Telepath glared at them, punched the closest one in the belly. "Not her style," the man on her left said, which earned him a punch. "Enough," the older woman said. The rest of the group went still and silent. Old Lady rolled her eyes as she looked back at me. "We know you went to the cabin to heal Ransom Kalefny. We also know his parents negotiated for 3 extra days, beyond your normal ritual. Were you successful in healing him?" "Yes." The older woman looked at Telepath. Got a nod. "What was his ailment?" "I don't know." Another look, another nod. "Have you ever been able to heal someone?" "Yes." They did the look-nod routine. "You have a fucking telepath. I'm not going to lie to you. It would be a waste of both of our time." I rolled my eyes. Old Lady examined me with cold blue eyes. "Be that as it may, Sasha here will be vetting your answers." "Then this is going to take all day with how slowly you're asking questions. Just ask what you really want to ask and let me go." "Have you heard of the Iron Serpent?" "Yes." Look, nod. "Good. This makes my job so much easier. We've recently accessed your MagCorp records. Blah, blah, blah. I'd known my parents were part of Iron Serpent. Look, headshake. You are one of the highest-ranked mages in the world. Did you know that?" I almost laughed. "Are you kidding me? If that were true, my parents would have had me doing a lot more than healing people for them all these years. They also wouldn't have beat the shit out of me every time I upset them." Look, nod. "Your parents are idiots with small minds." "Yes." Surprised look. Nod. You have no love for your parents? I will always love the people they should have been. I do not love the people they are. Look. Nod. Interesting. Did you know that MagCorp is able to tell the different types of magic a person has? No. Look. Nod. I sighed. This was going to take for fucking ever. Sasha snickered. The older woman glared at the younger one. You carry 3 types of magic. The first, your strongest, is healing. Obviously. I stifled a fake yawn. 3 types of magic? How the fuck was that even possible? Sasha snickered again, received another glare. I looked at Sasha. She stared back at me, no expression on her face. The second is revelation. Old lady looked at me like I should be impressed with myself. Great, color me excited. Look, shrugged shoulders. Do you know what a revelator is? Never heard the term before today. Look, nod. A revelator is someone who can find the truth of things. In the magical sense, it means you can tell what kind of magic others have. How the hell was that supposed to work if I can't touch people? Look, head shake. Sasha repeated these words out loud. From my understanding of your powers from your parents, you usually see a field of grays when entering someone's spiritual plane. Yes? Yes. Look, nod. Those with latent forms of magic should appear in color. Have you seen this before? Yes, I fucking knew that. How did they? Again, how was this supposed to work with not touching people? Look, Sasha repeated only the last sentence. Interesting. You would still touch them. You just wouldn't expend any magic to heal them. Following? Yes. Wonderful. Old lady clapped her hands like she was praising a baby's first steps. Your third type of magic is your weakest form, defense. You barely registered on the scale for it, but it is there. What does that mean, defense? Like I can defend myself against other magic users? Excuse me, mages? In theory, or you can protect yourself or others. The defense sub-designation has yet to be fully mapped or understood. Since your defense is your weakest magic, we'll leave it alone for now. We need to use your healing and revelator abilities. Why? I can't be the only one in these categories, otherwise you wouldn't have them as categories. Because, as I stated before, your healing magic is off the charts, as is your revelator magic. Yes, and touching anyone pulls me to their magical plane against my will. Even with my rituals, I can't be of any help to you unless you want to kill me faster than my parents had planned to. Old lady looked at me like I'd lost my mind. What if your parents told you about your healing magic? Seriously, woman? Sasha served as my unwanted puppet once more. Yes, I'm very serious. For every person I heal, I lose 6 months off my lifespan. Old lady's eyes went huge as she slumped back in her seat. That can't be right. Are you lying? Of course not. Why the hell would I lie about something like that? Look, nod. Well, that does pose some interesting puzzles. Old lady sat back, her eyes unfocused. That's fucking messed up, chica, Sasha said to me. You have no idea. I rubbed my hands over my arms. Anyone have a blanket or something? I'm freezing. The 3 men all looked to Sasha. She nodded. The man nearest my feet twisted in his seat and pulled open a door tucked into the wall behind him. He pulled out a blue blanket, tossed it to me. Thanks. What are the rest of your names? Reese, the man who'd thrown me the blanket said. He had a shaved head, medium build, and a scar running from his right ear to the side of his mouth. His brown eyes were a muddy color that looked glazed somehow. You sound different than when I talked to you on the phone. I unfolded the blanket and tucked it around myself. And you sound pretty much the same, he said, his voice a perfect match to the man on the phone. He can manipulate sound waves with his mind, Sasha explained. Interesting. Other than disguising your voice, what else can you do? Immediately, the sound in the small space sounded like we were tucked directly under a huge engine. I blinked, sat up just the tiniest bit. We're in the air? Everyone laughed at me. Reese did something that made the cabin of the craft quiet again. He's also the one who knocked you out, the man sitting next to Reese said. He was a little bulkier than Reese and had black hair that was scraped back off his forehead and pulled into a little bun on top of his head. His left eyebrow was pierced. His eyes were a deep violet. Aaron. What do you do, Aaron? I'm telekinetic. He blinked, and the thing we were flying in began to fall out of the sky. I screamed as my stomach said hello to my throat. Sasha punched Aaron in the stomach again. "Stop it, asshat. I'm going to puke all over you." The craft leveled out before climbing into the air again. I spent a few moments breathing and reorganizing my internal organs. I looked at the scary guy with facial piercings and tattoos. "And your name?" "We call him Hellion. He doesn't talk, nor does he have magic. He's just a psychopath who likes Matilda." Sasha tipped her chin at Old Lady. Hellion wiggled his knife in my face again. "Nice to meet you, Hellion." I pulled away from him as far as I could get. "All of you." I cleared my throat. "So if you've done all this research on me, why did you not know that I lost 6 months of my life for every person I heal? Just a bad investigator or crappy informant?" Reese growled. "There was nothing in your file, and your parents said nothing about your magic having a cost. None of us suffer from using our magic." I couldn't believe it. "Are you fucking serious? You can use your magic whenever, however you want, and not pay any price for it?" All of them but Matilda and Hellion nodded. "Fuck, that's fucking unfair." I crossed my arms over my chest. "We each only have one type of magic, though," Sasha offered. "I'm not sure the price I pay is outweighed by having more than one type of magic." Sasha lifted one shoulder into the air, let it drop. "Bishop is calling MagCorp for your records. If you're lying or your parents are lying, there will be hell to pay," Matilda said. "It's true. Look, nod." "Shit," Matilda said under her breath. "Have you been able to touch someone and not heal them?" "I've already answered that question. Pick another one." Hellion rumbled low in his throat behind me. "Not been able to heal. If you've been able to heal them, have you ever chosen not to?" "No, it's a compulsion. I can't not heal someone if they are in need of healing." "Look, nod. Have you ever fought this compulsion?" "No. Why would I? My whole job was to heal people." "Look, nod. Would you be willing to test this theory?" "I guess it depends on what you want me to do." "Look, nod. Touch Hellion. He has no magic, no known ailments. He's in the peak of mental and physical health. He requires no healing. Would you be willing to touch him?" "I'm pretty sure psychopathy is not the peak of mental health." "He is satisfied with his mental state. That should be enough." I looked at the man. He nodded. Sure, I guess." He leaned forward, his arm outstretched. I recoiled. "First, don't touch me. I touch you. Second, I only touch you after I've done at least part of my ritual." Hellion looked over my shoulder. He looked back to me, gave me a nod. I moved myself into a seated position, pulling the blanket with me. I closed my eyes and began the process of centering myself. On the 5th deep breath, I opened my eyes. "Since you have no voice, I will ask my question with my eyes open. Once I close my eyes, I will touch you once my ritual is complete. Do you agree?" He nodded, his shaky brown hair sliding over his shoulders. "Seeker, are you ready?" He nodded again. I nodded. "When I say open your mind, you're going to need to drop any mental barriers you have. Will you have any difficulty with this?" Hellion shook his head. "Good." I closed my eyes, repeated the steps of deep breathing, and began my ritual. 1. Inhale. Thank you, Gaia, for this gift. 2. Exhale. Thank you, Gaia, for this gift. 3. Inhale. Thank you, Gaia, for this gift. 4. Exhale. With this gift, I give back to you. 5. Inhale. With this gift, I give back to you. Open your mind. I opened my eyes and placed my palm against Hellion's. I felt the familiar tugging of my spirit to merge with someone else's on contact. Hellion's spiritual landscape was a morass of throbbing black, not the grays I'd been told to expect. Nor was it a calm place. It beat almost like a heart. I didn't know what Sasha could hear in here, but I needed to make sure to pass along whatever thoughts I had in real time, just in case. I didn't find anything to heal, my spirit content to remain unencumbered by the searching tendrils of Hellion's spirit. I began my exiting ritual. A piece of Hellion's pulsating black attached to my spirit just as I entered my own body. What the fuck did you just do? I leapt across the small space, hands reaching for the psychopath. Something locked me away, almost as if invisible arms wrapped around me, holding me back from Hellion. I pushed and shoved, but nothing happened. "What is going on here?" Matilda fairly screeched. "That fucker just stuck something in my spirit." I pushed at the invisible hands holding me. Get it out! Get it out! You must be mistaken. Hellion has no direct access to his spiritual plane. No magic through which to give or take anything from a different spirit. Matilda shook her head, her arms crossed over her chest. She looked at me like I was a naughty schoolgirl making drama for attention. You're severely mistaken if you believe the shit that just exited your mouth. Hellion is nothing but onyx and obsidian. His spiritual plane throbs and pulsates with magic. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. You can see colors? Matilda asked, completely missing my meaning about Hellion. I turned, narrowed my eyes at her. Yes, I can see colors, you lying bitch. I'm done helping you. I went still, no longer fighting to get free, no longer engaging in anything around me. After several seconds, I was released. I fell back to the floor. Then you'll give Hellion quite the holiday, Matilda said. Bring it on, psycho. I gave him a come-ahead gesture. Inside, I was quaking in fear. I had no idea what the actual fuck was going on. Now I had some part of a psychopath stuck inside me. Hellion's hazel eyes widened, joy cresting his face. He pushed Sasha out of the way. The punk rock woman eagerly moved. Hands in the air. She didn't make direct eye contact with him. Matilda, we need her, Reese said. We need her compliance. She can be in poor health and still give us what we need. Hellion sat directly across from me on the floor of the helicopter. He slowly slid his knife up through the blanket I'd wrapped around me. I centered myself, rushed through my rituals, and folded myself inside the spiritual realm. They could do what they wanted to my body. My mind wouldn't be here for them to torture as well. I inspected the throbbing onyx piece of Hellion's spirit. It wasn't like the black threads in the guise. This was harder somehow, almost jagged and cutting. I probed at it with the smallest wisp of my own spirit I could manage. As I grazed the pulsating stone, my spirit sank below the surface. Inside the stone was an entire galaxy of colors and stars. What the fuck? I whispered. You shouldn't be here, it said back. I startled. Asher hadn't been able to talk back to me. Kaima, look at me. I have no eyes in this form. No way to use my physical senses, I said. A low chuckle. Silly human, of course you do. Human? Implying that you are not? I wear a human shell, that is all. You are not fully human either. I laughed long and loud. Look at me! The words boomed through my spiritual plane. Without thinking about it, my eyes popped open. Hellion sat before me, a sadistic smile on his face. In the deepest part of his hazel eyes, I could see our reflection on the spiritual plane. Success, little one. What are you? I asked. You'll soon find out. You must fix your men. Save them. Let them save you. What are you talking about? Hellion exhaled heavily in my face. The scent of peppermint and wintergreen flooded my nose. The aromas took on physical form and moved through my system. Finally, they settled in my spiritual landscape. Golden orbs of sparkling light, almost exact replicas of my bloody masses, bobbed like boats on the water. Remember, fix your men. I was pushed from the spiritual landscape with a fierce thrust. I entered my physical form as the helicopter pitched and swayed in sudden turbulence. One of the doors opened. I can't be sure, but I'm fairly certain Hellion shoved me out the fucking doors. Bastard.
Chapter 47. Ransom. We'd made it back to North Cross in less than 3 hours. Derek had pulled some strings and we were given an escort. We'd jettisoned through traffic. We got the lock on her phone, now we just need for her to stop moving, Xander said, as he dropped his shit next to his console of screens and computer equipment. How far can the signal trace her? I asked. I can't lose her, not like this. The only reason we would lose her is if they find the phone or her battery dies. Hopefully it was fully charged when they took her. The array of screens on his end of the warehouse took up the full south wall. I've got the system set up to warn me if they stop for longer than 5 minutes. I nodded. What can I do? I need to do something. Go with Tarek. We need to do some deeper diving on information on Iron Serpent. They're either so far off the radar that they don't show, or they have some high-powered friends. Xander didn't bother turning from the screens. I'll bring everyone in here so we don't have to waste time repeating ourselves. We also need to make sure we're on schedule for the takeover. I left Xander's space. Our abandoned warehouse/home sat in the middle of a derelict industrial park, making it the perfect space for us to work and live. 7 stories high, we each had a floor, with the main floor holding common areas and offices. I took the old freight elevator to my 7th floor home and shoved my stuff through the door, not caring where it landed. I'd get to it later. Meeting in Xander's, 10 minutes. Tarek, bring your info on Iron Serpent or have your contact ready, I said over our mental connection. Looking across the street to our labs didn't bring me the same sense of satisfaction it always did. All I could think about was Kaima. I grit my teeth. Whoever had taken her was about to understand not to fuck with me or mine. Once back on Xander's 3rd floor, I took a spot around the pub height table next to Saint, as we waited for the rest of the guys to filter in. "Where are we with Foya Holdings?" I asked him, grabbing a bottle of water from the middle of the table. Saint must have set them out when I called the meeting. "It's owned outright by Juan and Feria Foya. We could run a dirty campaign, but it could take a while. We could offer to buy them out, or, and my personal favorite, we blackmail them into giving us the company. We give them pennies on the dollar as a sort of fuck you for how they treated Kaima. We sign the company over to her after we get her new documents." Saint took a pull of his beer. "I like your plan. Let's put that into motion. We'll need help from Tarek and his team. It has to be done well, or it could come back on us, on Kaima. We'll just have to make sure it doesn't." My hand tightened around my water bottle so hard that water splashed from the top. "Shit, sorry." I got up and got a towel. "I want her back too, Ransom. I need to talk to you about her, without everyone else around." Saint's gaze was steady and open. My belly tightened. I nodded, a single dip of my head. The elevator doors opened to the right. "I've got everything here that my contact could gather about Otis." Tarek slid dossiers across the table. We all reached out and grabbed a folder. "Formed sometime in the late 1800s, they've been in the business of harnessing and testing magic. For themselves, for various governments, for anyone who could afford to pay their steep fees. Shut down in the early 1910s amid rumors of an uprising, all nations decided that a centralized effort of magical knowledge should be implemented." I opened the file, flipped through the information. I didn't bother reading it word for word yet, as Tarek was one of the most concise debriefers I'd ever met. "It's believed by the upper levels of our government that IS took their activities under the radar. They're careful not to make too much noise or bring too much attention to themselves. The government allows them to continue their experiments, sometimes using elite mage forces for clandestine work, as long as they play by their host country's rules. The Ayashira branch is the most active, with the Shiokrath branch being second. If you flip to the red tab, you'll see average numbers for active IS membership." "Holy shitballs, T. They've got over 20,000 in Ayashira alone," Masher said. "Yeah. What about the claims that 10% of the population has magic? Where'd they get that number from? Are they included in IS membership?" Saint asked, latching on to the numbers. "The IS lists are not included in the numbers distributed to the general population." "Why the fuck not? If there's some kind of secret magic society out there, don't the people have a right to know that?" I could feel the fury begin to burn in my stomach. "Not according to IS or the government. It would cause a panic, a civil war between normals and mages, a war the normals would not win." "Those IS terms?" Atlas asked, his pen raised over the notepad sitting in front of him. "Yes, the government has adopted the terminology as well." "What kind of magic are we talking about?" I asked. "Same as Gen Pop for the most part, but on much higher levels. Apparently you have to meet minimum rating to even be approached by IS. So we're looking at going against people who can do shit with their minds on a catastrophic level." Atlas made it a statement. "Yes, we get Kaima back at whatever cost," I said, my words muffled by my clenched teeth. "Do we think her parents gave her up?" Saint asked, cold rage infusing his words. "That's my best guess. Them or the guards at the front entrance. They didn't appear to have any love for Kaima when we rolled up on them yesterday," Tarek said. I looked at Saint. "We need to get a meeting with the Foyas as soon as possible." Saint nodded. "Tarek, we're looking at a good blackmail takeover of Foyer Holdings. We have the info that she's alive with multiple witnesses. They've been denying her basic human rights. They treat her only marginally better than an animal while still making obscene amounts of money off her skills for which she sees not a cent. Does your contact have anything on them that we can add to the pile?" "I'll reach out." I can pull up change of ownership forms, create new documentation for Kaima, get her brought back to life, Xander offered. Do that. Get started on anything you think we or Kaima will need to be part of the world again, I ordered. On it. He swiveled around and got to work, his fingers racing over the keyboards. How are we doing on the Kolefni takeover? Asher asked Saint. On schedule. Tomorrow when the business day opens, they'll find out that all of their non-family stock has been bought up by us. Carbon Pack Industries holds 55% of the company, and they can't do anything about it. Which of my siblings sold you their 4%? I asked. Matthias. Saint almost choked on the name. He's under the assumption he'll be getting a cushier spot under our hand. Too bad he's an idiot and didn't actually read the contract I put under his nose. He's out, and he signed away his ability to bring us to court about it in the future. I took a drink to wash the acid from my mouth. What a fucking idiot. My brother gave away everything I'd ever wanted for a lot less than it was worth. I rubbed a hand down my face. Damn, I wanted to shove him off a steep cliff. Here's to a new sunrise. I raised my water bottle. The guys lifted their drinks into the air. Except Xander, he was a little busy. To a new sunrise. Chapter 48. Saint. What's on your mind? Ransom asked as I shut the door to my level of the warehouse. I had no idea how to say what I needed to say, to put it out there. I just prayed Ransom wasn't going to kill me for it. Needing more time to gather my thoughts, I walked to the kitchen/dining area of my home, pulled open the fridge, grabbed 2 beers. I held up one for him, one eyebrow raised. Sure. I tossed it to him. We opened them, toasted each other, tipped back the first drink. Come on, Saint, you're fucking killing me, man. Ransom grabbed a chair from the table, pulled it back, sat down. I winced. If we all have magic and we're all shifters, how do you think it's going to impact not only our business, but our sharing tendencies? Ransom just stared at me. We don't know yet that Kaima can touch anyone but me. I felt my hackles rise. I tamped them back down. I know. Gaia, do I know that. Then what the fuck, bro? I scratched my thumbnail over the label on my beer. I need this group, Ransom. You know that. I looked up at him, the man who'd saved me. So do I. We all do. I shook my head. He didn't understand. None of them did. This group, you, the guys, you're my family. Ransom looked at me, his brow furrowed in confusion. Same here, Saint. You know that. What does this have to do with Kaima? This was going about as shitty as I'd expected. I wasn't any good getting my thoughts out. It's why I stuck to numbers. Simple, easy, dependable. You remember my great-grandma Simone? I asked. The look on Ransom's face almost made me laugh. Almost. He nodded. The crazy one from Shiokrath? Yeah, I said with a chuckle. She was definitely crazy. She told me stories about the old days in the old country. Man, I love that woman and her stories. They got me through some rough times. Ransom nodded. He knew about those rough times. He'd even lived through some of them with me. Anyway, Gigi Simone told me a story for as long as I can remember, about how magical people used to turn into animals. Dragons, mostly, but there were some other kinds of animals. Lions, wolves, bears, panthers. I looked at him, my eyes wide. I prayed he understood what I was trying to tell him. Okay, so you know about some legends similar to the Lost Ones. Great. Again, what does this have to do with Kaima? I bit back my teeth together. Dragons mate for life. Ransom laughed. Great for dragons. Last I checked, Kaima wasn't a dragon, just a seriously sexy human. I threw my beer bottle across the room. Shut the fuck up, Ransom. You don't know what you're talking about. Silence. After a few moments, Ransom pushed back his chair from the table. He leaned over it, towered over me. Get to the point, Saint. Now. If Kaima is right, we all have magic. If my granny was right, my family used to be dragon shifters. Ransom continued to glare at me. And I'm pretty sure Kaima is my mate. Fuck. Chapter 49. Ransom. 3 days later. CPI leadership is here, sir, the secretary said. I didn't give either Juan or the secretary time to tell us he wasn't in the office. I pushed in behind the startled older woman. Tarek, Saint, and Asher moved in with me. Thanks, get out. I didn't bother to turn and see if she obeyed. Juan, you shouldn't have been such a complete asshole, Derek said as he wandered into the room. After he'd made a full circle, he came back to my side and gave me a nod. What the fuck are you doing here, Rance? It's Mr. Kalefny to you little fuck bite. Where's your bitch of a wife? She's still in heat? Juan's face developed a purplish undertone. I'll take that as a yes. Get her in here. Chop, chop. I clapped my hands loudly. We don't have all day. Juan hit a button on his phone. Feria, my office, now. I'm busy, Juan. She sounded winded. I raised an eyebrow at him, a smirk lifting the corner of my mouth. The purple color increased. Now, Feria. A long moan filtered over the line before it cut off. Seems like you still haven't been able to take care of her needs, Juan. How's it feel to let down the women in your life? I asked as I walked to his desk. I see Kaima was able to heal you, he said with a smirk. My girl, I punched him in the face. You don't say her name ever again, get me? Tarek circled the giant desk, drawing the older man's attention. With a bright smile on his usually somber face, Tarek jacked him in the gut and then smashed Juan's face into his rising knee. Never again, he said softly. I barely heard it before the old man's moaning. What is the meaning of this? Feria said as she flung open the double doors at the far end of the room. She had the necessary bits covered, but left nothing to the imagination. The sight of her made me sick. She went to her husband's side. Juan? She looked at me in my guise. Ransom, is that you, darling? She practically purred the words. Husband forgotten as she took in my new form. Yes, and don't even think of touching me with your slutty hands. I suppressed the shudder that was trying to crawl up my spine. Well, I never. Fucking too right, you never. Get your nasty self back over on the other side. You stink. Asher waved a hand in front of his face. How you ended up with someone like her I'll never understand, but I think Gaia she's here. We're here to deal with you, so that makes my heart happy. Whatever are you talking about? Who the fuck are you? She blustered as she wrapped her see-through robe around her body. Hey, I'm Asher. He shot her a big, happy wave. Don't let this body fool you. I'm really very mean. Asher crossed his arms over his chest. And about to get bigger and badder. Your precious daughter saw to that. I fought back a smile. The dickhead. Feria began. Tarek punched Juan again, cutting off Feria before she could finish her daughter's name. He looked Feria right in the eye. Keep saying her name and you'll both enjoy the same punishment. This is your only warning. I don't like hitting women, but in your case I will have no problem beating the shit out of you. Feria's eyes widened at the size of saucers. She bit her lip. What does my daughter have to do with any of this? I'm so glad you asked, Saint said. He laid down a sheaf of papers about an inch thick. Please step a little closer. He waved them to the far end of the desk like he was inviting them to watch an up-close magic trick. You should recognize yourself in many of these pictures. Feria, you little tease. I had no idea you were such a pet lover. Tarek slapped Juan in the face. Don't you know not to treat animals that way, you sick fuck? Blood spurted from Juan's nose. And Juan, you scamp. Saint's voice lost its joviality. Death was written on his dark face, promised in his turbulent eyes. Little girls are not for you to play with. He nodded at Tarek. Tarek pulled Juan upright. Reaching out, he grabbed Juan's dick and squeezed before wrenching it to the side. A weak, high-pitched scream climbed through the air. I bit back my wince of sympathy. The pictures I could see out of the corner of my vision cured even that reaction. Fire burned in my belly almost as hotly as when I learned what they'd done to Kaima. Now that we have your attention, I'm going to tell you how this is all going to work. Saint moved around the desk and sat in Juan's chair. First, you're going to sign this. He shoved a piece of paper forward. Turns out that you're not actually Kaima's parents. Bless the goddess, that makes all of us very, very happy. You want to keep us happy, yes? Feria nodded sharply. Juan's head flopped to his chest, his body trying to curl in on itself. Your computer guys are a bit sloppy when doing backdating. Luckily, we have quality men and women in our organization. You adopted, bought Kaima from an orphanage when she was 2 years old. You had her tested at MagCorp when she was 3. Your lucky day, am I right? You'd brought home a cash cow. Saint clapped, very slowly. Too bad you treated her more poorly than those animals you got to fuck your wife. But that works in our favor, so once more we are very happy. Saint slid another sheet across the table to them. Your signature on the first gives Kaima all of your holdings, even that secret little stash of cash out in the middle of the ocean on that tropical island. Juan's puffy face widened in surprise.
Quality men and women in our organization, like he said,
I offered. Your signature on this says you faked her death for the benefits. Saint stabbed a finger into the second paper. Hurry now. We have other more important things than you on our list. Chop, chop. Varia bent and scribbled her name on both forms. Juan glared at us like we were the ones in the wrong. I chuckled, the sound scary to my own ears. Sign or I'll join the hit parade and your wife will be signing for you in absentia. Juan grabbed the pen and signed his name with a slash that almost ripped the document. Good boy. Derek said it like he was talking to a well-trained puppy, even patted Juan's head. All done. That wasn't so hard, was it? Saint smiled at both of them, his eyebrows raised in encouragement. Even I thought he was a little unhinged. They both nodded with him. Perfect. Our new security team will be seeing you out. Don't forget to take your keys with you. We won't be needing them. The locks were changed while we were in our happy little meeting here. Asher went to the door. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot. One last little thing. Saint raised his pointer finger in the air. Where's the nearest Iron Serpent office? Varia fainted. Juan stared at her fallen body in disgust. I have no idea what you're talking about. We all laughed, but none of us were amused. Looks like it's my turn again. I undid the buttons on my cuffs, pushed my sleeves to my elbows. Shaking out my arms, I felt my eyes light up with sadistic joy. Thanks. I've been pouting over here that Tarek got to have all the fun. I pulled my arm back, fist and heart ready to beat the shit out of this human waste stain. Wait! Juan screeched and wheeled back into the solid wood of his oversized desk, his hands in the air protecting his face. Damn it, Juan, why can't you just participate? I only want to beat you bloody, but no, you have to be a jerk and ruin my enjoyment. You're such a fun sucker. I dropped my arm. The Order has offices all over. Juan almost landed at my feet in supplication. I moved back, not wanting to get any of his blood and other fluids on my new boots. Gross, I whispered. Good thing you can afford new shoes, bro, Asher said from the back of the room. I nodded at him. We know that, dipshit. We want addresses, unless you're too low on the totem pole to be of use to us. Saint looked up at me, turning from the man. He could just be a pawn, a peon, a pissy little piece no one really cares about. Juan's body jerked with each insult. I smiled at Saint.
You could be right. I mean, Zan found his connection pretty easily. It's like they wanted to leave him waving in the wind.
You don't do that to quality players. I mean, we don't. I gestured between us. Yeah, but we don't leave any of our employees out to dry. That's what you do to the trash. Saint reasoned with me. I nodded. Juan sprang to his feet, his hands cradling his crotch. Fuck all of you, I lifted my fist. He swallowed, closed his mouth. Owning my daughter got me a place at that table. I'm valued. I'm in the upper rungs of that ridiculous organization. The words, owning my daughter, went on a loop in my head, like she was a piece of furniture or a stapler. My fist plowed into his face before I could think to stop myself. His body fell under the onslaught. I followed his smaller body to the ground, my fists trying to drill through his body like an auger. Under the shrill screams, I heard animalistic growls and snarls. Ransom, we need him alive, Tarek said in my mind.
Technically, we still have Faria to give us information. Don't interrupt his fun, T,
Asher argued. He's not going to share that kind of power with a woman, Ash, Saint interjected. Ransom, stop. We need him to find Kaima. You want her back, don't you? Tarek said. Her name filled my mind like someone blowing up a balloon. Kaima. Kaima. Mine. He's about to shift, guys. Get the info and get the fuck out of there, Atlas said over the mental connection. His implant is going crazy just like last time. Info out, now. Saint, Asher, Tarek called. 2 sets of arms came around me. I snarled at them, but let them pull me away. I could feel my spirit going quiet. Slaps, punches, mumbled words, and screams registered on the edge of my concentration. We're out of here. Tarek pulled me up. Security, he called as he moved to the main doors of the office. Our team of security pushed through the doors, guns drawn, faces disguised under masks. They're out. Shut everything down. Tell the employees to come back next week, full pay," Sane said as he helped remove me from the office. Kaima. "He's about to lose it. Get him in the van," Derek called as we made it out into the sunshine. A heavy black door slid to the side. They pushed me through the opening. As I hit the rough carpeting, that peculiar blend of pain and pleasure rushed through me. My body elongated as I rose to my hands and knees. Shrieks of pain rippled down my spine as pleasure washed away the heat of the change. Shaking my head, I was about even with Tarek, who still stood outside the van. "Fucking hell," he said, his eyes wide. "You're a wolf this time." The van door slid shut in my face.
Chapter 50. Kaima. I plunged through the air, tossing and turning every which way but up. The ground was rapidly reaching up to greet me. Shit! I screamed it to absolutely no one. No one else had been stupid enough to get kicked off a flying helicopter by a psychopath. "Calm your mind," the words whispered through my brain. Great, now I get to go actual crazy. This has been the best, worst day ever. A laugh sounded. "You are not crazy. You are, however, about to die, so I suggest you follow my instructions." The voice called again. Whoever my strange voice belonged to, he had one of the sexiest accents I'd ever heard. Something about the voice itself was familiar, but I had no idea what or why. Pushing that all from my mind, I tried to do my deep breathing exercises. Failed. I tried to just breathe like a normal human. Failed at that too. The cold wind blasted my face, making it almost impossible to breathe. It ripped tears from my eyes and made my nose feel like it was going to break off my face at any second. The gusting wind battered at my ears like being in the middle of a thunderstorm. Turn to face the sky. I began to laugh hysterically. How the hell am I supposed to do that? Flip over. Right, just flip over. I tried everything I could think of. Sitting up just made me nauseous. Rolling over had me rolling in so many circles I wanted to vomit again. Roll over with your arms out. I snarled at the voice in my head. He made it sound so easy. I was running out of time. I rolled over, both hands out to my sides. It felt like someone pushed on my belly while holding one of my arms in place. But damn it if I didn't actually flip over. I could finally breathe. I gulped in air, almost enough to make myself lightheaded. That possibly could be attributed to the fact that I was careening towards the ground with no parachute or something soft and squishy to catch me. You have fewer than 20 seconds until you hit the ground. I suggest you follow my instructions. I either splattered into the ground and became a horrendous goo sack of human disgustingness, or I possibly died because I'm following an unknown person's directions. What to choose? I heaved a sigh. Fine, tell me what to do. A low laugh brushed my mind. Look to your left. Sure, why not? I looked to my left. Arrowing straight for me was a black spear of some kind. As it got closer, it shifted from a spear into a person wearing all black. Open your arms and legs into a big X. I went spread eagle. Damn, I wish I had wings right now. The falling person angled in towards me, grabbed my hand, pulling me with it. I immediately wrapped myself around him or her like bark to a tree. Curled around the front of my body, I noticed pretty quickly that it was a male. Didn't matter. Nothing was prying me off this guy. Using some kind of mystical arts magic, I was turned around and suddenly strapped to his body by a series of belts, hooks, and harnesses. Ground! I screeched in my mind. Very good, love. Yes, that's the ground. We're going to say hello to it quickly. Legs up now. I lifted my knees to my chest, covered my eyes with my hands. A quick jerk and we were zinging up into the air as if pulled back by a strong vacuum. I glanced above us. A canopy of black blocked out the blue sky above me. This is going to sting a bit, love, but I'll do the best I can. I didn't bother opening my eyes. I knew what grass, trees, and lakes looked like. I didn't need the super speed view. Before I could gulp in my next lungful of air, my ass skimmed over water. Almost as if it had reached up and grabbed me, my legs plunged beneath the surface. The water clung to them like Ransom's hands, tight and not letting go. Black Spear was right. It did sting. It felt like someone was shooting needles into my overly sensitized skin. The water on my legs acted like a pair of brakes, but I think I'd rather have kept my skin. Just as the bank was rushing to meet us, we were falling, straight into the water. My feet hit the sandy bottom of the lake first. I punched with all my might back toward the surface. The guy I was attached to did the same. I broke through, glorious sunshine on my face, air in my lungs. My rescuer looked at me, his face still shielded. The same laugh that had filtered through my mind now brushed through my wet hair and caressed my ears. Love, that was amazing. Swim for shore, yeah? The next instant, I was free of him. We swam to shore. As soon as my feet could touch, I set them down and marched for dry land. Water splashing all around me. I wasn't quiet or calm about it. My feet hit dry grass. I dropped to my knees and vomited. Single worst experience of my life, I said once I could talk again. And Gaia knew I had some horrible experiences in my lifetime. Black Spear made it to shore, bent down, did some weird stretching thing, stood upright, and looked like he was ready to go for a marathon hiking expedition. I hated this man, deeply. Wasn't so bad. Come on, ups. We've got to get you to cover before Slither comes back round looking for you. He grabbed my arm, pulled me to my feet. With his other hand, he pulled his helmet off. I pushed at his hand, his bare hand. Don't. Absolutely nothing was happening to me, other than some stranger had his hand on me. I looked up at the guy. Bright red hair, cerulean eyes, sexiest mouth I'd ever seen, and an earring in his left ear. How can you touch me? He winked at me. Walk and I'll talk. He pulled me along, not really giving me a choice. After a couple steps in the direction he pointed me, he let go of my arm. I glowered as I pushed in front of him. My wet clothes clung to my body, making the hiking that much more uncomfortable. Gaia, I hope these pants dried out soon. Chafed thighs aren't on my top 10 list of awesome. I'm walking. I hear no talking. I stepped around a hole that looked big enough to swallow at least an ankle. A chuckle. Name's Lucas. Nice to meet you, Lucas. I asked how you could touch me, not what your name was. Feisty bit, yeah? I can touch you because I'm a null. I do most recoveries for Reese. He was sending my voice into your head. I stumbled to a stop, whipped around. Reese? I kicked out at him before spinning back around and sprinting as fast as I could. He tackled me to the ground. Let me go! Let me go! I won't go with you! I won't! I bucked my body like a bull. Reaching up with my head, I tried to smash his nose in. He laughed in my face. The man had hands of fucking steel. Please, 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 let me go. I can't go back to Otis. The fight was draining out of me like water through a sieve. I felt tears fill my eyes as I pleaded with him. Lucas sighed heavily, right before he punched me in the head. This concludes Caged Magic by Sadie Jacks, narrated by Heather Costa and Jeffrey Kafer. Copyright 2020 by Sadie Jacks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sadie Jacks, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.